looks at critical race theory, what it is, what it isn't. It has been much maligned. It's been presented in a distorted, cartoonish way. It's important, if you're against something, to know what that something is. So let us try to understand critical race theory a little better, starting with what it is not. It has nothing to do with Marxism. It's been connected to Marxism by some groups, and it's usually the word equity. Groups have equated this with Marxism, and that's a bit of a stretch. The term equity here refers to fairness and justice, not equal outcomes, but fairness and justice. That's become kind of a buzzword to scare people, very much like they did in the 50s. But critical race theory has nothing to do with Marxism or communism or socialism, those scary, scary words. It just does not. It does not teach children to hate white people. Boys and girls, today's lesson is how to hate white people. You must hate them. It just doesn't. That's a silly idea. It does not teach children to be ashamed of being white. It just doesn't. Imagine how that lesson would go. Boys and girls, I'm white. You should be ashamed of me. Just does not do that. Saying it so doesn't make it so. And it does not promote the idea that America is bad or George Washington is bad. It just doesn't. Nope, nope, nope. Saying it so doesn't make it so. So let's take a look at what it is. It's a theory. A theory is a way to explain a set of facts. It explains phenomena by connecting the data dots to form a picture. Different theories connect different data dots differently. Here's an example of two theories connecting two different data dots. And critical race theory explains one such phenomenon. It connects a lot of data dots related to systemic racism. These are uncomfortable conversations to have, but they are necessary for us to have them to continue to evolve our society. It originated in the 70s. Derek Bell, Alan Friedman, Richard Delgado. It came out of the legal system. They were concerned with the slow pace of progress on racial reform. It started in the 60s, but then it kind of slowed down. The protests and the marches, they were having fewer and smaller gains. In the 90s, Gloria Ladson Billing, one of the early scholars, brought this idea of critical race theory into education and used it as a lens to examine the educational system. So it is a lens through which we view things, through which we view our various social systems, the legal system, the economic system, political system, prison systems, educational systems. It examines these and it asks the questions in these systems. Who gains and who's exploited? Who gets the resources? Who is advantaged? How are marginalized populations depicted? Whose voice dominates and whose is silenced and muted? Who's included? Who's excluded? Who gets the opportunity and the resources? Who gets punished more? Who gets the attention? Who's making money? What makes it difficult for some and easier for others? That's the lens through which these different systems are viewed. So, 7 big ideas, common ideas related to critical race theory. And that is an excellent source. I would recommend that book. First, racism is normal. It's so ingrained in our consciousness that most don't see it. I don't see racism, you said. Yes, you don't, but your brain does, your policies do, your procedures see racism. It is normal. For change to occur, we must unmask and expose racism. Here's a definition of systemic racism. That means it's all over the systems. Systemic racism has to do with systems, political, economic, legal, judicial, educational, and includes the policies, procedures, rules, laws, regulations, traditions, institutions, and the paradigms, that's our view of reality, that disadvantage people of color while providing an advantage to the white privileged majority in terms of opportunities and resources. That is one view of systemic racism. The second big idea, change will only occur when it aligns with the interests of those in power. For people of color, change will occur only when it coincides with the changing economic conditions and the self-interest of the 1 to 5% of those in power. As an example, Daniel Snyder, owner of the Washington former Redskins, said, "I will never change that logo, not ever." But then a thing happened. The sponsors started pulling their ads, and all of a sudden he had an epiphany. He decided it needed to be changed to the Washington football team. Same with the Milwaukee Bucks during the playoffs. They said, "Nope, we're not playing." Millions of dollars were at stake. All of a sudden, the NBA said, maybe we might want to take this Black Lives Matter stuff seriously. Change will only occur when it coincides with the interests, the political and the economic interests of those in power. Race is a social construct. It has no basis in biology. It's an arbitrary category based on the physical appearance that society has created. It's based around the idea of this mythical white norm. This is normal. If you're not white, it's abnormal. It's a sorting mechanism that creates winners and losers. It's a social construct. No person has a single identity. That's intersectionality. Intersectionality between race and other groups, other marginalized groups, and understanding the oppression and marginalization of one group helps you understand the marginalization and oppression of other groups. Understanding what it's like if you're living in poverty or if you've been discriminated against based on ability, that helps us. As well, a Black person may be a female or LGBT. We don't. No person has a single identity. It's this idea of intersectionality. All people in a category do not think the same way. Physical characteristics by race do not indicate a deeper underlying commonality of shared traits or shared ideas. One famous Black person shouldn't be asked to speak for all Black people, to be a spokesperson for systemic racism. And this is where it gets a little hard to look at, but this idea, the voice of the people must be heard. Their experiences must be honored. The perceptions, these are essential in making progress towards social justice and racial equity. And there are a variety of ways that people's voices are muted and muzzled. One of them is numbers without context, providing a study, a quantitative study. 63% of, in the 7th percentile, 92 percentile. Numbers without context provides a distorted reality. And in education, when quantitative research is the only way to use to find causal relationships, that creates a distorted view of reality. It disallows voices. Another powerful way of disallowing voices is the dismembering or misremembering of history. History is described only in terms or through the eyes of the privileged majority. The histories of marginalized groups are misremembered, or cartoonish configurations are used, distortions or omissions or blatant misrepresentations of the groups. And these pictures are hard to look at because we know they're real. It's the McGraw-Hill version of history that gets repeated over and over again for so many years that we think that is the history of America. Books like these describe a decidedly different view of the history of our country. It's told from something other than a white Eurocentric perspective. These pictures are hard to look at because we know they're true. It happened. This is part of our history. These pictures are hard to look at because we know they're true. This is part of our history. We can't ignore it. Now, this does not say that America is bad or that white people should be ashamed. Absolutely not. It doesn't say we should exclude some history. It simply says we need to fully remember all of American history. There are some really good things that have happened, but remembering all of U.S. history, that's how we continue to evolve our thinking and continue to evolve our society. Now, developmentally appropriate. We would not present pictures like this to an elementary classroom. Absolutely not. What we present of U.S. history is developmentally appropriate. So don't get all whooped up about that. Again, we're not saying that you should not include important historical events. Absolutely not. Simply says that we need to provide the whole story, not just part of the story, not just the story told through the eyes of a white Eurocentric perspective, but the whole story. And the last idea, cultural superiority and a mythical norm are factors in maintaining systemic racism. It's a reifying factor. The idea that one's own culture is the correct one, and that's to be used as a standard of comparison. That's called cultural parochialism. This says the practice, the customs, the lifestyles, the views and values that do not align with the dominant white culture are defective or deviant or inferior. Right and wrong, good and bad, normal and abnormal are all determined by the majority white culture. White superiority. Now, this does not say that white people are bad or that white culture is bad. Absolutely not. It doesn't say that. It says that it should not be the norm to which all others are evaluated. That is what it's saying. And here's the fallacy. The fallacy that there's a standardized way that things should be. They should be like us. We're right, you see. If only they were like us, all their problems would go away. If they had our values, our views, our way of life. If they would just assimilate like my grandfather, the Norwegian, did in 18, everything would be fine. Our values are the right ones. All right, this does not say, again, that white people are bad or white culture is bad. It just said that it should not be the norm to which all others are evaluated. It should not. Now, these are some of the sources I use. And here are the 7 big ideas. Now, if I got one of these wrong, let me know. Let's focus on the idea. This is how we move the conversation forward. Not through hyperbole, not through demagoguery, but by focusing on the ideas. If you disagree with one of these ideas, let me know. Critical race theory.
Because that's what happens in the white community. It's just I ain't shit if you don't have, all the, the things that white society says that you're supposed to have, which is probably why the white male population has a much higher deletion rate. Right? They can't meet the bar, they can't meet the standards. They're like, why bother? Okay. But nah, the problem is y'all saying this shit out loud. These 2 clips, I mean, that's your representation. You got one guy talking about big booty Latinas and women, basically serving him hand and foot. Right? Notice how white supremacy apparently goes out the door when it comes to big booty Latinas. Right? I'm sure white women are happy about hearing about that one. And then you got the other guy talking about, getting with a freaking 16-year-old girl as soon as she turns 16, which first off, he doesn't even understand how statutory rape these laws work, right? Because the age of consent, it goes as low as like 16 and up to 18, right? But age of consent is when a minor can consent to having sex with another minor. There's the statutory age gap, which is I think in Arizona it's 3 years. In most other states it's 4 years. This was the whole thing with the Marcus Dixon when he was 18 and had sex with the girl that was 15, right? And so there was a 3 year gap, but they tried to say he was 18, so he was an adult, and then they threw him in jail, and then lost his football scholarship. This was like a freaking Oprah did an episode of it. Go look up the case of Marcus Dixon, right? And then this is like where states started going with the Romeo and Juliet laws, understanding that these people are peers. 18-year-olds have sex with 14-year-olds all the time because that's an 18-year-old senior versus a 14-year-old freshman. You could even say 17-year-old and a 13-year-old. Okay? But what this guy is talking about, he's talking about marrying a 16-year-old. I don't know any state that allows that. Maybe there's one. I don't know any state that allows a because he looks like he got a full beard. He looks like he's fucking 30, talking about I have a friend that I'm going to marry his 16-year-old daughter. And this guy is a white supremacist. He fucking his whole channel is like throwing black people underneath the bus. And he's up there talking about some pedophilic shit. Right? This is your king. This is your white nationalism. This is why y'all motherfuckers are losing. This is why. This is why you got more and more white women ain't fucking with you, and then you turn on Instagram and TikTok and you keep seeing these white girls on the street interviews talking about how they want chocolate. We don't have that reputation. You know what I mean? Y'all can run around. I mean, you keep trying to bring us into the conversation. You got Nick Fuentes constantly trying to bring us into conversation. Like, motherfucker, we don't have nothing to do with your low ass birth rates. We don't have nothing to do with the rent being $2,000. We don't have nothing to do with bombs being dropped on Gaza. We have nothing to do with, who serves Israel. You know what I'm saying? We don't have anything to do with why housing is unaffordable. We have nothing to do with why there's ghost jobs and you've applied to 1,000 jobs and you haven't even gotten an interview. We have nothing to do with that. Nothing. Like I said in my community tab, y'all be running around talking about black fatigue. You need to start talking about boomer fatigue, because the boomers are the ones that are fucking you over. But you want to talk about us. What about Chicago? You got Trump up there. Oh, we got to stop all the crime in D.C., and Chicago, Just trying to constantly bring us into the shit because your shit is fucked up. You're in the driver's seat. You're at the helm, right? But yet, always got to bring us up. Oh, what's going on with the black community? When around blacks, never relax, right? Your shit is fucked up. But you always got to come through and talk about what's going on with us. White women, the younger white women that ain't fucking.
Welcome everybody to Stanley versus the world. I have spent a weekend being confused about why people are confused about everything from critical race theory to age of consent. And it amazes me. Why do people get on these panels and just like spout off bullshit that's unresearched? It's off the top of their head. And the favorite thing I've heard in the last week is someone actually said, well, I don't go by the law. I go by my own morality. And I have spent the last weekend and the last week going, what the fuck is happening to America? America. It's like every year we seem to know less and less. I'm guessing it's because we read less and less. So I'm going to leave this here. I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck Sergeant Willie Pete is talking about? I have no clue. We basically took a perfectly good theory, critical race theory, and just wrapped it up in some shit. Wrapped it up in talking points and just ruined something that should be making people think versus just spout out, their personal issues, their personal thinking, their lack of research, their lack of knowledge, and just put it up on a panel and just persecute everyone who doesn't agree with your point of view. That is literally what I'm going to say, like 90% of the YouTube shows that I have watched this weekend have been pure bullshit. When did this stop being fun? Don't know, but I'm just going to try and stay out of that, either stay above it or below it or just out of the way of ignorance. So let's get to the news. I got a bunch of news. Well, not a bunch of news stories. It hasn't been that momentous a weekend. And then towards the end of the show, I have some economic stuff that I'm going to try and get into. Hopefully, maybe Ryan shows up and can help us out. If not, I'll just have to muddle through. But to me, the biggest story of the weekend was Russia's largest ever air attack on Ukraine burns Kyiv government building. Putin's just going, fuck you, Trump. I do what the fuck I want to do. And in the meantime, Trump is, renaming the Department of War, which, basically means, hey, if you send the military into a city, well, hell, they're coming from the Department of War now. So you can easily stretch that to mean, well, Trump is doing a War Department operation on DC and is threatening War Department operations in Chicago. At some point, we'll get to, he's thinking about declaring the War Department should go to New Orleans. It's like people really they're just doing what the fuck they want to do, and nobody's thinking about what they want to do, and it's kind of disappointing. But let's hear about Putin Putin thumbing his nose at Trump. What America?
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about.
Oh,
but we know you'll find other things.
to
Protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to.
On Ukraine burns Kyiv government
bullshit.
building. A news
These
story written by
commercials.
Siobhan O'Grady and Suri Morganov, and read by an AI-generated voice. Kyiv, Russia unleashed its largest ever air assault on Ukraine early Sunday, sending more than
What's up,
800
Deacon Dave?
drones and 13 missiles into the country in an hours-long attack that set the main government building in Kyiv ablaze for the first time during the war. A Russian drone also struck a residential building in the capital, killing at least 3 people, including a mother and her infant son. At least 20 other people were wounded in Kyiv, officials said. The morning attack sent residents running to bomb shelters as plumes of smoke rose over the city center. The assault marked the largest number of Russian drones sent into Ukraine in a single day, and continued a worrying trend of increased Russian attacks on the center of the capital, following another major strike on Kyiv last week. Such killings now, when real diplomacy could already have begun, are a deliberate crime and an attempt to prolong the war, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky wrote on Telegram. It has been said more than once in Washington that sanctions will follow for refusing to talk. We must implement everything that was agreed upon in Paris. Zelensky's comments appeared to be directed at President Donald Trump, who has repeatedly threatened to impose tougher sanctions on Russia. Kyiv, pointing to a wave of recent deadly attacks against civilians, has urged Washington to follow through. When asked Sunday outside the White House whether he was ready to impose more sanctions on Russia, Trump replied, "Yes, I am." His chief economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, called the Russian attack on Kyiv very disappointing and said it may warrant additional sanctions. There will be a lot talked today and tomorrow about the level of sanctions and the timing of sanctions, Hassett said on CBS News' Face the Nation. Zelensky visited Paris to meet with European and U.S. officials last week and discuss future security.
And by the way, the last time I can recall, it was maybe Friday that Trump was asked about sanctions on Russia. He said, "Well, you know, we're sanctioning India for buying Russian oil." Yeah, that sounds like dealing with Putin directly. President Trump reminds me of an outfit I used to be a part of very recently, where everything gets blamed, everything gets dealt with indirectly, but never directly. So I hate, just reminds me of someone I know.
Security guarantees for his country in the event of a ceasefire. Russian President Vladimir Putin, meanwhile, proposed that Zelensky visit Moscow, a non-starter for Kyiv, if he is serious about ending the war. "I can't go to Moscow when my country is under missiles, under attacks each day," Zelensky said in an interview with ABC News' This Week that aired Sunday morning. He said he told Trump, "I'm ready for any..."
I can't believe that they suggest Zelensky goes to Moscow. What kind of fucking wingnut idea is that? So you're in a war with a country and you go to their capital?
For any kind of meeting, but not in Russia. Any kind of meeting, bilateral, trilateral. Trump announced last month after hosting Putin in Alaska that the next steps in talks would involve a face-to-face meeting between the Russian leader and Zelensky.
Morning, Ignat.
Such a prospect briefly seemed possible, with Zelensky agreeing that he would be ready to meet Putin in various locations.
I do not,
the Middle
Ignat.
East or Europe.
Trump
But
has
Putin's
no
latest
power over
comments and
Putin.
Moscow's relentless attacks on Ukraine suggest the Kremlin is not seriously engaging with the process. In addition to regular airstrikes on major Ukrainian cities, Russia also continues to inch forward on the front line in Ukraine's east and south. Ukrainian officials are also pleading for more air defense support and weaponry to allow Ukraine to protect itself against Russian attacks that target civilian infrastructure each day. Ukraine's air defenses shot down or suppressed 751 drones and missiles of the more than 800 launched into the country since 5 p.m. on Saturday, officials said Sunday. But the sheer number of targets is stretching thin Ukraine's already overworked air defense systems. Prime Minister Yulia Sviridenko visited the damaged cabinet of ministers' headquarters, posting footage of herself stepping through the wreckage of the historic building that houses offices of many of the country's top officials. Firefighters were deployed to the government headquarters all morning to quell the flames burning through the roof. "We will rebuild what has been destroyed, but the lives lost cannot be restored. Russia continues to terrorize and murder our people every single day," Sviridenko wrote on X, adding that Ukraine's partners must intensify sanctions, especially against Russian oil and gas industries. And most importantly, Ukraine needs weapons. Only strength can stop the terror and prevent Russia from killing Ukrainians every day. It was not immediately clear whether the building took a direct hit or Ukraine's air defenses had shot down the armed drone and debris sparked the fire. Helicopters swooped over the city for hours, pouring water onto various buildings that were struck overnight. Drone and missile warnings continued to blare in the capital as firefighters hosed down the government building early Sunday. As Washington Post reporters arrived on the scene, another Russian drone buzzed overhead, sending police and other emergency responders running for cover. Kyiv Mayor Vitaly Klitschko said the fire in the government building followed the suspected downing of a drone. At one Kyiv apartment building struck by a drone, an elderly woman named Valentina stood outside Sunday, waiting for news of her son-in-law Edward, 55, who was trapped under rubble in his bedroom. The Post is withholding her last name because close family members had not yet been informed about his fate. Valentina said she woke up in her bedroom in the family apartment the moment the drone hit early Sunday. Edward's bedroom door was locked, and as the apartment filled with smoke, she ran downstairs to beg for help reaching him. A neighbor rushed upstairs and heard Edward confirm from the other side of his door that he was alive but stuck and needed help. Before rescue workers could reach him, the fire spread and his room collapsed, she said, sending several floors from the building crashing to the ground and burying Edward under more rubble. His phone continued to ring all morning, but he did not answer. Valentina frantically called her daughter, Edward's wife, Tetiana, to tell her to rush to Kyiv from the southeastern Zaporizhzhia region, where she is a soldier serving on the front line. Edward is also a soldier, she said, who was on 3 days of sick leave from his job in an air defense unit that is tasked with stopping these kinds of strikes. While waiting for news of Edward, she said, she watched her neighbor, a young man who was displaced from Ukraine's war-torn east, scream for his child and wife. The man was badly wounded and rushed to a hospital. Soon after, rescuers found his wife and infant child dead, Valentina said. The couple's bed and the baby's crib had fallen 6 stories. They were a very beautiful family, she said. The wife was pregnant when they purchased the flat about 6 months ago. They were so happy and in love. I saw the bodies, she added. She was lying on her bed, face down. The apartment block where the families lived was originally built to house Ukrainians who had to flee Pripyat, the city where employees of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant lived until the disaster there displaced them in 1986. Valentina, whose husband was one of the liquidators who helped clean up Chernobyl and later died after developing disabilities from exposure, said her family was the first to move into the building. Now it was the scene of a new tragedy. Vita Alexieva, 45, stood outside watching her 6-year-old son, Lev, play with crayons and clay as firefighters dumped water on their building. They had narrowly escaped the strike, but all the windows in their apartment were broken. She was not surprised the attacks continued, despite recent peace talks. Russia just wants to kill us, she said. Tetiana Ponomariova, 40, stood outside her damaged apartment building, her trembling dog, Nika, an 8-year-old Vizla, tucked between her legs. The building had no bomb shelter, she said, so she rushed to the hallway when she heard the hum of the drone intensify. Then her windows shattered. Such attacks on Ukraine will not end, she said, until Washington puts real pressure on Putin to stop the war. Trump's repeat.
That response until Washington does something, dude. Trump is just he's got to get his act together. I thought this shit was supposed to end on day one, and quite frankly, you can make you can make the argument that it's not particularly my affair, but Trump has done summits in Alaska and had Zelensky at the White House a couple times, and trilateral this, and Zelensky, you should go to Moscow, and fucking Putin is just doing what the hell he wants, and he's literally making a mockery of the U.S. presidency. Trump has stopped 7 wars according to him, and I think that's very debatable. But that 8th one is so hard to stop.
Repeated shifts in stance toward Putin and Zelensky, at times appearing to favor one over the other, have deeply frustrated Ukrainians, who are exhausted after more than 3 years of full-scale war and are desperate for an end to the violence that besieges their country daily. Last week, Trump suggested that a summit in Shanghai between Putin, Chinese President Xi Jinping, and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un was held to conspire against the United States. Kim, who has sent thousands of troops to
Oh, hell
Russia
yeah, it was held
Ukraine,
to conspire
promised
against
to
the
do even
United
more for
States. Trump is such a genius. Why the fuck do you think they did a military parade? Dude, Putin literally was there to conspire against the United States. How about just tell the United States, you got a Looney Tunes as a president, and I'm going to do what the fuck I want. Putin is literally the leader of the Democratic Party right now.
Moscow. Under constant attack by Russia, many Ukrainians have dismissed the recent talks hosted by Trump as little more than a political show that is allowing Putin to prolong his war. Any negotiations that have happened so far, Ponomariova said, do not amount to progress. Peace talks are not happening for real. They're just fake, she said. What's for real is that the war continues. If not here, then in another city in Ukraine. If it's not us, it's someone else. When asked whether she had any message for Trump, she replied, "Enjoy your golf game while we are dying."
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about.
Oh,
But we
I
know
love
you'll
that
find other
response.
things to worry.
Every time there's an incoming missile into Kiev, they go for. Oh man. Oh, hold on one sec. My computer has decided to lock up. Damn it. This is what I get for laughing, huh? Just give me a second here. Oh boy, this is locked up hard. Let's see. Did I click on something I shouldn't have clicked on? Mirth comes at a cost, apparently. And let's see. Is there something I can kill here? There we go. Well, maybe this will. Oh, there we go. Boy, that took a while. All right, so let's move on to the next story. Sorry about that, folks. We're going to switch gears. Last Friday, I guess it was, we saw that very entertaining interview. That hearing in the Senate that Robert Kennedy gave. And the one thing I didn't realize, and the reason it was so freewheeling, is the RFK Jr. wasn't under oath. The Democrats wanted him sworn in, and the Republican chairman, I can't remember his name, decided not to do it. So, there was nothing. RFK wasn't obligated to tell the truth. And I think that's very telling, to be honest. But we'll listen to a little bit of this. Not sure, this is kind of a long article, but let's see what we got here. But again, RFK wasn't under oath. For some reason or another, the Republicans just wanted this fight.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less.
You're listening to Why Some Republicans Are Newly Worried About RFK Jr., a news story written by Dan Diamond, Theodoric Meyer, and Rachel Rubin, and read by an AI-generated voice. 7 months after they voted to confirm longtime anti-vaccine activist Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as the nation's health secretary, some Republican senators are having second thoughts. I'm a doctor. Vaccines work. Senator John Barrasso, Wyoming, the Senate's number 2 Republican, told Kennedy at a hearing Thursday on Capitol Hill, "Secretary Kennedy, in your confirmation hearings, you promised to uphold the highest standards for vaccines. Since then, I've grown deeply concerned." Barrasso's warning, which Senators Bill Cassidy, Republican Louisiana, and Tom Tillis, Republican North Carolina, echoed at Thursday's hearing, was the latest and perhaps most significant sign of growing GOP doubts about the merits and political wisdom of Kennedy's agenda. Fabrizio's Ward, a conservative polling firm, privately warned GOP lawmakers last week that overhauling vaccine policies is politically dangerous, citing data that nearly 3/4 of Trump voters believe vaccines save lives. Officials from Trump's first administration are also increasingly condemning Kennedy in public remarks. Brett Giroir, the Assistant Secretary for Health in the first Trump administration, told the Washington Post on Friday that Kennedy's decision to end nearly $500 million in federal funding for mRNA vaccine development was going to make the country vulnerable, and that the health secretary's broader vaccine agenda was doing tremendous damage to public health. Members of Congress are speaking out too. At Thursday's hearing, Senators from both sides of the aisle peppered Kennedy with questions about his abrupt ousting of the director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, his efforts to narrow access to coronavirus vaccines, and other moves. Now, some Republican senators and pharmaceutical executives are mounting a push to belatedly recognize Trump for his first administration's coronavirus vaccine program, identifying it as a way to drive a wedge between the president and Kennedy, who has previously claimed that the shots are the deadliest vaccine ever made. The fight over Kennedy reflects a deeper division in the GOP about vaccines, which played a role in his heated confirmation battle. Every GOP senator except for Senator Mitch McConnell, Republican Kentucky, a polio survivor, ultimately voted to confirm him in February, with many of Kennedy's supporters saying that he was raising valid questions about vaccine mandates and other policies. So far, Trump is standing behind his controversial cabinet pick. In response to a journalist's question Thursday about whether Kennedy retained his full support after the blistering hearing, the president praised Kennedy as a very good person who means very well and is a different thinker, but did not directly answer the question. The president also stressed in remarks Friday that he supported widespread use of certain vaccines. You have to be very careful when you say that some people don't have to be vaccinated, said Trump after being asked about Florida's move to roll back vaccine mandates for children. Look, you have vaccines that work. They just pure and simple work. They're not controversial at all. And I think those vaccines should be used. A panel of CDC advisors, handpicked by Kennedy, is reviewing the federal government's recommendations for how and when children are immunized in the United States. Public health experts have opposed the effort, stressing that the existing recommendations for vaccines are safe and effective. White House officials said Friday that the bond between Trump and Kennedy remains strong, and that the administration helped arrange an appearance for Kennedy on Fox News on Sunday. The White House maintains full confidence in Secretary Kennedy's leadership at HHS to advance President Trump's MAHA agenda.
President Trump's MAHA. That just sounds fucking stupid. The MAHA agenda. That is so white boy. That sounds like some frat party after a football game. These people. All right, so we'll switch gears again. Maryland deploys more law enforcement to Baltimore amid Trump's threats to send troops. This is interesting. Thank goodness they have more law enforcement, and Westmore might actually be on to something here. Baby Pritzker should follow suit.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with
God
Progressive,
damn it.
and you'll have a little less to worry about.
I am literally going to have to get rid of
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
I'm going to have to get rid of this fucking...
You're listening to Maryland deploys more law enforcement to Baltimore amid Trump's threats to send troops. A news story written by Dana Monroe and Aaron Cox and read by an AI-generated voice. With President Donald Trump's threat to send National Guard troops into Baltimore in the air, Maryland leaders said Friday that they will pour more of their own resources to further bring down crime in the state's largest city. The open-ended increase in public safety efforts announced by Governor Westmore, Democrat, and Mayor Brandon Scott, Democrat, builds on an existing partnership that has already funneled cash to violence interrupter groups and state prosecutors, an effort that the two men credit with helping drive Baltimore's homicide count to its lowest in 50 years. We can do this ourselves, Scott said Friday evening at a joint news conference with the governor outside St. John's Evangelical Lutheran Church. We do not need an occupation. We do not need troops on our streets. He called the city's population a resource to be invested in, not a problem to be solved. Trump has characterized Baltimore as a hellhole and pointed to the city, along with Chicago and New Orleans, as a place he may want to replicate his intervention in D.C., where he declared a crime emergency August 11th and sent nearly 2,200 National Guard troops alongside a surge of federal law enforcement agents. Even as Trump this week softened his language about activating the Guard over the objections of local officials elsewhere, the president continued to stress the need for crime reduction in Baltimore. The people in Baltimore, the people in all the places we talk about, they want to see us there. And I think we're pretty much waiting until we get asked, Trump said. At the news conference Friday, Moore said the focus on enhancing public safety doesn't have anything to do with Trump. Nothing we're doing is inspired by the president. The president does not inspire us. Scott led the crowd in a chant. We're all we got! the mayor yelled. The crowd hollered back, "We're all we need!" Maryland State Police troopers and officers from the Maryland Transportation Authority will do proactive enforcement in high-risk areas that will create a highly visible law enforcement presence, the governor's office said in a news release. The extra officers will also assist on investigations of firearm and narcotics offenses. Scott and Moore have refused to endorse using the Guard and conferred with State Attorney General Anthony G. Brown, Democrat, on a legal game plan to stop it should Trump do it anyway. Meanwhile, they have publicly welcomed more agents from the FBI and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, as well as enhanced federal funding for local police, suggesting that the president support a federal ban of ghost guns and devices that give some guns rapid-fire capability. I have a whole list of federal resources that I would love for the President of the United States to be able to authorize, Moore said this week during a public appearance at the National Press Club in D.C., but calling up the Maryland National Guard is...
See, Wes Moore is actually really smart. You wanna cut crime? Here's the list. Mr. President, can you handle it? That's what Pritzker ought to be doing. That's what a bunch of folks ought to be doing. Okay, you're serious about it now. You're so serious you're going to send in the National Guard. Well, here's what we want to try before you spend all that money on the National Guard. And if you have any idea, and Trump does not because he's never done military service, military-related work absences at a 19-year high amid deployments. Okay, you are literally taking these people away from their day jobs. You're taking them away from their families. Unless you're a DC National Guard, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, they sent these people, 150, I think the number was 150 from Georgia. You sent them up the road. And these people are probably sleeping on floors or, in a tent or something out on the National Mall. What's gonna happen is that, I can guarantee you that a lot of these National Guard folks will be not re-upping next time, when their term comes due, you're going to see a mass exodus from the National Guard. Trump is a short-term thinker. He's not thinking long-term.
You're listening to military-related work absences at a 19-year high amid deployments. A news story written by Abha Bhattarai and read by an AI-generated voice. The number of Americans missing work for National Guard deployments or other military or civic duty is at a 19-year high, adding disruption to a labor market that's already under strain. Between January and August, workers reported 90,000 instances of people missing at least a week of work because of military deployments, jury duty, or other civil service, according to data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That is more than double the number of similar absences in the same 8-month period last year, and the highest level since 2006, when President George W. Bush deployed the National Guard to Iraq, Afghanistan, and the southwest U.S. border in large numbers. The absences are due at least in part to a growing military presence in American cities. Since taking office in January, President Donald Trump has sent thousands of National Guard service members, civilians, many with full-time jobs, to Los Angeles and Washington, D.C. He has suggested...
Oh, by the way, they went all the way. They deployed to rake leaves, spread mulch, and pick up trash. Oh boy, this president is bright.
Expansions of those efforts to at least 7 more cities, including Chicago, New York, Baltimore, and New Orleans, and called for the creation of a new military unit that can quickly mobilize anywhere in the country. The ramp-up is happening at a vulnerable time for the labor market. Job openings have dropped in recent months, Layoffs are picking up and businesses are slow to hire. Companies added just 22,000 new jobs in August, well below economists' expectations, while the unemployment rate edged up to 4.3%. Military-related absences so far make up just a sliver of overall workplace disruptions. In August, for example, more than twice as many people reported missing work because of labor disputes, and 7 times as many said they were out because of bad weather. Economists also caution that the data are calculated using a small subset of responses, which can distort the numbers. Even so, with the president considering expanding National Guard presence to other parts of the country, they warn the burden on workers and employers could deepen. Uncertainty over whether you or your employees might be called to National Guard duty and how long that deployment might last is just adding to the chaos for families and businesses, said Michael Makowski, an economist at Clemson University whose work focuses on law enforcement. Anything
Frankly, deploying all these folks into on a useless task, they could be making babies and solving the natalism issue. What very limited thinking. All these soldiers not making babies there, Trump.
thing that makes it harder to make a plan is generally bad for the economy. The White House says its efforts are improving the U.S. economy by combating crime and unrest in major cities. The president has rightfully deployed the National Guard to cities like Los Angeles, which was
What's up,
ravaged by
CK?
violent riots, and Washington, D.C., while strengthening small businesses and revitalizing our economy, spokeswoman Anna Kelly said in a statement. These deployments saved small businesses from further destruction and preserved great American jobs. Although military-related work absences tend to fluctuate throughout the year, spiking during hurricane season, for example, they have been consistently higher than in 2024 almost every month this year. You can see an elevation in the data, that's for darn sure, said William Beach, who headed the BLS during Trump's first term and is now a senior fellow at the Economic Policy Innovation Center. It's more than likely because of a military influence, an increase in reserve duty, or an increase in military service. The data come from the Current Population Survey, a monthly federal survey that asks Americans whether they missed work in a given week each month and why. Civil or military duty-related absences include jury duty, armed forces reserve duty, National Guard duty, or a similar obligation, according to the BLS. National Guard recruitment has recently picked up after years of decline. In an executive order last month, Trump called for the creation of an online job portal to encourage more people to apply to join federal law enforcement efforts, saying they are needed in cities where public safety and order has been lost. Deployment orders are expected to accelerate as the president leans on the National Guard to crack down on what he calls rampant.
And once again, very short-term thinking. If this actually panned out in Trump's wet dream, what happens when law and order is secured? It's going to be like a reduction in force about 5 years down the line. I don't think this can be done. I think the Trump went over the line when he deployed the National Guard, especially in DC. DC is not that big an area. Trump, this could have been better thought out. Calling out the National Guard is literally just theater. And as a former Navy man, military man, these people are going to be demoralized, and their wives are not going to let them re-up. Trump has no fucking clue how the military works. And the Guard, dude, I used to, my first ship was like a reserve ship, meaning once a month. And the regular Navy folks would get depressed because that one weekend a month, we'd have to fucking leave on a Thursday night or a Friday morning and be out till sometimes late Sunday afternoon, and then we had to be back to work on early Monday morning. But the bottom line is half these motherfuckers would come on the ship dude, these people were useless. They would pretend to, to be doing something, but mostly they were just, what did they say, CK? Smoking and joking? No, smoking and coking. These motherfuckers were just out on deck smoking cigarettes, drinking a Coke or coffee or something. They didn't give a fuck. They just had to, do what they had to do for the weekend, and they'd move off. And the officers were even worse. They'd hang out in the wardroom watching goddamn movies. It was like a fucking Boy Scout meet. The Boy Scouts get together and they tell scary stories around that campfire. That's what this was like. And I remember, dude, I wasn't even warfare qualified. And CK, you'll appreciate this. So we're out in Long Island Sound, and I just qualified as officer of the deck. So there's a lieutenant commander, black guy, cool guy, but dude, he was a reservist. We are standing a bridge watch, and an 01 is telling an 04, sir, you need to come 2 degrees right. Dude, I'm fucking having to give orders and end my orders with sir. And the dude was swell qualified. He had his warfare qual, but he was a reservist and he wasn't qualified on the ship. So we've got a fucking lieutenant commander is junior officer of the deck, and I'm a goddamn boot ensign without a qualification, but I'm qualified to be officer of the deck. Going, sir, right, sir, right standard rudder. It was just, dude, my reserve, my experience with the reserves, or National Guard isn't reserves, but it's akin. You do that 1 weekend a month, I think they do, and then the 2 weeks in the summer. When I got out of the Navy, I did not do reserve time because I did not want to be subject to the scorn, like showing up on a goddamn ship that I'm not a crew member of. And dude, I just couldn't be that sloppy. And half these people could barely fucking wear their uniforms. They were, how can there be a crease in your uniform when you're fat? All those creases just got kind of sweated out under the fat layers. So anyway, I've gone on for a long riff here, but CK, you know what I mean. It's like, dude. So what I'm saying is that these guys are just like civilians. They're all prior military. A lot of them are, maybe not all of them. I don't know that much about the National Guard, but a lot of these folks are prior military and they want to go out. And there is absolutely nothing wrong. A lot of them are combat veterans. We gotta know that. So a lot of them are battle hardened, which I totally respect. But the thing is that this is just not good for maintaining your national reserves. Your National Guard. Trump is a fool. This is not well thought out. The dude thought of this after munching down a couple Big Macs and scarfing down a Diet Coke. It's not a good idea. There are better ways to do it. And I totally support calling up the FBI and the other federal agencies to kind of augment the Metro Police in DC, who are like hundreds of officers short. That was a good idea. If he had just done that, I'd be cool with that. Calling in the National Guard was just like really theater. And Trump is good for I don't know. He's good for theater. It looks good. It's going to be popcorn for his little sycophantic MAGA fans, but it's not well thought out. It's not good policy. And the worst part is it's not maintainable. He can't keep the National Guard in DC forever. And that is a huge problem. What I want to know, in American presidents, American government, especially post World War II, have been horrible at end games. They just want to get in there and kick a little bit of ass. And we're still in Korea. There is generally no end game post World War II. So anyway, you know what? Let's move on. This is CBS News poll on Trump deploying National Guard divisions over impact over crime and civil rights. Let us restart this. I got to restart.
President Trump said this week he is now considering sending National Guard troops to New Orleans. Although it is a state run by Republican governor, the Big Easy is a very blue city. CBS News reporter Katie Weiss comes to us live this hour from New Orleans. Katie, what do we know about this possible National Guard deployment plan there? And do the crime stats actually show a need for that?
Well, good morning, Chanel. You raised some very good points. Right now, President Trump says that it will only take 2 weeks for.
This is a thing that is just totally annoying with the mainstream press. They keep wanting to talk about crime stats coming down. We appreciate the trend, but they were astronomically high. Now they're just high. It's almost like an interest convergence thing. I didn't quite get all the way through that critical race theory stuff. And the interest convergence is Trump gets to be a racist. He gets to satisfy his racist base. But he also gets to kind of, put crime in abeyance. So the racists and, the people they seek to oppress kind of have a common interest. And I'm being hyperbolic here, but the bottom line is Trump, being the racist he is, and he is a racist, gets to have racist ideas actually be productive. That's interest convergence. And you know what? You can't fuss at his ends. The means may be a little bit extraordinary, but the racist heart is in the right place.
For him to solve what he calls a crime problem here. He says that it will be, quote, much easier than DC. However, we found city data showing that crime is actually down almost entirely across the board in almost every category. In fact, most recent statistics show that murder is down by 22% compared to this time last year, and armed robbery is down by 27% compared to this time last year. Now, New Orleans, as you said, is known for being.
And again, I don't get this. Murder rates are down 22%. When they're fucking down 100%, that's when you can go, Mr. President. Dude, and this is going to be a real criticism of, the left of center and farther left orientations. If crime is not zero, it's too much crime. Now, you can overreact, maybe, but there's still 78% to go. That's what these people aren't understanding. It's only down 22%. That's not even 1/4. So armed robberies are down slightly over 1/4, and murders aren't even, there's still 3/4 to go. So crime being down doesn't really matter. And this is the weakness of some of these Democrat arguments. Dude, you got 3 quarters to go. You know what? If Trump wants to be a racist and drive that crime down to zero, just go ahead and cooperate with the racist, and then you can deal with his horribleness later. Accept the help. And I will remind everyone that New Orleans is a Republican state. Uh, you know, the governor will cooperate and deploy the National Guard if he thinks it'll work. And the funny thing is, and I actually do, I don't even listen to, the opposition. I think black people are probably appreciating it as long as the guard is deployed to the areas that actually need it. Problem in DC is the federal troops can only do federal stuff. The National Guard, I don't know about DC, but the way they were deployed in Los Angeles is they can only protect federal property. And I don't know the details. Maybe somebody like a John Galt, if he's sober enough, could actually talk about it. I doubt that John's ever that sober to actually talk about something serious. But what if he was? I'd love to know if he's seeing National Guard troops in that in that lane behind his residence. If they're National Guard troops, if they're National Guard troops patrolling that lane behind his house, I'd love to know that. But John will never get around to it. He's too high.
For being a blue dot in a sea of red. And traditionally, it's also the only sanctuary city on the Gulf Coast. And of course, lately, over the last several months, the city has faced mounting pressure to change those policies, both from state leadership and federal immigration leadership as well. In fact, President Trump said this week that he is grateful for Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry and the new partnership that they formed over immigration enforcement by opening a new detention center at the Louisiana State Penitentiary for immigrants who have been convicted of crimes. In fact, President Trump said that Landry is, quote, a great governor, and that he'll continue to focus on sending National Guard troops to cities where he is welcomed. Chanel?
So, Katie, you mentioned how some local politicians there are reacting. I just wonder what regular people, what citizens are saying to you. How are they reacting to this news?
Sure. Well, a lot of business owners here say that they don't want that kind of armed presence in their neighborhoods and where they do business. They say that it's, quote, a mistake. Of course, you might remember after the terror attack took place here on New Year's Day, there were several big events. And so we saw a huge military presence, armed police presence for several months immediately after that terror attack. And at the time, a lot of party goers welcomed the presence. They said it made them feel more safe. However, many business owners at the time felt that it actually scared away patrons. Take a listen.
Well, we've had the National Guard here before, and it always impedes business for us. I think it's a big mistake. I think he's wrong in doing so, and I don't think he should be sending them anywhere. Chicago, anywhere, or Detroit, anywhere.
And of course, Louisiana's Attorney General, Liz Murrill, she is also in step with the governor here. She says she welcomes the troops at any time and thinks that it's a great idea for New Orleans to crack down on whether or not there is actually a crime problem. Chanel?
Katie Weiss, thank you for explaining those complexities around this. We appreciate it.
All right. Well, you know what? Hopefully there are military like camouflage. What do they call the beads they wear at Mardi Gras? I don't recall, but hopefully they're like camouflage beads that the troops can wear when they participate in the in the parades. So let's see, what else have we got here? We're going to stick with this. Actually caught my attention in DC. Grand juries in D.C. reject wave of charges under Trump's crackdown. Looks like the grand juries in D.C. are doing their own form of protest or resistance.
Grand juries in D.C. reject wave of charges under Trump's crackdown. This article is by Alan Fewer and read by an automated voice. In the 3 weeks since President Trump flooded the streets of Washington with hundreds of troops and federal agents, there have been only a few scattered protests and scarcely a word from Congress, which has quietly gone along with the deployment. But one show of resistance has come from an extraordinary source: federal grand jurors. In what could be read as a citizens' revolt, ordinary people serving on grand juries have repeatedly refused in recent days to indict their fellow residents who became entangled in either the president's immigration crackdown or his more recent show of force. It has happened in at least 7 cases, including 3 times for the same defendant. Given the secretive nature of grand juries, it is all but impossible to know precisely why this has been happening, but the persistent rejections suggest that grand jurors may have had enough of prosecutors seeking harsh charges in a highly politicized environment. Courthouse wits have long quoted Judge Saul Wackler, the former New York jurist, who said that prosecutors are in such complete control of grand juries that they could get them to indict a ham sandwich. But that old saw did not hold true in the rebellion in federal district court in Washington, where grand jurors seem to have taken a stand in defense of their community. First of all, it is exceedingly rare for any grand jury to reject a proposed indictment because ordinarily prosecutors use discretion in only bringing cases that are strong and advance the interests of justice, said Barbara L. McQuaid, a former U.S. attorney in Detroit who teaches at the University of Michigan Law School. I have seen this maybe once or twice in my career of 20 years, but this is something different. My guess, Ms. McQuaid went on, is that these grand jurors are seeing prosecutorial overreach, and they don't want to be part of it. While crime has fallen in Washington since National Guard troops and federal agents started to police the streets in large numbers in mid-August, the deployment has chafed many local residents, who have found their presence to be a source of anxiety, not security. And because of the deployment, a flurry of defendants have been charged with federal felonies in cases that would typically have been handled at the local court level if they were brought at all. Many of these cases have recently been downgraded or dismissed altogether after failing in grand juries, a tacit acknowledgement by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington that they were overcharged to begin with. The most prominent example is the case of Sean C. Dunn, a former Justice Department paralegal who was charged with felony assault after he threw a sub-style salami sandwich at a federal agent on patrol near the corner of 14th and U streets. His charges were knocked down to a misdemeanor last week after prosecutors were unable to indict him. While Mr. Dunn's case has become a cause célèbre, inspiring Banksy-style images of figures hurling hoagies on walls across the city, other cases have also crashed and burned, without as much publicity. On Friday, for example, about a week after failing to obtain an indictment, prosecutors dismissed a case against Natalie Rose Jones, an Indiana woman who had been arrested on felony charges of threatening to kill Mr. Trump on social media. Ms. Jones, who has been described by friends as being mentally ill, was taken into custody on August 16 after she attended a march outside the White House. Secret Service agents, who had seen her posts calling Mr. Trump a Nazi and saying that she wanted to disembowel him, had interviewed her twice before the protest, but did not initially seek to detain her. On Thursday, prosecutors had moved to dismiss another threat case after it, too, failed in the grand jury. This one had been brought against Edward Alexander Dana, a self-described person with intellectual disabilities, who was arrested on August 21, also on charges of having threatened to kill Mr. Trump. The decision to dismiss the case in federal court and refile it as a misdemeanor in the lower superior court came after videos emerged of Mr. Dana telling a police officer in a slurring voice that he had drunk 7 alcoholic beverages that night, court papers say. Another video, the papers assert, showed Mr. Dana at the police station cordially thanking the officers and lying on the floor singing and yelling non sequitur, incomprehensible statements. These grand jury refusals to indict, while remarkable on their own, point to a broader breakdown in the bonds of trust that judges have traditionally afforded to government lawyers when they show up in court. The erosion of this trust, known in legal parlance as the presumption of regularity, has been widespread in the many civil cases challenging Mr. Trump's political agenda, where judges have repeatedly accused Justice Department lawyers of misleading them or violating their orders. But now the phenomenon has started to crop up in criminal cases too. It first occurred in July in Los Angeles, where prosecutors struggled to obtain indictments against several protesters arrested at demonstrations against federal immigration actions. In Washington, the grand jury failures have led to tensions between some federal judges and Jeanine Pirro, the tough-talking, gravel-voiced former Fox News co-host who took over the U.S. Attorney's Office in May. Ms. Pirro has not taken kindly to news reports about her office's challenges with grand juries. Appearing on Fox News Sunday last weekend, after prosecutors failed to indict Mr. Dunn, she went on to complain about the city's grand jurors. Many of them, she surmised, live in Georgetown or in Northwest or in some of these better areas where, as she put it, they don't see the reality of crime. The fact that they're so used to crime, Ms. Pirro went on, that crime is so normalized in D.C. that they don't even care about whether or not the law is violated, is the very essence of what my problem is in D.C. Such remarks, while clearly self-serving, were hardly the first time that a supporter of the president had complained about the supposedly liberal bias of the jury pool in Washington. Scores of rioters who took part in the storming of the Capitol on January 6, 2021, sought to have their trials moved out of the city, arguing, without success, that local jurors would never treat them fairly. Still, Ms. Pirro's anger did not end with Mr. Dunn's case. After prosecutors failed to indict Mr. Dana, she took aim at Magistrate Judge Zia M. Faraqui, who oversaw the case. Judge Faraqui, who worked as a prosecutor in Ms. Pirro's office before she took control of it, has been very outspoken about what he sees as his former colleagues' failures. In June, before the federal troops and agents arrived, he excoriated prosecutors for trying to persuade him that he needed to be highly deferential to their request to keep a search warrant secret. Blind deference to the government, he wrote, that is no longer a thing. Trust that has been earned over generations has been lost in weeks. Judge Faraqui again erupted at the government in federal court on Thursday after prosecutors asked him to drop the Dana case, saying they were past the point of losing credibility. He lambasted his former office for having carelessly filed charges against people during Mr. Trump's deployment in what he said appeared to be an effort to get attention on Twitter or Truth Social. He also criticized Ms. Pirro for having one of her underlings, an assistant U.S. attorney, handle the dismissal of the case instead of doing it herself. When I was an AUSA and something had to be dismissed or a difficult decision had to be made, the criminal chief appeared, the U.S. attorney appeared, he said, because that's what leaders do, that's leading from the front. Hours later, Ms. Pirro fired back, assailing Judge Faraqui on social media in a way that all but ensured the tension would continue. This judge took an oath to follow the law, yet he has allowed his politics to consistently cloud his judgment and his requirement to follow the law, she wrote. America voted for safe communities, law and order, and this judge is the antithesis of that.
Well, that Jeanine Pirro, she is such a legal eagle. Whew. And Deacon, SKC, hey, how you doing? 25 miles, Bryan County. As a matter of fact, every time I go home from here to back to Savannah, that big ass Hyundai battery plant, you can't miss it along I-16, know right where it is. And it was so interesting to know that most of those folks were Korean. When I first saw the story, I'm like, damn, that's a lot of Hispanics. Turns out they were all South Koreans, and I think Trump did the right thing, and I think South Korea is doing the right thing. They sent a whole plane to pick up those 450 people. So good job, Trump. Good job, Trump. And if you dig deep into those details, there was a snitch. But hey, you know what? They are illegal. And Guess those jobs will now be given out to hardworking Americans. But we did talk about it last Friday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So thanks for reminding us, SKC. And I also love how we want to keep going back to Biden and Harris. Hey, Trump took up the trash, took out the trash. So congratulations, President Trump. What can I say? Hats off to him. And hats off to South Korea. You know, I bet that whole plane is first class. So, I don't even know where to go with this story. Apparently, because I saw a clip of Trump coming out. It was a very mixed bag, probably 50-50. So Trump spent an hour pretending to enjoy sports. And I applaud him for trying to be a regular guy. You wear a suit to a tennis match. Yeah, he looks normal. I guess the big deal is USTA asks broadcasters to censor reaction to Donald Trump's attendance at the U.S. Open. I don't think we need to read the story. You know, Trump showed up, he got booed, and the U.S. Open is afraid that next year there will be National Guard troops as ball boys and umpires, and, you know, National Guard will be working the concession stands because a few people booed an unpopular president. Hey, you know what? So we go. Oh, boy. So let's see. What else is here? I was going to talk about the Supreme Court next. Amy Coney Barrett has a new book coming out, which who knows? There's a good chance I'll read it. I have called her the second smartest Supreme Court justice after Ketanji Brown Jackson. And I will definitely stick to that. She is definitely smart, and she is definitely a good talker. She knows how to answer the questions she wants to answer, and she knows how not to answer. She will hide behind those robes. So this first video, let's see, what else do we have here? Is oh, good. So this first thing is first video is Justice Amy Coney Barrett responds to criticism that the Supreme Court is allowing Trump to expand his power. Don't know how you can deny it, but she is a master of language. Oops. Look at me. I can't figure out how to turn on the volume here. Let me start it over.
You might call it a conversation of supreme importance between Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court, Amy Coney Barrett, and our Norah O'Donnell.
Do you get recognized a lot on campus?
More on campus, I think, just because I know more people.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Washington's sort of a different beast, though.
Washington is a different beast.
Yeah.
Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett feels at home on Notre Dame's campus in South Bend, Indiana.
Another kind of history that develops is judicial precedent.
She had been teaching full-time for nearly 2 decades.
This is a momentous day for America.
Until she was selected by President Donald Trump in 2020 to serve on the Supreme Court.
I wonder, would you acknowledge that since you joined the court, replacing Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the court has shifted to the right?
You know, I think shifting to the right or shifting to the left, I think those are other people's labels, and that's other people's game. I don't think of it that way. You know, I just decide the cases as they come. I've been criticized by both the right and the left.
Justice Barrett's legal philosophy and personal story are the focus of her new book, Listening to the Law.
You wrote in the book that the last several years
have not been easy since you joined the Supreme Court. You say, I'm happiest with my old friends who knew me before I became Justice Barrett, and I am wistful when we're back in South Bend.
True.
Do you regret it all joining the Supreme Court?
No, I don't regret it. And I think it's really important work, and I'm proud to serve. And we do have a good life in Washington, and we have friends in Washington. But there is something nice about our old life.
Her new life is centered here at the Supreme Court, where observers describe the 53-year-old mother of 7 as the most influential justice on the court today.
Demonstrators against abortion rights erupted in cheers after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade.
Now, in her first television interview, Justice Barrett is talking publicly about her vote to overturn Roe v. Wade in the 2022 Dobbs decision.
I want to read something just from the minority dissent on the court for Dobbs about what essentially the effect of overturning Roe versus Wade would be. And that dissent was signed by Justices Breyer, Kagan, and Sotomayor. They wrote, the court may now face questions about the application of abortion regulations to medical care most people view as quite different from abortion. What about the morning after pill, IUDs, in vitro fertilization? And how about the use of dilation and evacuation of medication for miscarriage management? Do you see those as issues that are coming about now as a result of Dobbs?
Let's see, those are issues inherent in medical practice, and sure, they surround pregnancy care and the care of women. And those are issues that are left now to the democratic process, and the states are working those out. We have not had those cases on our docket. But, you know, the central message of Dobbs did not render abortion illegal. Dobbs did not say anything about whether abortion is immoral. Dobbs said that these are questions that are left to the states. All of these kinds of questions, decisions that you mentioned that require medical judgments, are not ones that the Constitution commits to the court, you know, to decide how far into pregnancy the right of abortion might extend. You know, the court was in the business of drawing a lot of those lines before. And what Dobbs says is that those calls are properly left to the democratic process. And the states have been working those out. There's been a lot of legislative activity and a lot of state constitutional activity since the decision in Dobbs was rendered.
For some, the case raised questions about the future of other rights.
And so when Hillary Clinton, for example, says, what's next? She said, my prediction is the court will do to gay marriage what they did to abortion.
Well, I think people who criticize the court or who are outside say a lot of different things. But again, the point that I make in the book is that we have to tune those things out. So,
but you also
Sorry about that.
also say in the book that the rights to marry and engage in sexual intimacy and use birth control and raise children are fundamental.
yes, again, I'm describing what our doctrine is, and that is what we've said.
At issue now, cases on the emergency docket, challenging Mr. Trump's executive orders. The nation's highest court has routinely allowed the president's policies, including on immigration and mass layoffs, to temporarily proceed.
And to observers who say that this president is pushing the boundaries of executive power, maybe overreaching, and the Supreme Court is not providing an adequate check on that.
The Supreme Court, you know, and I can speak for myself in the way that I make these decisions, you know, it's not our job to survey and decide whether, you know, the current occupant of an office in this particular moment is, you know, to form a political view. You know, that's the job of journalists, that's the job of other politicians, or that's the job of the people. But our job is to decide these legal questions. And so in the cases that we've decided, what I can say and what I try to explain in the book is that we're trying to get the law right.
Not that I don't have the right to do anything I want to do. I'm the president of the United States. If I think our country's in danger, and it is in danger in these cities, I can do it.
Is President Trump right when he says he has unlimited power to deploy the National Guard in any state?
So we don't have any cases pending before us that I'm aware of. I would not be surprised if there are some cases pending below. And so I can't answer that question. But actually, this is a good opportunity for me to say why I can't answer that question, because it's something I cover in the book. Any particular legal issue, I mean, I might be sitting there with my kids and watching TV and I might have an idea about it. But if I'm going to decide something as a judge, it really has to happen in the context of a particular case, because judges have to approach things with an open mind on a specific set of facts. We read briefs. I listen to oral argument. I talk to my law clerks. I write out notes. I look at the cases. I talk to my colleagues. And at any step of that process, I might change my mind from my initial reaction. In fact, I often do. And so not only should I not, but I don't think you would want me to be in a position where I would just shoot from the hip and say, oh, yeah, I think that's constitutional, or oh, no, I think that's not. That's really kind of the opposite of the judicial role.
But you are a scholar of the Constitution, so I do also want to ask you, do you believe?
You know, I don't like that little
tariffs
that little chortle there.
Gives to the president, or is that left to Congress?
And I have to give the same answer again, because that one actually is pending in the courts, and we may well, dare I say, likely will see that case. And so same thing goes. You know, that's the kind of thing, it's a wait and see. I'm not trying to hide the ball, and I'm sure that not only you, but probably others would be interested in, you know, what I think about that question. I don't know what I think about that question yet, I can honestly say. You know, stay tuned if that case comes before us, and after I dive in and read all the relevant authorities, then I'll draw a conclusion.
And it's that philosophy that makes Justice Barrett the most closely watched justice in this upcoming term,
I think the Constitution is about promise.
and for years to come.
This is a lifetime appointment.
This is a lifetime appointment.
That's a long time that you could be on this court.
Well, while I do feel older by the day, I haven't gotten so old I'm actually thinking about retirement just yet.
And here's my assessment. And this is exactly why I kind of call her the second smartest justice. Now, this is just a personal thing. It may even be, you know, more than a personal thing. But I just think Ketanji Brown Jackson is a little bit more relatable, and it just might be relatable to me personally. So, you know, I kind of have to go. I'm a bit biased. In Supreme Court justices in general tend to have a little bit more of a let 'em eat cake attitude. And who am I to complain? Because I'm kind of the same way. You know, if you haven't read the law or read the book, who are you to tell me what I should be thinking or how I should act? So, you know, in a way, it's kind of a self-criticism, and I get that. But I want to point out, and this is actually what kind of got me even talking about it. Federal judges are fed up with SCOTUS. And it was like, these guys are right. District courts are literally subject to their existence because Congress created them. Circuit courts and above are constitutional. They're literally in Article 3. But says here, and this is from Democracy Docket, in one of these days, with your kind contributions, I will actually subscribe to it. I just kind of like it. It's the guy who runs the site, the creator of the site is a lawyer or former lawyer. He might be retired, but he has a very, you know, if I had to live my life or if I ever come back, I suspect I'll come back as a Chihuahua or something. But if I actually do come back, I'd love to be a lawyer. And knowing my ambition, I like Solicitor General's got to be the best job in the legal profession. But all that aside, this says lower court judges overseeing the avalanche of lawsuits against President Donald Trump's power grab are increasingly voicing their concerns and frustrations with the Supreme Court's handling of the second Trump administration thus far. In recent court opinions and rare media interviews, judges have critiqued the high court for overturning lower court rulings while offering little to no legal explanation. The practice, judges have said, is unleashing uncertainty throughout the federal judiciary and hampering lower courts' abilities to defend the rule of law. They have also accused SCOTUS of failing to protect the integrity of the judiciary amid Trump's unprecedented assault on the courts. And it is an assault. Currently, no legal challenge to Trump's second-term policies has reached the Supreme Court through ordinary proceedings. Normally, after working their way through district and appellate courts, cases are filed to the Supreme Court's merits docket. If accepted, merits docket cases are entitled to formal briefs and oral arguments and are resolved with lengthy written opinions detailing the legal reasoning of the majority and including any concurring or dissenting opinions. Every action SCOTUS has taken in Trump-related cases this year has instead been through its emergency or shadow docket. Huge problem because they don't have to explain how they reached a decision. Unlike its traditional merits process, cases that go through the court's emergency docket normally do not undergo full briefing or oral argument and are usually decided in just a few days, often through unsigned and unexplained orders. And I'll just stop there. This shadow docket has become almost like a normal process. And the problem is a lot of these things are allowed, whatever Trump, birthright citizenship, had not people scrambled to do class action suits in the lower courts to kind of halt Trump's assault on the Constitution, 14th Amendment specifically, people would be deported. Birthright citizenships would be denied, and it was still percolating up through the courts. So by the time, even if it percolated up to the Supreme Court and they go, no, this is unconstitutional, the damage would have been done. The problem with the shadow docket is they're going to go, well, yeah, let the president go ahead and fuck this up. And once it gets up to the court through the normal process, then we'll rule on it. And some things that Trump wrecks cannot be unwrecked. And that's why the lower court judges are just like, what the fuck are y'all doing? The Supreme Court, whether it wants to be or not, and it's always been political. You go back to John Marshall, who was a cousin of Thomas Jefferson and hated Thomas Jefferson. They did not get along. The court has always been political. There have always been animosities sometimes between specifically the executive and the judicial branch. Marbury versus Madison. Why they keep saying they're not political, without saying we shouldn't be political, but we are, is beyond me. So anyway, enough of my pontificating. Let's see. Justice Amy Coney Barrett says she has great respect for Ketanji Brown Jackson despite their spirited opinions. And you know what? She actually comes off as fairly credible in this little clip. Like I said, I admire her. She's the second smartest justice.
You clerked for Justice Scalia, who was known to have a sharp pen, and you appeared to have a sharp pen in your remarks responding to Justice Jackson. Why did you feel the need to do that?
I think, my default mode isn't to write sharply. And I want to point out, I kind of feel like I always have to say this. One of my colleagues, when I first became a judge, pointed this out, that a majority opinion, even though the author drafts it, is one that speaks for the court. But, I did draft the opinion. And I think sometimes arguments that are, you match the tone that's appropriate for the moment. And Justice Jackson made she made a spirited argument. And so I thought it merited a spirited response. But it is about the merits. It was about the case. I have great respect for Justice Jackson. Justice Scalia used to also say, I attack ideas, not people. And that is the spirit in which, I write my opinions.
But you did mention her by name. Is that notable?
Well, the only reason why I mentioned her by name is because it was a solo dissent. And when there is a solo opinion, it is the convention of the court so that you can identify the opinion that you're responding to, that you do say by name. So when I responded to Justice Sotomayor's opinion, I wrote the principal dissent because she wrote speaking on behalf of the dissenters of the court. But the convention, when someone writes a separate opinion, is to simply refer to them by name. So that wasn't something unique to me.
So any beef between you and Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson?
No. In fact, when Justice Jackson joined the court, I threw her a welcome dinner, and I found out what her favorite foods were. I found out that she really loved the musical Hamilton. And so I had a Broadway singer come and sing her selections from Hamilton. No, one of the things I try to point out in the book, and one thing I want people to know about the court, is that it's a place where we can have disagreements, but still get along, because we can have disagreements that really are confined to the page, that are confined to cases. And so we can debate ideas, sometimes vigorously, as you pointed out, but it doesn't inhibit us in our ability to be colleagues and friends.
A disturbing trend for America's law enforcement officers. According to the Fraternal Order of Police, 66 officers have been shot in 57 ambush attacks since the beginning of 2025.
Let's see here.
Traveled to Fargo, North Dakota.
One comment I want to make about the notion that we talk about ideas or attack ideas and not the person. I appreciate that remark. I understand that remark. And I wish more people in these YouTube streets understood that concept. Again, over the past week, I've unsubscribed from some channels because you know what? They're not bringing joy when I either participate in their panels or I'm in the chat. I tend to think differently. And, I get a lot of, well, Stanley, you hate Be Brave, or you hate. Like, no, how can you hate someone you've never met? People do not understand that you can shit on a person's ideas. And you know what? You can walk away after the debate and go drink a beer or two. Why do people personalize everything? And I'm going to have to say, in this blackosphere or this anti-black blackosphere, people take shit way too personally. And now I'm pretty good at ad hominems and will continue to, maybe I'll be a little bit more, careful, but probably not. Dude. Number one, you need to be able to take a joke. And number two, if I think your idea is shit, I'm going to go, your idea is shit. And I have a specific example that I'm thinking of that I won't get into. And believe it or not, nothing to do with John Galt, Be Brave, or any of the usual suspects. It was a totally separate experience. And Deacon Dave will, kind of understand where I'm going with this. It'll be a while before I go back on a panel of people who don't know how to fucking think or don't know how to separate themselves out from their hypotheticals. I mean, when I have to go, well, I think this, but I'm not talking about you. That's fucking kindergarten. And it's annoying. And I don't consider these people, people I want to engage with a lot. Of course, I live by that remark, Deacon Dave. I do all the time. But, and that's a good point. I don't live by the remark and I'm going to do the classic, it's other people's fault. Dude, you know what? If I shit on your idea and then you ad hominem me, well, you know what? I'm not that mature. I'm going to ad hominem you back. If you can't figure out that I'm talking about your hypothetical is ridiculous, but you think I mean you're ridiculous, that's not my goddamn problem. Every person I get engaged with, I assume they're thinking human beings who are not high schoolers. And if you cannot separate what I'm saying about your hypothetical, if you personalize it, if you want to put your anecdotes or your life experience in the middle of your hypothetical, I don't give a fuck. Do better. So no, I am perfectly capable of living up to my remark about attack the idea, not the person. But I'm not going to, this is not, I have said this before. Okay, this is not a debate clinic. This is real life. And when someone comes up to this panel, now, yeah, I'm not above fuckery, but dude, if your hypothetical is fucked up and I tell you you need to do better, you need to read more, take it for what it's worth. You don't have to read more. It's not my fault if you come up here half cocked and I tell you you've come up half cocked, do better. That's not necessarily personal. It could be, but I literally mean I literally mean, why are you up here talking about something you don't know about? It could be taken personal, but it could also not be taken personal. Hopefully there's a life lesson. Don't come up talking about shit you don't know, or at least have an inkling about. So enough about that. Let's see. Justice Coney Barrett says the law isn't an opinion poll. Now, this is a little bit edgy in my opinion. Not that she says anything edgy. Trying to this let 'em eat cake. The law isn't an opinion poll. In a way, it is. Oops, sorry. God damn it. My ineptitude when it comes to technology. Lupin, I'm definitely going to have to do this show about Black Americans and technology, because I am failing at being good at it a lot. And once again, thank you, Lupin, for your sponsorship of the show. We will definitely do this, possibly Friday, Saturday, maybe, but this looks like something that I need to talk about because I have a little bit of personal experience, and I have a son, who's going through the process. So, thanks for this idea. We're gonna do it. Hopefully by Friday.
You wrote in the book, the court has held that the rights to marry, engage in sexual intimacy, use birth control, and raise children are fundamental, but the rights to do business, commit suicide, and obtain abortion are not.
Right. I'm describing the doctrine. I was a con law professor for many years. Yes, I described the doctrine in the book, and that is the state of the law, which I described in the book because I want people to understand it. I want Americans to understand the law and that it's not just an opinion poll about whether the Supreme Court thinks something is good or whether the Supreme Court thinks something is bad. Mm-hmm. What the court is trying to do is see what the American people have decided. And sometimes the American people have expressed themselves in the Constitution itself, which is our fundamental law, sometimes in statutes. But the court should not be imposing its own values on the American people. That's for the democratic process.
And so when Hillary Clinton, for example, says, what's next? She said, my prediction is the court will do to gay marriage what they did to abortion.
Well, I think people who criticize the court or who are outside say a lot of different things. But again, the point that I make in the book is that we have to tune those things out. So,
but you also say in the book that the rights to marry and engage in sexual intimacy and use birth control and raise children are fundamental.
Yes, again, I'm describing what our doctrine is, and that is what we've said.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I am back. And man, I think I have ruined a plate in the microwave. This is horrible. All right, so let's see. Oh, Mike, you're here. Well, welcome as it were. I think that's a little bit of a let 'em eat cake, but I do want to point out that the distinction between, say, marriage and abortion is depending on your orientation, especially if you're pro-life. One is kind of potentially producing life or improving life. The other, if you're so inclined, is taking a life. So, I mean, that's an obvious distinction, and I appreciate her points here. I don't necessarily, agree, at least, with the abortion part, but it really is at least it's well reasoned, and I can follow the breadcrumbs. And oddly enough, that's one of the things that I appreciate about, what Trey calls the gulag. Trey is the exception, but generally I can follow the breadcrumbs of everybody in that gulag that I'm aware of, besides Trey. I can tend to follow their breadcrumbs and at least understand how they arrive at an idea. Most people are not like that. And one thing that I'm really starting to get rid of or get tired of is going up to a panel. And I'm just assuming if you're talking about a topic, you actually know something about what you're talking about. And I'm going to say about 85% of the time, people just fucking spout talking points and have put no thought into why they're spouting talking points. And I'm going to assume if you're spouting talking points, you might agree with the talking point, but the why you think this, explaining why you think this talking point is valid, that ability is sorely lacking. And then people want to get pissed off at me. Dude, I'm just asking you to explain yourself. So anyway, enough of my whining. Let's see. Houthi drone hits Israeli airport after warning system failure. Besides, the egregiousness, didn't we do a fucking airstrike on the Houthis back in March? Why are they still able to hit Israel? The fuck? And why isn't anybody talking about this? We went in there and struck them, and all of a sudden they're back months later hitting, long range targets. What's up with this?
Houthi drone hits Israeli airport after warning system failure. This article is by Efrat Livni and read by an automated voice. A drone attack launched by Houthi militants in Yemen shut down an airport in southern Israel for several hours on Sunday and slightly injured 2 people, after an Israeli alert system failed to raise alarms about the incoming assault. The Israeli military said in a statement late Sunday that an initial inquiry indicated that the Air Force's interception and alert systems had spotted a drone from Yemen that ultimately hit Ramon Airport near the southern city of Eilat, but failed to classify it as hostile. There is no indication of a technical malfunction, the military said, adding that it would conduct an extensive follow-up investigation. In a separate statement earlier in the day, the Israeli military said that 2 additional drones that made their way from Yemen had been intercepted before crossing into Israeli territory. The Houthi attack, a rare direct hit on Israel by the militant group, followed the Israeli killing late last month of several top Houthi leaders, including Prime Minister Ahmed al-Rahawi. The Yemeni armed forces affirm that they will escalate their military operations and will not back down from their support for Gaza, regardless of the consequences, a Houthi military spokesman, Yahya Sari, said in an address late on Sunday. He vowed that all airports in Israel would be unsafe and will be continuously targeted. In May, a Houthi attack briefly halted operations at Ben Gurion Airport near Tel Aviv after the Israeli military failed to intercept the missile. The Houthis have been launching attacks on Israel and on commercial ships in the Red Sea since shortly after the war between Israel and Hamas began in the Gaza Strip. Like Hamas, along with Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Yemeni militants are backed by Iran and have served as one of its proxies in its conflict with Israel. The Houthis have framed their attacks as an effort to force Israel to end its military assault in Gaza, begun after the Hamas-led attack on Israel on October 7, 2023, and to allow more aid to enter the enclave. The attack on Israel's second busiest airport after Ben Gurion left 2 people injured. According to Israel's emergency medical service, a 63-year-old man sustained shrapnel wounds but was fully conscious, and a 52-year-old woman was injured when she fell. Both were taken to a nearby hospital. Israeli news media reported that the drone had hit near a passenger terminal. The airport authorities later said that the facility had resumed operations. The attack followed several attempted Houthi strikes earlier in the week and ratcheted up the escalating tensions between Israel and the Yemeni militia. On Thursday, Israel Katz, Israel's defense minister, announced that the Houthis were again firing at Israel and vowed to strike back forcefully.
Yeah, I know. I know right where Eilat is, believe it or not. I spent almost 6 months in the Red Sea, and I guess Eilat isn't that far from the tip of the Saudi Peninsula, but it is, I would consider it long range. Now, the question I have, and I have no clue, there used to be U.S. ships in the Red Sea, a lot. And I'm curious as to, if there are U.S. ships there or any of the like NATO type ships, why they didn't detect the drone. Now you can fly drones below radar, or you can fly them probably behind. They can stay over Saudi. But it's just curious that a drone could go that far without being detected. In Eilat, I've never been there, but I know right where the Straits of Eilat are. It's literally right up the Red Sea. If you go, I don't know, maybe a couple hundred miles east of the Suez Canal, it's right there. But anyway, I actually liked being in the Red Sea. It's an interesting area. So I thought we disabled the Houthis, though. I hope somebody at a press conference will ask Trump about that. Didn't we do enough damage to neutralize him? Apparently, if it was just a warning, it didn't work. All right, so let's see. Next, Israel's Supreme Court says government is not giving Palestinian prisoners enough food. Israel's Supreme Court ruled that the government is not providing adequate food to Palestinian security prisoners, stating that it violates basic living condition laws and calling for improved nutrition. Oh boy. The majority opinion warned that current food supplies do not meet legal standards and ordered improvements in dietary provisions. National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir criticized the ruling, maintaining that the current policy of minimal conditions will continue. Oh shit, he's going to do a Trump. Rights groups and attorneys hailed the decision as a necessary step against inadequate treatment of prisoners, urging immediate action for compliance. Oh, well, I'm definitely going to follow that story, right? And speaking of rations, Red Lobster is betting on black diners with its brand comeback. And we talked about, something similar to this with, what's her name? Yoki? Forget her last name. She's a big, she's a big time creator. She's a black woman who likes guns and cooking. And she does restaurant reviews. And if some of you may remember that she went to a Red Lobster in Tampa or somewhere in Florida, and she had a camera set up. She was going to retry the menu because the last time she was there years before, she just did not like the experience. So she figured, with the new menu, she'd sit down and give it a try. And she wound up being tossed out. She's got over 1 million subscribers, and you just don't do that with someone that's 1 million subscribers strong. So she went through the process and filed a complaint. She filled out the little card or whatever. And then I think she went on, I don't know, some social media platform, not YouTube, and said, oh, maybe she did do a YouTube show. Well, she did a YouTube show about it, but she went through a formal complaint process and wound up getting a call eventually from the actual CEO of Red Lobster. And he's fairly new and fairly young. I think he's only in his 30s. So anyway, they basically, she was like, nah, don't fire the waitress or the manager. So they supposedly did retraining, and, all is well. And anyway, Red Lobster betting on black diners. Now, this is rather interesting, given some of the rhetoric that flies around these anti-black type channels. Black people don't have no money, or they only spend it on Jordans, and I guess they only spend it on Jordans and seafood boils now. But anyway, this company is betting on black. So nice picture here. Looks like a girls' night out.
Red Lobster is betting on black diners with its brand comeback. This article is by Corsha Wilson and read by an automated voice. For a while, it looked like Red Lobster was dead in the water. In 2020, the long-standing restaurant chain was sold to a Thai seafood conglomerate, and after a series of well-publicized missteps, including making the endless shrimp promotion permanent at $20 a person, the company filed for bankruptcy and closed 140 locations. Hundreds more were rumored to face the same fate, and declining popularity among young consumers in particular made the future of the brand murky. But the company's troubles felt far away on a recent evening at its 3-level flagship location in Times Square. Amid decorative fishing nets, buoys, and a gurgling lobster tank, dozens of influencers gathered with the company's chief executive, Damola Adamolekun, who took over the job last September. Wine glasses in hand, they sang along as ushers Nice and Slow played from speakers, while servers roved with trays of bacon-wrapped scallops and coconut shrimp. The exuberant atmosphere was the result of a resurgence of interest in the brand, thanks to several new menu items and the fresh-faced, media-friendly presence of Mr. Adamolekun, a 36-year-old Nigerian-American who is also credited with rescuing P.F. Chang's. That morning he had appeared on Good Morning America to talk about his strategy for revitalizing the brand, a cornerstone of which is appealing to Black diners. According to Mr. Adamolekun, Red Lobster is beloved by Black people, and he understands how to capitalize on that appeal. Black Americans tell me it was a celebratory experience, and I think people were sad to lose that and want to get it back. He elaborated in an interview at the party. Walking through the restaurant in a sleek suit with no tie, he stopped to chat and pose for selfies with guests as they waited for their tables. One diner yelled as he passed, "Thank you for saving Red Lobster." Many of the influencers attended the event out of curiosity about the chain and its new chief executive. "I kept seeing posts about the revamp and wanted to check it out," said Casey Wagner, 28, who works in communications and runs food-focused social media accounts on the side. Red Lobster has been a part of America's casual dining landscape since the first location opened in Lakeland, Flaw, in 1968. Just 4 years after the passage of the Civil Rights Act, many restaurants in the South were still segregated de facto. Red Lobster embraced diversity, opening its doors to Black customers and hiring Black workers. As the Black middle class grew, so did the demand for an accessible opportunity for a special meal, says Marcia Chatelain, a professor at the University of Pennsylvania and the author of a Pulitzer Prize-winning book on McDonald's, Franchise, The Golden Arches in Black America. Red Lobster fit the bill. In an interview with CNN last year, Clarence Otis Jr., the former chief executive of Darden, the parent company of Red Lobster from 1968 to 2014, said Red Lobster cultivated Black customers and refused to shy away from that customer base like some brands have. The company's ties to the Black community are most evident in the way it shows up in pop culture, said Dr. Chatelain, including songs like Beyoncé's Formation and film appearances like Tyler Perry's A Medea Homecoming. A Red Lobster mention can be the equivalent of, if you know, a wink to those who are familiar with the brand and its position in the Black collective memory. When Beyoncé mentioned it in Formation, it was essentially a racial Rorschach test. Dr. Chatelain said. Social media mentions of Red Lobster are up, and the company said 2025 sales are 40% higher than this time last year. Whether that's enough to save the company remains to be seen. Like many brands, Red Lobster may be profiting from consumers' fond memories, Dr. Chatelain said. Nostalgia and ironic indulgence can come together to revive a brand for sure, she added. But brand loyalty doesn't necessarily convert to brand usage, so what does a brand like that have to do to create a brand where people will go again and again? Mr. Adamolekun thinks the answer is a mix of old and new menu items to entice former diners to come back, while encouraging new ones to give Red Lobster a try. He has brought back once discontinued favorites like Hush Puppies and popcorn shrimp, and the company has started serving seafood boil bags, an interactive dish that comes to the table steaming, with a customizable level of spice. The bags have proven to be a big hit with diners and influencers, who film themselves trying them. The bags were so popular that we were running out of product originally, Mr. Adamolekun said. Our sales were up 80% for the week that we introduced them. But restoring the chain's former glory will require more than just food. I want Red Lobster to be a place where you celebrate big occasions and daily occasions, said Mr. Adamolekun. Destiny Howard, a social media influencer who runs an account called Munch with Des, joined the influencer event because of her memories of the brand. She and her partner tried the new seafood boil as well as the classic Cheddar Bay biscuits, remembering their first date, which was at this very location. We miss this, she said. It's good to be back. Follow New York Times Cooking on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and Pinterest. Get regular updates from New York Times Cooking, with recipe suggestions, cooking tips, and shopping advice.
All right. Well, you know what? There's not a Red Lobster in town, but who knows? I'm sure there's one in Savannah. Well, maybe next time I'm down there, I'll check it out. What's up, 12th man? So we're gonna switch gears, and I will be talking about Trump free market corporate state capitalism. There's some concerns that Trump is taking us into something similar to what China does, state capitalism. And I'm kind of, I've been thinking about it for a couple weeks. People are complaining about Zoran Mamdani when Trump is literally doing what Mamdani wishes he could do. And, the right version of what the left does is essentially horseshoe politics. And apparently it just matters who does it, which feeds into all kinds of thoughts about American history and, who can do what and who has privilege and what over the course of American history. But anyway, this video is called "What Exactly is the New Right?" which in my opinion is kind of a primer. The old style right, the actual conservatives, would never think they would let a company fail before the government actually took a stake in it. And then it seems Donald Trump has set up something called a sovereign wealth fund, which essentially is like a government-backed like hedge fund or something. I don't know the details of it, but I as much news as I consume, I think I'd heard the term sovereign wealth fund, but I had no idea what it was until, this weekend. So what exactly is the new right? Let's find out.
Hey, I'm Sean, host of The Gray Area. This week, we have a guest host, my friend and Vox colleague, Zach Beecham. He talks to Laura Field about the new right as an intellectual movement and why it matters, whether you're on the right or not. It's a great conversation. I hope you enjoy it. And
that's the other thing. Let me make
Laura
this
Field,
one
welcome
point
to the
here.
show.
Let me make this one point. MAGA was created, and now there's a whole rush of people trying to put an intellectual underpinning under it. And I don't think it can actually be done credibly, but let's hear this out.
Thank you, Zach, and thank you for having me.
In the book, you use the term new right to define it's like an umbrella term for all of these different various pro-Trump factions, right? So what unites, in your view, like what makes the new right a cogent grouping, not just a random smattering of people who all like Trump? What connects them and what differentiates them from on substantive grounds, not just like liking Trump versus not liking Trump from the old right?
Sure. So I think I just want to make one little point here, which is that these terms are kind of weird and convoluted. So we in the States, it sort of took on the last few years to talk about the new right, but there are like 10 waves of new right in history. So like historians go crazy when you talk like this, because there's like an actual old right, which was in the early part of the 20th century. And so just to be clear, I'm talking about the MAGA new right. It's kind of the latest iteration of a new kind of conservative intellectual movement. And it contrasts with, I don't call it the old right. I call it the the Reagan-Buckley right, or the establishment right, which is kind of what we were, if you're not 19, you're sort of, is your familiar conservative world, right? And so the Reagan-Buckley style of conservatism there's like a classic view model of it. It's called the Gipper stool, and it's got these different sort of props that hold it up. So you've got fiscal conservatism, so free market economics, social conservatism, conservative social values, and then finally anti-communism, is sort of what held this fusionist vision together. And that really held a lot of sway until, at least in the conservative intellectual movement, until at least the end of the Cold War and beyond. So it's something, you know, that's when we talk about the old establishment. I think we can think that's the substance. The new right turns against a lot of that. So Michael Anton, who was one of the first people to defend the new right and Trumpism from an intellectual standpoint, he has a great formula for the new right and for what Trumpism was. And he says it's economic nationalism, so turning against the free market orientation of the establishment, as well as closed borders or secure borders. So that's the anti-immigration strain, and America First foreign policy. And so that's obviously very different from the kind of liberal internationalism that grew out of the conservative anti-communism over the last, 50.
See, that's bullshit. America First has existed since I was born. Okay, what the hell do you think the Cold War was about? Now, essentially what she's saying is it was always America First, but it was more like, we're great. We're going to export our values, exporting democracy. But it was never not America First, but it was a little bit more do unto others. Essentially what she's saying is that it is a lot more selfish. It's more fuck you. It's a lot more transactional. Trump's favorite term when he's, negotiating with foreign countries over something is let's make a deal, which implies there has to be something in it for me too. Essentially what she's saying is this time for America, being selfless or, and I can understand that, but all this goddamn doublespeak, how about just say America will only help you if it is of benefit? How about just be blunt about it?
50 years. So that's Mike Anton's formula, but I think that there's also just a strong, hardcore social conservatism that is quite extreme, quite reactive. That is sort of the core of a lot of this, at least sort of spiritually.
As soon as you say extreme, you lost me.
One thing I really liked that you did in the book is you brought out not just sort of these points of differentiation within the broad conservative movement between older and newer pro-Trump strains, but also I think identified some distinctive core values. One is nationalism, right? I think that's fairly straightforward. Mm-hmm. There's a deep commitment among all of these different groups to a vision of an assertive Americanness and of, they may disagree on the content of what it means to be an American nationalist in different ways, but agree that something about the idea of the nation has to be front and center. But there's also another, I think, probably psychoanalytically connected thing that you bring up, which is a preoccupation with gender, right? It's not just social conservatism in general, though obviously there are concerns with race, sexual identity, trans identity, etc. But there's this real preoccupation with manliness and men and their proper relationship with women. And you also seem to notice that, like, actually in person, right? Like, you'd attend these events and there would be some weird comment that someone would make about you or about a woman being there or about women in general, almost like designed to provoke, that would come up. So what is this sort of gendered core of this? And when you read the book, it's obvious that the authors are overwhelmingly male that you're talking about, right? Like what's the gendered core here, and how important is that to understanding what's happening with this movement writ large?
Yeah. So, I mean, this was super striking to me from the beginning, just because it's something I've thought a lot about, having been part of some of these circles, or at least adjacent circles. And I was treated very well in academia by my male mentors and things. So this isn't sort of a vulnerable Me Too story. Like, I genuinely was treated very well. But the gender dynamics in these circles, even in the best sort of most upstanding circles, are still quite strange and just traditional, right? You kind of have gendered panels at conferences, that sort of thing. But the extent to which the book is about that was kind of a surprise to me. Like, the book doesn't profile any women academics, and that's because there aren't really any with that kind of profile who I thought were sort of had the profile that warranted a whole chapter. And so and I kept puzzling over, like, am I missing somebody? Is there is there a woman here who's respected by these men who should be elevated? And it just didn't happen. And so I thought, well, this is, I think, the reality of what is going on. And I wasn't that puzzled by it. I mean, they don't really respect women. They don't, they have a whole battery of intellectual formulations to exclude women and reasoning behind that. And I'm familiar with a lot of those ideas. So that happened pretty organically. Being in these spaces is sort of strange. I was in some of those spaces mainly after I had started writing about the new right. And so part of it was they sort of, I think they knew who I was. And so they weren't horrible to me or anything, but there were certainly some vibes that were strange. But it's so dramatic, just the extent to which it's mostly men. I think it comes through more in their writing than in their personal behavior, to be honest, because some of their writing is so misogynist and just so medieval almost. That maybe that's not fair to the medievalists, but it's just backwards, right? And really archaic in its thinking.
Okay, so one thing that you've alluded to, but I think is like really central to understanding what's going on, is that while the new right has these shared sets of principles in common, or like the grouping that we call the new right? They have this preoccupation with gender, there's strong support for Trump, a general disinterest in abiding by the traditional norms of democratic politics, a commitment to like unremitting culture war against the left. Like these are all like defining traits. But there are huge divisions between the different sub-factions that make up the new right. So if you were to divide them into sort of main camps, what would you say the fault lines between those camps are?
Sure. So I sort of have three main camps, which are the Claremonters, the post-liberals, and the national conservatives. And then I talk also about the hard right, but the hard right kind of travels alongside all three of them ideologically. But the hard right is kind of the hardcore manosphere fascist types. And each of these groupings are different. The Claremonters are really committed to or at least in theory, to the American founding. And so they have this very sort of grandiose vision of what the American founding was that's beyond even your ordinary patriotism. It's that this is the best regime of all time. And they're also at the very cutting edge of the culture war. So it's the best regime of all time, but we've completely lost the plot, and those sort of liberals and liberal way of thinking has taken over to such a degree that we basically need a counter-revolution. So they're really far gone in the culture warring. They're sort of the January 6th types, right, who defended some of that anything
Michael
goes.
Anton, who you mentioned earlier, who's now a Trump administration official,
Michael Anton, John Eastman,
like
these types.
In that faction.
Yeah. So they're pretty radical. And then there's the national conservatives, which I treat as sort of an umbrella group for everything, but they're sort of a little more vanilla with just nationalism as their core central thing. But it turns into kind of ethno-nationalism in some cases, and certainly also Christian nationalism, the main guy has advocated for. So, but they're sort of a big tent. Everyone's welcome in that grouping. And I'll say a little bit more about the tensions, because the tensions are clearest when we're talking about the post-liberals, who are the kind of the most highbrow of the new right, and they tend to be Catholic intellectuals. So we're thinking about people like Adrian Vermeule at Harvard, Patrick Deneen, who is quite a important figure in the movement now. Sohrab Ahmari might be someone that listeners have heard of. And so these are sort of serious Catholics who are more committed to the social conservatism and really want to shape the morals of the country, I think, in a much more sort of traditional Catholic direction. But they're also, interestingly, much more sincere, I think, about the economic, not economic nationalism, but kind of a more left-oriented economics, so a more government-led economics. And the new right as a whole speaks that way, as if they want to help the working class, create new programs, do this kind of populist thing economically. But I think that the people who are closest to Trump, which are Claremont and the NatCons and sort of the Project 2025 people, they haven't really followed through. They've got the tariffs, but otherwise economically, they're still doing the big tax cuts. They're still kind of beholden to donors. And so that's been a big fissure, because the post-liberals, I think, are quite sincere in their desire to have they're almost open to socialism, right? So that's sort of the most dramatic fissure, I think, comes along with the different versions of the economic possibilities and what people are open to and how sincerely they're committed to that. There are a lot of other ones just in terms of how accepting they are of the hard right. Sohrab Ahmari is someone who's been quite outspoken against the sort of Proud Boys and that vector and the manosphere. So what you get is this complete tangle of ideas. I think you get surprising, these men are all reaching back to surprising sources and using them in their own ways. And you can have someone like Adrian Vermeule, who's inspired by Carl Schmitt, who is kind of, you can identify, partly he was in they called him the crown jurist of the Third Reich, right? Like he became a Nazi and was very important, at least at the beginning of the Nazi regime, for his legal arguments. And you get someone like Adrian Vermeule who's inspired by that. So again, I'm not saying you're wrong that there are these big conflicts, but sometimes it's almost like the movement is so powerful that the incoherence becomes its own kind of loyalty test. They're so united on some of their political propositions and some of the radicalism that sort of, and their anti-liberalism, that I find the intellectual distinctions very interesting. And I think there are resources there for people who want to combat some of this, to call them out on some of this, but I don't know how much it matters practically.
Well, I mean, it's what you're describing are the dynamics of a united political coalition, right? But the point is, right, what they all agree on is that right-wing politics properly construed means the demolition of American liberalism, the end, not just, of liberalism in the sense of the Democratic Party, but in the sense of a system that is guided by principles of individual liberty, free enterprise, at least to a limited degree, and the basic ideas of state non-interference, individuals as rights bearers who can make claims against the state. And that's sort of the primary purpose of politics, is to allow those people to pursue the vision of life that they choose, right? And the state enables that and provides the background conditions that make people capable of being free, right? That's, like, broadly speaking, the liberal vision of politics. And every single one of these movements is for their own reasons, right? Arranged against that, which I think it's not the only American political tradition, but it's certainly the one enshrined in the founding.
Can I say one more thing here quickly?
Yeah, please, Laura. Go ahead. Well,
I just think it's important because, and this might be a place where you and I don't think we disagree, but where my framing of some of this is different from yours. One thing I think that I'm emphasizing differently is that these movements, as you've noted, there's this huge incoherence. They all have many of them have quite a different conception of the good, or of what they hold to be the ideal, whether it's the founding of some, the Republican founding, nationalism, or the Catholic conception of the good, a very traditional Catholic conception of the good. But I think it's important to recognize that they are driven by the good in a way, and sort of these thick conceptions of the good, comprehensive doctrines. And I think that that's kind of a useful way to think about it, where I don't think liberals quite get, in general, how driven these people are, or think they are. There's plenty of politics that's just convenience, marriage of convenience, but a lot of them really think that they are pursuing, they're fanatics, they're pursuing their own ideals. They think that these ideals are in so much peril, their way of life is in so much peril that they need to oppress everyone else. And so I think just the psychology there it's worth just kind of really being clear about that they think they're doing something that's good for everybody because their idea of the good is true. And even when they conflict with one another, they don't conflict enough that they can't agree on that.
Yeah, no, I I think that's right. I think one of the common threads in new right thinking is that what we call liberalism is actually, not a doctrine of limiting state power, but a doctrine of cultural aggression against people like them in the way that you just described. But there really is a sense that they're waging a defensive culture war, even if what they're responding to is something like the legalization of same-sex marriage, which was a seminal moment, especially for post-liberals. But for most of us, I mean, I am in an opposite-sex marriage. It does not, the quality of that is not degraded by the existence of same-sex marriage, right? Like, that's kind of crazy, it seems to me, to read that as cultural aggression. But that is how it's
That's
perceived,
pretty
right?
interesting.
No, but one thing that frustrates me is I wish that I don't want liberals to, fight fire with fire, but I do think we need a little more robust defensive liberalism. And so that's partly what my book is about too, is just having a little more spine and backbone instead of caving to these things.
Here, let me, hey, Speak Radio. I noticed that John is taking all his old shows and putting them behind a membership paywall. So we won't be able, unless somebody else recorded it, we won't be able to see it. So I admire John's business sense. Let's just not let anyone see anything. Put it behind a paywall. And if you look at his pricing for joining, he's $1 higher. Like his top price is like the premium membership is like $10. This motherfucker, if you dude, he's gonna basically he apparently thinks everybody's like Philippe or Bob or somebody, and I'm not about to fucking, I do admire how he's using his monetization, but he's not that bright. It's gonna come back to fuck him. The only way you can watch a John Galt show apparently is see it live. And if you want to do a repeat or a replay, you're going to have to join. So I'm going to be interested to see how this business model works out. And I unsubscribed. I unsubscribed from him and CT. You know what? My experience of CT's yesterday was unsatisfactory. And you know what? I don't fucking need my life being ruled. Like, if I go to CT's show, I don't expect to fucking be zeroed in on by questions to ponder. And that pissed me off to a point to where fuck all that bullshit.
It's even just ideologically.
Ponder's gonna sink all these motherfuckers.
Support for the gray area comes from another podcast. August 2025. It's been 20 years since Hurricane Katrina. Where the Schools Went is a new 5-part podcast series about what happened to the schools in New Orleans after the levees broke, and how it led to the most radical education experiment in American history. Hosted by Ravi Gupta, a former school principal, Where the School Went traces the decades of dysfunction before Katrina and the high-stakes decisions that followed. On the podcast, you'll hear from veteran educators who lost their jobs, idealists and outsiders who rushed in after the storm, and students and families who lived through it all. From the branch, in partnership with the 74 and Midas Touch, Where the Schools Went is out now, wherever you get your podcasts. Support for today's show comes from GiveWell. You might have read news on some of the massive cuts happening to foreign aid. And with everything going on, it might be hard to know what's actually happening, or even how to help. GiveWell doesn't claim to have all the answers, but for the past 18 years, the nonprofit research organization says they have helped guide more than 130,000 donors and $2.5 billion to highly cost-effective aid. They really do terrific work. The researchers are analyzing the impact of the cuts to USAID in real time and sharing what they're learning through research updates, grant write-ups, and candid podcast conversations. This information is free and for everyone. GiveWell says they have already committed tens of millions of dollars in response to this year's cuts, and their researchers are working to forecast, find, and fund other new cost-effective needs. For trusted, evidence-backed insights into this evolving situation and information about how you can help, follow along at givewell.org/USAID.
A skeptical listener at this point might wonder, what are you guys talking about? Like, literally, who cares about any of this, right? Because these are people having arguments in small blogs, and maybe it spills out into a newspaper or magazine occasionally, but it's on podcasts, it's on YouTube, whatever. Whereas, like, what, the actual decision makers, the people who are literally attacking American democracy and liberalism, are people like Donald Trump, who don't care at all about what's happening in these world of ideas. Now, you've spent a while studying these people. You've thought about them a lot. Why do you think any of this is something that matters for our politics?
Well, I think that, first of all, the knee-jerk reaction to think who cares is a natural one, because a lot of these people are surprisingly bizarre, and it is it's alarming to see them wield so much power. It's alarming to see JD Vance have that kind of clout. And so I don't think we want to lose sight of that initial kind of surprise and curiosity. And a lot of it has been opportunism. So you have sort of weirdos coming in. But I think they've dramatically reoriented the GOP. My book's also about sort of just how a lot of the barriers between the far right, the alt-right, and the establishment have completely gone away. And so you have arguments that are not new. We call it the new right, but a lot of these are sort of latent on the conservative side, going back 50 years to Goldwater, to Buchanan, and sort of the birthers and the birchers, and this sort of conspiracism and racism and anti-civil rights stuff that has been a big part of the intellectual world on the right for decades and decades. And so now it's not unprecedented. We could talk about continuities with the past or discontinuities, and the discontinuities are there in the intellectual world, where you have all these weird formerly fringe people coming in and taking over. But it's not just a novel thing. It's also these old strains, these old sort of archaic, what you would probably call the authoritarian traditions, right, in the American past, coming up to the surface. And so there's a lot to work with there. It's not just some radically new thing. And I think it seems to matter a lot to the young people. These kinds of movements, I think, can build energy. And so young men, I think, are influenced by these circles, because a lot of these people I'm writing about, I've sort of cordoned off the people into the sort of intellectual spheres, and we could debate how intellectual, how savvy, how smart they are.
Sure.
But they're pretty smart, and they've got a lot of them have PhDs, which is no marker of, genius or anything, but it's easy they have really a lot of education, a lot of resources available to them. They're experts in ways that would surprise, I think, most listeners, right? They know a whole lot. I wouldn't want to debate some of them on, the founding or other questions. It's difficult. They're very well-learned people. And they are shaping the minds of people like Joe Rogan and some of these much more popular figures. So,
Joe Rogan has a mind.
That's kind of how it works. I think ideologically, there is kind of a trickle-down effect. The culture war stuff has a big impact. We could talk about how much the economic dimensions of the economic problems of the country matter for this movement, the working class populism stuff. But part of it is that they say it does, right? And they argue that that's their pitch. And it's not hard to make people feel like they have economic woes, right? Or that they're suffering. I mean, we all struggle. So I think that a lot of the culture warring is a top-down phenomenon. And that's how they think about it. And they're very good at the culture warring, and it does have an impact. So, I mean, those are some of the main things.
So you have a really lovely phrase for a certain kind of right-wing thinking about how politics works, which is ideas first. One thing that you suggest is distinctive about all right-wing traditions, not just the radical right, but the sort of American right in general, is that they think ideas have a kind of independent causal force, right? Like they matter, they come from somewhere perhaps, but they can take on a life of their own. They matter in and of themselves. And, I think that's true in a really important sense, in a way that's underappreciated by a lot of people on the left. And it almost seems like we're living in this world where the right is proving its own theory of politics, right? Its ideas first vision that when you write things down, that has tangible effects on what happens in the political world, right? They're proving that through their own actions, right? Through influencing people like J.D. Vance, through getting people like Michael Anton into high-level State Department positions, right? It's like the world we live in now is in large part being shaped by, the scribblers of not as some long dead philosophers, Keynes once said, but, some living kind of philosophers.
Yeah, I call it the ideas first, but it's also a kind of intellectual fanaticism, right? Each different camp has a commitment to a certain vision of politics, of the good, of how we ought to live, right? They're very attached to these ideas, but the conservative movement as a whole has for quite some time now in the United States had this sort of similar understanding of how ideas shape the world and why ideas matter. You can go back to a book called Ideas Have Consequences by Richard Weaver, which is from the 50s, that talks about, he traces the problems of modernity. He traces how the fall of modernity and sort of all the problems that we have.
Okay, you don't have to do all that work. Literally, you're taught in in grade school or high school that America was based on an idea. Or ideas. The whole country was founded on ideas. You really don't, there's a hard, concrete example of why ideas matter, or at least some ideas do. Not all of them do.
Of today trace back to the introduction of nominalism, which is the idea that ideas don't have permanent value. It was sort of out there in the world, but rather, concepts actually only exist sort of materially, that there's no sort of universal truths, that it's all sort of embedded in our material world. So they all sort of hate this modern relativism, materialism, historicism. These are kind of some of the big ideas that they think have destroyed modern life, because we don't have an anchor, right, in liberal modernity for our way of life and our belief systems. We don't have a common set of norms and values and beliefs that anchors us together and allows us to make decisions about politics, or, we have structures that help us. We have democratic systems that help us make these decisions and negotiate these things. But they really think that you need to have a coherent sort of moral ecosystem that holds everybody together to have good politics. And I think that's a major driving force of the right.
I want to sit on that for a second. That's fascinating. So what you're saying is that ideas first isn't just, a theory that it matters to develop ideas, to make arguments in the public realm, or to make intellectual arguments, and then you have some reason to believe that filters downstream. It's that ideas matter in the sense that they construct the reality, the social structure in which we live, and that part of the purpose of developing or making these seemingly wild arguments is to redefine and reset out a set of new moral norms that shape the way that ordinary everyday people think about their worlds. But more concretely, if you're a Catholic integralist like Adrian Vermeule, who thinks that we should live in a society where the state is implementing very literally Catholic social doctrine, like acting as the church's agent in a lot of ways, what you're doing in writing is trying to create a world in which that becomes more thinkable, to create a new morality from the pages of Substacks with 5,000 followers or whatever, right? I'm not saying that to make it sound delusional, right? Because there actually
I think that's right. I mean, it sounds, that's why it's so interesting, because and they're reaching back. What they're talking about is a regime that's dedicated to being virtuous, right? These are that's old Platonic language, Aristotelian language, or civic republicanism, which is very, I mean, to me, those things are very appealing. But the modern regime, liberal democracy, does not focus on that. But they think that to have a healthy politics, to have a good politics that people can participate in and flourish in, requires doctrines that shape us in those ways, in our education, right, in our laws all the way down. So you can find quotes like this, about the need for a virtuous citizenry, right, in John Adams and in the founding. So it's not completely foreign to the tradition. But they are really running with it, I think it's fair to say. And it's often very detached from the empirical world of what life is like in the United States, from just any sort of good faith understanding of what liberal democracy is and how liberals live. They think we all live tawdry, amoral lifestyles, but I think they're quite delusional about that. I guess one other thing I want to say is that we do need ideas. So one of the reasons I highlight that is that, as I sort of say in my conclusion, Democrats tend to put ideas last. It seems to me they're very wonkish, and I love them for that. But there's a kind of disconnect there with how the culture warring on the right and the kind of procedural, quietist approach on the left, generally speaking. And so the conservatives would not agree with my assessment there. They think that the left is just a complete culture warrior juggernaut, but I disagree. And I think we do need ideas, and we need good ideas. And the American founding is often thought of as sort of a creed. America's thought of as a creedal nation, right, where we're united by ideas about equality and liberty. And the new right rejects those ideas in particular. And so I'm not just trying to attack an ideas first approach. I think that we need some of that in our politics.
I really loved this passage from your book where you talked about how liberals and Democrats are putting ideas last. Where you said that having incubated them into an AI lab, tested them against a dozen polls, and assigned them to a celebrity to rehearse. And that one of the most frustrating experiences for any liberal observer of the new right was to witness again and again the incredible contrast between the coarse brazenness of its ideologues and the tepid intellectual reserve and cluelessness and cowardice of so many centrist and liberal leaders, both within academia and beyond. Of course, there are exceptions, but not nearly enough. That is a stinging indictment on your part of the sort of liberal intellectual class. When you say that they've...
Well, see, I am so sad. If I knew my services were needed, I consider myself a left centrist, and I will destroy a motherfucker who, dude... There are centrists out here who will battle you to the last goddamn bullet. And we need more centrists who will just go, fuck both sides. Come at me, motherfucker. There are plenty of them out there. And I'm beyond my, wanting to go out and win office bullshit days. But nah. You're not looking hard enough. And you know what? The smart centrists want no part of this bullshit because both sides are pretty bad these days. What's up, Frost? How you doing? Salute. Black Knight, how you doing? Good to see you.
You've failed in contrast to the coarse brazenness of the new right. Like, what do you mean by that specifically?
I think I was finalizing those passages sort of in the early part of this year, right? January 2025, I guess, right? And so we see the administration coming in. I mean, I was surprised, even though I knew I've written about how much more prepared they would be this time around than the new right was last time. And Trump had a lot more, has been much more effective in his, the administration has done a lot more, I think it's fair to say.
Funny thing and about this, though, had Trump been elected for a second term, we wouldn't be getting what we're getting now. They wouldn't have had time to plan it this way. They had 4 years to plan this fucking circus out. And she's right. Trump is extremely effective. Unfortunately, the people that are actually smart, like Bannon and and Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller is probably the smartest person. I think Rubio's pretty smart, but Stephen Miller is diabolical, and he just fucking relishes, the havoc that he's wreaking. He eats that shit for breakfast every morning. It's like, I'm gonna have breakfast on the havoc I wrought yesterday, and it's gonna fortify me to do some more damage today. Steve Bannon's another one, but I actually think Steve Bannon is one of these guys. He's like more I think Steve Bannon is more the intellectual architect of Trump's second administration than anyone. Steve Bannon isn't a nuts and bolts guy. He's kind of like me. You know what? I had a boss years ago. Right after the Navy, I was working a civilian job, and he told me, you know what, Stanley? I know if I put you in an office, wouldn't even need much furniture, just a desk, a computer, and a phone, and close the door, you could probably think up some shit. just leave him alone and let him think up some shit of what could be. And I never had anyone tell me something like that before. Just, you know what? Just put you in an office and leave you alone. Who knows what you'll come up with? I can be creative at times, but especially when I was younger, not so much these days. I live a lot more of a settled, pedantic, normal, domestic sort of life. But back then, dude, yeah, have gun will travel. So anyway, there are centrists that'll go out there and beat some ass, but they don't want anything to do with either side. Too bad. I actually think most of those people would tend to be either Hispanic or Black. Some people who might have, grown up understanding. Like I didn't grow up in the hood, but I have a concept. I've had friends in the hood. I've dated people who lived in the hood. I have a concept. And with the right advisors, I could do a better job than Trump fucking fixing up a hood. And if John Galt or someone like that got off his drunk and doped up ass, he could probably be of some good. He's not dumb, but he's just fucking lazy. That's my assessment of John's usefulness to society. But they're out there. They just really don't want the fuss and the muss and the press, and they value their private lives. They'll just kick ass at home.
And so the response on the Democrats' part, I mean, they're in a difficult position. They had a very rocky electoral cycle with Biden staying in so long, and Harris then kind of in this awful position of having to parachute in and not being very well prepared, perhaps. So, I mean, the frustration was with all of that. But I think it's something that I've seen for a long time. I don't feel like there's much of a response intellectually to what's going on. Academics don't have a lot to say. I mean, there's a lot of talk, I guess, but it doesn't seem to me like the party has much to offer on this front, right? On the ideological front. Again, like you said, it's a sharp critique. I still I think they're in a very difficult position, and I don't know the answers. So I was vague intentionally, but it is frustrating as an observer to see a sort of Bernie and AOC were the people who went and toured the country, right? And had a lot of energy in those first months. But I didn't see, more centrist Democrats doing very much. And I still think that's the case. They seem very shocked, very unprepared. And I think that sort of comes down to a failure of imagination, a maybe taking way too much for granted for a very long time. And that's part of what got us Trump in the first place.
Support for the show comes from Bombas. You know those songs that make you just want to run? Maybe you're in the middle of a workout and you're totally spent, but then that one track hits. Maybe it's Tool, maybe it's a little Wu-Tang, and boom, you're back. That's kind of like what Bombas socks do. You put them on and you're ready to go. This summer, you can get moving with Bombas socks, specially designed to wick sweat,
they've
keep
gotten
you cool,
around
and
this
prevent
YouTube
blisters.
bullshit.
You probably know I've tried out Bombas for myself. Media campaigns with ease and meet your customers wherever they're
Holy
scrolling
shit,
or strolling.
that's a bunch of
See why
goddamn
Shopify is the
commercials.
commerce.
Can't believe they're that.
But
way.
I mean, one of the through lines in my book has to do with high. Yeah. Okay. Fine. One of the through lines is higher education, right? And how the right has attacked higher education, not just in the present, but of course going back quite a while, for its liberal dominance, its the affirmative action, everything's wrong with academia. And so a big part of what they've been trying to do is to retake some of these institutions. They've got parallel institutions that they've built up. There's just a lot going on there, which is
fucking University of Austin.
That's their take on academia. And I think part of what you're talking about in our politics does have to do with the liberal domination of academia. Insofar as our politicians, it's partly a problem of liberalism. I mean, some of these things are, the new right has been able to capitalize off of all of these sort of thick.
Well, see, the problem that, and I think she kind of said it at the beginning of this interview, conservatism is part of liberalism. Okay, the terms liberal and conservative are kind of colloquialisms, modern colloquialisms. Liberalism is literally a product of the Enlightenment, and conservatives, like straight line conservatives, are they are the conservative side of liberalism. You've heard of classical liberals. Well, that's kind of, how they've classified, the true product of the Enlightenment. But, and someone actually said, well, Stanley, you're probably more a classical liberal. Don't know about that. I'm a little bit more, I will hear the left out, like the DSA types. I'm going to hear them out and either shit on their ideas, because I'm not a populist necessarily. Now, I'm not saying nothing that populism can produce can be good, but I'm really more a pragmatist. If it's a good idea, I'll go with it. I don't really care who comes up with it. If it can work, we should try it wherever it comes from. And I'm not willing to just go, some communist came up with this idea, we ought to just not do it because it'll lead to communism. No, let's try it out if it's good enough. And that's part of the Navy. Dude, I've had E1s come up with fucking good short-term Band-Aid solutions. And I'm like, you know what? E1 so-and-so, Seaman so-and-so, let's fucking do that. That's a brilliant idea. Chief, make it happen. Dude, I think part of the problem with American politics is, we are so partisan. If it doesn't come from your party, like I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but there are things that say Joe Biden came up with, or Joe Biden continued some of Trump's policies because they were a good idea. And I can guarantee you there's some policies that Trump isn't changing that Biden came up with, but will never admit it. We're just too willing to, discard a new idea because our side didn't come up with it. And that doesn't serve the American people.
Moral conceptions and these big questions about how to live, partly because we don't do that as liberals, right? Liberalism sort of cordons off some of those questions, and its origins were to help people navigate and get along given huge existential differences, right? And spiritual differences and strife. So religious warfare. And so liberalism was invented partly to avoid some of these big ideas, questions. And so I think the answer to why our politicians democratic politicians, liberal politicians are not better equipped to confront some of these ideas is partly because they haven't been educated in milieus that cultivate that, right? There's a kind of educational formation that is lacking, I think, in some of our liberal circles. And you mentioned academic political philosophy, which is so dominated by liberals. That's pretty much true. But there's not always space in those circles to explore questions of the good life. It's almost taken off the table.
I mean, it strikes me that there's a bit of a trade-off here in sort of like intellectual work between rigor and relevance. And I'm going to be overgeneralizing here, but it seems like one of the problems, right, of the academy in general is that there are so many procedures in place for accuracy, for disciplinary precision and stuff like that, just sort of like the way that people operate, the rules that you have to follow, that you produce work that is technically well-reasoned, very thoughtful, but oftentimes extremely narrow. Whereas out there in the wilds of Claremontistan or, small Substacks, right?
Claremontistan. I
take
like
on
that.
these huge ideas and maybe make all sorts of technical or factual errors, right? I find that a lot when I'm reading new right arguments. Is like I have to fact check everything because you don't have the sort of reliability of the peer review process or the citation practices. There's just always these wild sweeping generalizations, oftentimes without sufficient evidence to back them up. And yet that makes things exciting, right? It makes things fun. It makes people like J.D. Vance, who are ideas hungry politicians, latch onto them. And there's not that world out there that can foster the level of excitement. I don't know if inaccuracy is like necessary to excitement, like if you have to do both of those things, but I feel like the lack of strict academic norms surrounding accuracy, precision,
you're putting this very politely,
really have contributed to the new right's success as like an ideas merchant of the political class.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. And I think one of the things I try to get at is some of the insularity in some of this work. I mean, like I said, you're putting it very nicely. Some of those circles, that's what frustrated me about my own education is it seemed quite insular. I started to see beyond some of this very clearly and just, and then when I go back and read these books, it's a lot of it's just factually incorrect or just completely blinkered in terms of its understanding of history. So it'll take on, and that's part of the ideas first thing. It doesn't care about, the failures of Reconstruction or Jim Crow. It just runs with a certain kind of narrative and it's kind of ugly. And so that's partly what gives them license to spout off the way they do in other quarters, right?
And that is similar to the problems I've been frustrated by in the past week. People don't give a shit about facts. What was it? I was maybe it was Saturday, roasting dumb fucks in John Galt's channel. And it's happened in a lot of chats where people just fucking shit on books. Oh, Stanley, you don't believe anything if it's not in a book. Well, motherfucker, those are called facts. Those are called footnotes. That's called education. How the fuck do you get educated if but books? Are you like an air fern? Do you just take all your nutrients from what people say? Like from the air? what the fuck happened to these anti-black blacks in these fucking white shades? And I can tell you right now, books are like anchors or albatrosses. If I read it in a book, I have to think about it. If I don't read it in a book, I can just be a fucking cad. I'll use a nice word. You know, Be Brave. If Be Brave ever read a book, he would. Now, assuming he has a conscience, he would never be able to make some of the wild assertions that he does. John Galt, that motherfucker isn't slowed down by facts. Well, mostly because he smokes his brain clean of facts. But, you know, besides that, you know, these motherfuckers don't bother with being burdened by actual data. You know, they pick up the data they need, and then they don't want to hear other data.
Right, when they're on their Substacks or on their podcasts. And so it's a mix of, you know, genuine education and a kind of formation that's just very different from what we get in liberal academia. Partly that, and partly just an insularity and a failure of professional norms and standards. And so in academia, you do have these conservative enclaves, and some of them I do respect and I think are serious, and others are not. But I think in academia as a whole, if we're going to get into the nitty gritty here, you have a whole slew of problems, but one of them really is the hyper specialization. And professionalization is fine, but when it becomes intellectual sort of narrow-mindedness, and that happens in every field, and then there are trends that dominate, and there's a kind of myopia, and there's sort of a lack of checks against some of that. And I think that in liberal academia, there's a kind of contempt for the generalist, right? There's a real contempt for popular writing. And for journalism,
you know, and that is actually
it's not
a valid
so fussy, and it has something bigger to say, and it is sort of more ideas first, or it's going to be. It was hard for me to
see. I actually agree with that. Part of this disdain for general writing or popular writing, that's where the fucking left, and the academic left in particular, that's where they started losing motherfuckers. You had to be so specialized, and it had to be in some academic journal. You would literally, and I read somewhere years ago, and I just read a lot of random shit sometimes, that you could, you know, like if you wrote a popular book, say as some associate professor, you've been teaching for 2 years, and you write a romance novel, like a historical romance novel, or you wrote some, hey, everybody, you know, this is a history book that everybody can read, it literally wouldn't count towards your tenure. You know, it was the publish or perish thing, and it depended on what you published. You can just publish some New York Times, probably if you published a New York Times bestseller, they might just go, okay. But no, she has hit a nail on the head, and I wish they would make more of her point. This disconnect, this disdain for the public writing part of getting ideas out there. For people like me who read a lot, that's like a really salient point.
Me to get comfortable writing even for a broader audience as an academic, because it feels it's just a very different kind of activity. There isn't a place for this sort of broad formative thing that I'm talking about, which isn't to say we want to indoctrinate people into a particular set of values in our undergraduate programs, but at least to expose them to these other ways of thinking and sort of bigger traditions, bigger questions.
One thing I think that is very true about liberalism is sort of its anthropology. Its sense that it is just a fact about the world that we're not going to agree about everything, that we are going to live in a society where people have very different beliefs, very different backgrounds, very different worldviews, very different things that they care about, and that no society can function well when it doesn't provide room for different kinds of people to be themselves, right? And it will eventually founder and collapse. And that's very valuable for liberalism. And on the flip side, it means that the new right has this real problem with its doctrinal disagreements, because everybody is asserting that my vision of the world is good and true, and if you don't agree with it, you're a heretic. Maybe not even and justifiably can be persecuted. And so I wonder how much you see a possibility on the horizon when Donald Trump is either term limited out or he dies, that the new right can no longer function well as a cogent political bloc because it lacks liberalism's ability to productively, brook and channel dissent and disagreement about really key issues.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the latent sort of vulnerability here, is that there are these deep disagreements, and there are two. There's the fact that they disagree with themselves, and then there's the fact that they don't really understand and don't know how to. I don't think they're very honest with themselves about the extent to which the liberal side actually is potent, disagrees, doesn't want this, and is going to fight for itself. Even if I say they're not very good at the arguments in some extent or have been a little lackluster, I think that the right completely underestimates the power of the, even at their most sort of fanatical, they tend to underestimate the extent to which actual people are committed to liberalism and to liberal pluralism. So I think that's a real vulnerability. I do think you're right that when Trump is out of the picture, there will be a lot of uncertainty, but I think that it's still very complicated, and I still think that we need to do better as liberals. Like, you're a very good advocate for liberalism, Zach, and
thank you.
And we need more of that. We need, even if we don't decide that we're going to teach liberalism in our colleges or start new civics institutions devoted to liberal pluralism and the meaning of life. We need people to be able to be conversant the way you are in these values, and we need, I think, our politicians to be a little more on the offense in terms of what they believe in, because I think it is very appealing to many people. I think you're right in your book when you talk about these sort of what people want out of politics and what the new right has to offer are quite different, right? These are very strange ideologies and so it could throw us back in kind of like a period of deep fanatical disagreement where we're warring with each other. If sort of they get their way, I think that's what might happen. The right might start getting more combative with one another. But I think more likely is that this movement will continue, but perhaps be relegated to the states, sort of in a decentralized. What would have happened, I think, had Trump not won this time, would have been that they were preparing, they were building the way to work their way through the federal system and take over in red states and oppress people through their laws, right? And through their new right ideas. So I think that we don't want to get too complacent just because we know that Trump is the glue holding all of this together right now.
I was about to say, right, like assuming the Trump movement fails and we don't have a red Caesar who imposes some weird vision of evangelical / Catholic law on the rest of us. Again, I really get hung up on the contradictions in this project, right? And the way in which it doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, it really, but look, Laura, I want to thank you for just a fascinating discussion. And I hope all of our listeners come out and will pre-order the book if you are interested in what Laura has to say. And if not, go buy it in November when it's hitting the shelves. So thanks for being here.
Thank you, Zach. And they should do a 1-2, guys. I think my book follows up pretty well on yours. So if they haven't, don't have
The
yours
Reactionary
already.
Spirit, it is available wherever you purchase your books.
All right. Well, you know what?
This is
Let's
open
see
to
here.
debate.
What do we have here? This is actually on my playlist here. But let's talk about this first. Where I want to head with this. Corporate America is silent as Trump abandons free market principles. And, I have to say, I am for better or for worse. When I was in high school going into college, Reagan was in office and free market, free market, free market. It was literally like drummed into us in that Catholic school of mine. So, it's a little bit of a change even for, oldsters like me. In my mind, what Trump is doing is just an American version of what China is doing. And it's not above someone like Trump to see what China has done and imitate it. I don't like government having a part, unless it's an emergency. I don't like, as a matter of course, the government going in and having a 10% stake, for instance, in U.S. Steel or Intel. I think that's not the right thing to do. If Intel's going to fail, let it fail. We got AMD, we got a whole bunch of other chip makers that will deal with it. I don't think Trump is doing the right thing here. And I'm a little bit more left as far as economics, but being left for me in economics means what you do with the gains, not so much how you make the money. And the United States starting up a wealth fund is bullshit. The government should be calling balls and strikes. It should not be generating wealth. I'm sorry, unless it's an emergency. The way debt becomes wealth, the government sells treasury bonds or, other types of securities. The government should not be in the market. And somehow I'm just surprised there are not more like Hayekian folks going, what the fuck is he doing? It's the wrong move in my opinion. And I've had like 2 courses in economics in my life, but I kind of keep up with it and understand some of the core concepts. So I may not be the best messenger, but it wasn't broken to begin with. Literally, it wasn't broken. And the American government throughout the years has had a habit of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Free markets weren't broken. It's just Trump wants to try something new, and that's fine. But his ideas lost the first time around. And I can tell you right now, tariffs were tried over a century ago, and they did not work. And the economy has only gotten more sophisticated, not less sophisticated. And I don't get what Trump thinks he's trying to do. And I guess I'll do some more reading trying to figure it out. But Trump is really a wingnut with some of the stuff he's doing. The government shouldn't be involved in this sort of shit. So this reads, not long ago, American conservative orthodoxy. And Trump isn't conservative. MAGA is not a conservative movement. We need to stop fucking calling it any sort of conservatism. It's a populist movement, and populist movements tend to be conservative, but it's not your daddy's conservatism. It's just not. So not long ago, American conservative orthodoxy held that when it comes to doing business, the government that governs least governs best. Yeah. Who the fuck? Somebody last week said something about small government. Dude, your government's not going to get smaller if it has a stake in corporations. It's actually going to wind up getting bigger because that golden share like America has in U.S. Steel, dude, everybody's going to be thinking about, well, what does Donald Trump want? Every decision or major decision they make. This is not a good thing. The orthodoxy manifested itself in familiar ways. Groups that claim to be the mantle of individual liberties would decry new legislation. Talk radio and podcasts would mock unnamed bureaucrats for ham-fisted overreach, and powerful business lobbies were quick to denounce, in press releases and even lawsuits, regulations or taxes they saw as government overreach. But when faced with President Donald Trump's efforts to seize control of private enterprise, such as the recent arrangement to have the U.S. pocket a portion of NVIDIA's sales to China, his social media outbursts at individual executives and, his moves to take a stake in Intel and his use of executive powers to cajole banks and law firms he perceives as insufficiently loyal, those same groups have gone quiet. He's just basically bullied these folks. Take the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the largest business advocacy group in the country. The Chamber of Commerce type businesses are what caused this immigration issue. People want to fucking blame it on the Democrats. It was actually businesses, and the Democrats kind of went along. Citizens United, a problem. And so did the Republicans. Reagan literally gave a bunch, like everybody here, amnesty. So it's not just been the Democrats that have been generous when it came to dealing with illegal immigration. Last year, the chamber sued a federal consumer watchdog group for attempting to cap credit card late fees at $8 a month, claiming the agency exceeded its statutory authority. In 2023, it sued the Biden administration over provisions for Medicare price negotiations in the Inflation Reduction Act, claiming the move would consolidate unfettered and unchecked power to the Department of Health and Human Services. But under Trump's second term, the chamber has had little to say publicly about Trump's aggressive meddling in the private sector. Similarly, the Business Roundtable, another DC-based lobbying group that represents hundreds of chief executives, has rarely been shy about denouncing what it sees as presidential overreach in the form of taxes and environmental regulations. This year, though, the group has largely been MIA on the MAGA shift toward a style of capitalism that is more closely resembles the autocratic regimes of Russia and China. Both groups have criticized Trump's trade war, warning that tariffs hurt American businesses, but neither has spoken out about the president's more direct assault on free enterprise. Neither the Chamber of Commerce nor the Business Roundtable responded in multiple requests for comment. So I'm not going to go much farther into this. However, this next video, which I started prematurely, is called "Should the U.S. Be Ruled by a CEO Dictator?" This is Curtis Yarvin. I showed him debating, what's her name? Danielle Allen, who's a political philosopher, classics professor at Harvard. Yarvin is a fucking bozo. He wants a Catholic monarchy, basically. And if you recall in the last video, the young lady was like, there is a tier of these, the new right that is Catholic, kind of socially liberal, but, not socially liberal, more economically liberal, but very socially conservative. Yarvin, if I recall, I think he's Catholic, but he wants this monarchy bullshit. And that's not going to happen. And by the way, he's just a fucking wingnut. Don't know what's wrong with that boy. but he's like 55 and wants to dress in leather jackets and have long hair. He's a failed, I don't know what he's a failed, but he's a failed something. So should the U.S. be ruled by a CEO dictator? Curtis Yarvin debates E. Glenn Weil. And I don't know who E. Glenn Weil is, but we'll find out.
Welcome, everybody. I'm John Donovan. I wear the office of Moderator-in-Chief. We're in New York City. Called
probably is imperious.
Music venue, but we have taken it over to hold a debate in a place that happens to stand just a mile or so from an historic site, the tavern where in 1783, George Washington said farewell to his troops after leading them to victory in the American Revolution. Appropriately close given why we are here today and what we are debating. But before we get to that, I want to remind you that around the time of the war's end, there were calls made for George Washington to be given a crown and proclaimed king of the new United States. It was a proposal that came from some of the...
Well, no, Adams wanted to have like the president addressed as his, what was it? His Highness, the President of the United States. Something of that sort. And George Washington shut that shit down. Those Federalists they wanted, an imperial presidency for sure.
Officers who served under him, they were serious about it. They were concerned that the operation of the United States pre-Constitution was revealing all kinds of disorder and confusion. But they didn't get very much traction with the idea. Even though they felt a strong hand was needed to take over, Washington himself was a very, very big no on the whole concept. His words about it were, humanity revolts at the idea. This revulsion, it's fair to say, toward one-man rule, one-person rule, towards extreme concentration of power, also guided the drafters of the Constitution, which still governs us today. James Madison wrote in the Federalist paper, "The accumulation of all powers in the same hands may justly be pronounced the very definition of tyranny." And so we have the system that we have. Nobody says that it's perfect, but we've all been taught from a very early age to believe that it's pretty good and far better than the alternative, especially if that alternative is dictatorship. Well, one of our debaters takes issue with that last premise, and his increasing influence in Silicon Valley and in some other policy circles has been growing for some time. He was the subject of a lengthy piece in a New Yorker profile in June of 2025. In July, Elon Musk reportedly consulted with him on the formation of a new political party. He's also been cited admiringly by the current US Vice President, J.D. Vance. His argument of record is that the American system of governance, our republic that we consider to be in many aspects democratic or guided by democratic values, has failed, and that it's time for a form of dictatorship.
Hey,
as the best solution
let me
for
interrupt the regularly scheduled programming. This is by popular request. Ooh, let's see. I'm gonna have to save this. Looks like the White House is about to do a press conference, but I'll save it for later. This is interesting. We may have to save this too. Sorry, I went back to the YouTube main page. Let's see here. Give me one sec here. Here we go. Oh, is that where everybody is? Over on John Galt's channel? I should have known. That guy. So popular. Shit, he's got 47 people over there. Fuck.
Join the Messiah of the world. I don't think
they want whites to see. That's what I believe it is. They know it exists. Speak Radio knows how blacks live. That's why he doesn't want to live around them. Most blacks do.
See, this
Here
is
for the tease of the world. The Roz girl, she brags about having a white next door neighbor.
See, John is so fucked up. Okay, dude, I wasn't even thinking about white people when I fucking moved here. Dude, John is warped. This motherfucker, he had a tragic childhood, apparently. And I don't know that for sure, but I've heard him talk about it. His daddy was in jail and, all this bullshit. He grew up in the hood. So I think John, and I literally hear so many people talking about, well, if you don't know the hood, you ain't black. And I'm just, let's see, the only two channels monetized are John Galt and JP LOL. Be Brave is on his way to becoming monetized. Okay, as usual, Ponder's a fucking, virgin moron. She's the Joan of Arc of negritude. She's, you know what? I'm going to be rather blunt here. She's the nigger Joan of Arc, the negress Joan of Arc. Bob is monetized and has been See, this is the other thing. What Ponder doesn't understand is it took John over a year to get monetized. He was monetized for about a week and then John fucked it up. Dude, I wasn't even doing a show when John fucked up his monetization because he just wanted to keep doing that flowing and blowing bullshit and beer flowing and weed blowing or whatever the fuck. John wants to act like I fucked up his monetization. John was monetized and he personally fucked it up. It fucking pissed. I didn't give a shit because I wasn't even part of the team. It pissed some folks off on his team, but it was his channel, so he just fucked it up. And by the way, I had a dumb fuck artifacts ask me in Nightish's channel why I was trying to destroy John Galt's channel. What the fuck has John Galt been saying over there? I've caught some of it. How the fuck could I possibly destroy his channel? See, John Galt is a brain dude, just like he does with his clients. All his fucking members are literally, they're his tenants. He is their landlord, and he's just going to manipulate those motherfuckers 3 ways to Sunday. I tell you what, next year, I guarantee you, he's going to go up $2 on all the memberships.
So interesting about this. Yeah, I remember Rosgear did a react. Does anyone remember Rosgear did a react to my video, to my little tit-a-tit with Bob show?
What's up, Dwally?
To that to whatever was going on there. She mentioned, I'm very CT this, whatever, I'm very CT that. And so I just happened to see something, a comment that Rosgear left on one of the videos.
HB had a channel before he ever came over to John Galt's. Portia has a channel too.
Is this it? Oh, yeah. This is it. Yeah.
Speak Radio, this motherfucker can't stay. Oh, he's already switched over.
Yeah, he about to get
For
banned
real?
from the other channel.
Yeah, John, you know what?
Oh, my little nigger. And so you see the Roz girl, her comment right here.
Now, see, the thing is that all RLM is doing is repeating what she just heard, and she's saying it in kind of, she's repeating it kind of in a joking manner. She didn't initiate the goddamn comment. So now what she does could only happen on Bob's channel, because look, let me be honest with you. Bob's channel, CT's channel, John Galt's channel, they're all anti-black. They think black people, except for Bob, CT, and John, and sometimes JP apparently, these motherfuckers literally think that black people have done nothing right for 200 years, and it's because black people can't adopt being white. And as B Brave says, we won't accept second-class citizenship. Literally, these people think that blacks ought to be happy that we're even here. Let's do the second-class citizenship and do the best we can, which is essentially what Booker T. Washington was suggesting. And luckily, there are enough blacks going bullshit. And to this day, these fucking goddamn white worship. I will never get over the fact that John Galt fucking brought back Jason Kessler to his channel a second time. And this motherfucker had the nerve several times to go, well, Stanley, did you see the interview I did with Jason Kessler? My response was, fuck no. I wouldn't even consider watching the show. Now I did review a little bit of it, post the Great Rift, but no, motherfucker, do you really think I'm going to sit here and watch you fucking kowtow like an Uncle Tom to Jason Kessler? What kind of, and John wants to tell me or intimate to me that I'm not a real black man? What kind of black man fucking sits here and invites Jason Kessler on his channel and tell him, you right, boss? John is a fucking embarrassment. Okay, and how his lovely lady Lisa stays with him is beyond me. Either she's warped, and you know what? I'm not going to get too deep into that, but what John is a fucking failure of a black man. He may think that he is top notch and setting some standard. No, dude, there is no black man in his right mind wants his son to grow up to be a John Galt. That motherfucker's as feminine as they come. Talk about, and I don't believe in all that, this is feminine and that's feminine. And, dude, people are, kind of a Pandora's box, but goddamn, if there are feminine traits, John Galt definitely has them. He even lisps. If you, off camera, and I'm not going to go too deep into that. It's just a theory. But there's a reason when he's off camera, he talks different than he does when he's on camera. And I'll leave that to your imaginations. Fill in the blank.
And I remember Rosger did a video. She was like, yo, I support that channel. CT, my man. And, John Galt, a coon, and all that kind of shit. Everybody,
John Galt is a coon. John Galt is the ultimate coon.
Like Speak Radio, Rosger didn't like what I said. But I'm telling you, these blacks are really gonna have some. I'm really creating some conflicts in these niggas' heads.
No. See, this is where John is wrong. He's not creating any conflicts. He's creating content that we fucking confirm what I personally always knew. This motherfucker is too stupid to figure out that Johnny Boy stole his bike. This motherfucker can't even figure out that his little ghetto ward stole his goddamn bike and sold it. So I'm sorry. The only conflict is that, you know what? And actually, I'll take that back. There's no conflict, motherfucker. When John Galt proposed that he could help my son out, you know what? I'm like, there's no fucking way I'm gonna expose my son to this fucking Uncle Tom weed head drunk who thinks he used to, who knows? Motherfucker, you couldn't even keep a fucking development job because you fucking took guns into a federal building. Why the fuck would I want my son to even have contact with your fucking drunk ass? It's seriously, I wouldn't be a good father if I did that, to be honest. So there is no conflict there, John.
Push back here. So let me show you what Rosger wrote on a comment to this video. Aw, my little nigger. Rosger wrote, wow, that's out of control. That's out of control. Anyone remember that? Yeah, she came up and she had a lot to say about me. But now she's realizing that, damn, these people are letting this damn black woman or whatever she is come up and call people niggers. And I just did a video about John calling him a coon.
Look, what John can't seem to understand is RLM didn't just come up with the term off of her head. She was repeating someone, you dumb high bitch. See, what John does, and he isn't the only content creator who does it, he depends on his crowd really not being able to read very well or understand context. RLM didn't just come out and say it. Literally, we just heard her repeat what someone else before her said. John thinks he's clever, and this is why he and I never really got along, because I wouldn't let him get away with this disingenuous bullshit. RLM didn't say the shit. She was repeating the shit, and she shouldn't have repeated it. She should have kept her lips sealed. But she's over on Bob's show. Who gives a fuck what John thinks when she's over on Bob's show? John is literally talking about the rules of another show that is actually more successful than his show was, because they were monetized in months and managed not to fuck it up. John is a really jealous motherfucker. And for some reason, Be Brave has put him up to the thought that he's some sort of thought leader in the anti-black blackosphere. Dude, John's a fucking failure on several different fronts. But you know what? Can't doubt that 55 in his chat watching this fucking rot. So, you know, it is what it is.
So who more of a coon? Them or me? And again, I showed you this. Look at what Rosger wanted. She wanted to be up there with the woman calling them niggers. Look, this is Rosger saying, replace me with art. Let me. He's sitting next to RLM. I wonder how that would work out if RLM used the word nigger with Ross girl up there. I wonder how that would work out.
If Be Brave used the N-word on John's channel, John would fucking do the hucklebuck. He would be dancing. Be Brave could sing a nigga jig using the N-word every 2 seconds. And John Galt would just be laughing. You ever heard John laugh? God damn it. That's like Kunta Kinte and Chicken George fucking. It's like John is so hypocritical. The motherfucker does not have a brain in his head.
And so again, that is the conflict. Speak Radio won't talk about that. Ross girl will not do a react video criticizing her idol. She can't do it. I don't have a problem with Ross girl, but she did do a react video calling me a coon.
Yeah, motherfucker. Now I call you a coon too.
Pro-black. She talks about black this, black that. And I'm sure, as you saw from this comment here, she didn't take too kind to, that word being used by this woman. You can see
can someone in this audience tell me, and honestly, again, there are 56 people in John Galt's chat at 11 o'clock in the morning. Why do people give a fuck what John thinks about black people? It is literally beyond me. And you know what? I got 8 people. He's got 50 some. The numbers speak. But goddamn, if I have to do this shit. And Bluegrass in John's chat says he's here for AAE's knowledge. Yeah, well. What was that? John Galt actually had an angle on the black community. I don't fucking get it. Black Knight. I really think John has not grown. It's really the same stuff. I don't know. I guess he's just not my cup of tea. And you know what? It was fun for a while, but I'd still be there. But John threw a hissy fit when for the 100th time I told him I thought he was fucked up. And dude, I'd fuck with John all the time. I'd do it for the fun of it. So good for him for growing a set.
Can't believe that this is a channel that I'm supporting and they're doing that. They're allowing that to happen. That's out of control. And so there is a big conflict there.
No, there's no conflict, John. Not for me.
Maintain being mad at me while allowing this kind of behavior to go on their stream there.
Nah, don't worry about it. I'll figure out how to handle these anti-black blacks there. Frost.
I can't see anymore.
Oh, did you, Black Knight?
Oh, my little nigger.
See, that's it. Now let me pause this.
Say about that.
Let me pause this. So it is John who says it first, I think. Wait, hold it. Let me go back and replay that a bit because I see he's doing a review. But the way I heard it, maybe she did just say it spontaneously. So could be that I wasn't paying attention because I was too busy roasting John's dumbass.
Use the word nigger.
Nigger.
I wonder how that will work out. And so again, that is the conflict. Speak Radio won't talk about that. Ross girl will not do a react video criticizing.
Speak Radio, you still out there?
She can't do it. I don't have a problem with Ross girl, but she did do a react video.
I don't have a problem with Ross girl.
But at the same time, Ross girl is very pro-black. She talks about black this, black that. And I'm sure, as you saw from this comment here, she didn't take too kind to, that word being used by this woman. You can see her comment. She said, "What? I can't believe it. This is a channel that I'm supporting, and they're doing that. They're allowing that to happen. That's out of control." And so there is a big conflict there, and they can't maintain being mad at
Hey,
me.
John, read your
Behavior,
replies. John doesn't read his own replies to
my
Roz.
little nigger, and this is what the blacks have to. My little nigger.
I can't say that word anymore.
I can't say
Yeah, you
anymore.
about to get banned from the other channel.
My little nigger.
My little nigger.
Speak Radio ain't got nothing to say about that because he's over there busy idolizing.
Yeah, I see where it is. It was spontaneous. And you know what? Bottom line is she feels comfortable doing it. But see, what John doesn't understand and what Roz, I don't know how Roz doesn't understand this because Bob is basically the after hours CT. They don't like black people over there. Bob doesn't like black people. CT doesn't like black people. Or if they don't like them, they just have huge criticisms. And it's like white people saying the N-word over there or Hispanics. That's like expected. You get cool points if you're willing to say the N-word and you're not black. Black people can say it just because black people can say it. But if you're bold enough to be Hispanic or white and say it, well, damn, you just go up in cool points with people like Dolomite or Artifacts. Some of these fucking anti-black blacks, Brian Nichols. Yeah, you're cool. You're cooler than cool. And John plays both sides of the fence on this. John, you know what? I literally can recall, and I can't remember the specifics, where like Be Brave would say something like, "Nah, I don't like saying the word." And John would be egging him on to say it. John has done it on his own show where Be Brave, "Nah, I'm not going to say it." And John would be like, "No, it's okay, say it." Either John is too fucking drunk or blackout drunk to be consistent because he wavers from week to week, or he's actually just consciously disingenuous. I don't get it. But, what can I say? John's formula is working. I'll have to find a new audience because the motherfuckers over there egging this fucking depravity on, they are the problem with the black community. And they want to talk about crime and all this stuff. Degeneracy and lack of critical thinking, at least in this anti-black space, it's really the John Galt. It's the fucking Artifacts. It's the fucking Questions to Ponder. It's those are the people that are the problem. And John lives in the hood, so he's definitely part of the problem. Shitting on people who are down on their luck and calling them every 5 minutes to find out if they have $4 and then putting it online for jackasses like Latino for Trump and Wicked and Be Brave. Dude, they are literally highlighting kind of the down and out black community, and they're giving it to people like Latino for Trump. They're giving it to these bottom feeding fucking Latinos and fucking Be Braves and making content. And then now they're making money off of it. It's disgusting, quite frankly. And you know what? If I don't even know. Speak Radio, are you still in the audience? Because if you're not, I'm willing to just go ahead and end this motherfucker. This shit has disgusted me, to be honest. You know, I was gonna go into some economic stuff. So what I may do is go, you know, take a break, go get some beer, and maybe come back to it. But Speak, if you're not in the audience, there's no reason for me to be looking at this. Though it is like a train wreck. Let's see what we got here. This is at least back to what I thought they were going to get to.
Bob, blacks are very desirous of titles. They have to overlook all of Bob's flaws and call me mentally ill when he's acknowledged mental illness. Amazing.
John, you are literally a drunk.
We know where Get Crack hangs out.
You are literally a drunk baby daddy.
Get Crack ain't
You don't have
there,
mental
but he just ain't
illness?
over there no more. HB.
Get Crack was here just the other day. But one might ask yourself, why did Get Crack leave?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay,
Can't
why
you
did he
just
come
let
back
the
just the other
goddamn
day?
video play?
Who could? Is it possible that someone on the team?
Yeah, you know, John is a boring motherfucker.
Who would that person be? Speak Radio. His mind won't allow him to go there.
B, you know, he done went off and done his own thing. And Portia, who knows where?
HB is a talented guy. In the business world, only the untalented hang around. They have nowhere else to go. But again, a talented guy, why the hell would he hang around HB? I mean, why the hell would he hang around Stanley? When he can go do his own thing without some agitating person.
That's right. I was agitating.
So we move on. That's what happens when you got someone like Stanley who wants to criticize you. You look at how Stanley behaved with HB. Does anyone remember that?
Who gives a fuck?
Jump up, criticize HB, this and that and the other. And the thing is, like, here's what's interesting. Get Crack came up here and provided knowledge and information that he had, that he had used. And he said, I'm going to share it with others. It's called, what was it? Trading stocks or whatever we Get Crack. He wasn't even interacting with Stanley. Stanley just wanted to interact with him. Like you see Stanley going on all these other panels.
No, I don't go on a lot of panels. That's a lie.
Until they ban him, right?
No, don't go on a lot
Stanley
of
brought.
panels, John.
And he brought that behind the scenes to people that didn't want to be around him. Who says she's always cheating? Who said that? Who you talking about? Portia? Yeah, that's very true. They can't run from it. I think part of it is they want to be able to run from it. And by you know, that's what makes Ox News so much palatable.
Ox News is a goddamn moron and a racist.
Cherry picking the news there. I'm guessing you're talking about Portia here or Roz here. I'm not sure. But the thing is, I'm going to tell you this. You go back and look on the stream.
Yeah. John is a good liar, isn't he?
I've done live streaming with Roz girl. Street interviews in public.
Motherfucker, no.
I think I met her.
Nobody watches John Galt street interviews. He's not that talented an interviewer. He is a good polemicist. He can sit here and get drunk and high and go on for hours. That is his true talent. And dude, I can't tell you how many times people have come and said, well, Stanley, you know, I literally, you know, tune in just to get some news before I go to work. So John wants to act like I didn't do shit. Dude, as obnoxious as I can be, the one thing you can't say, if you go and you look at my numbers, when I was over there, because John's lazy ass was, you know, he got motivated once he got tired of me calling him a piece of shit. So, and I guarantee you, in a month, you will hear from John like once or twice a week. All this is going to go away because John is fucking lazy, to be honest. He'll have this burst of energy for like a couple weeks and everything. Look at Morning Roast. Okay, John was like, "Oh, the morning roast. Yeah, is this still? Yeah. Look, I'm gonna tell you something. The morning roast. You remember y'all? Some of y'all remember that show? It was supposed to be a big thing, and the first couple times it came on, it got big numbers, and they wanted me to adjust my morning schedule to accommodate the morning roast. And all of a sudden, it was like a week, and then it fell apart that second week. It started becoming sporadic, and then it just started going away. And what John wants to do is blame all this on nobody wanted to be around Stanley. Motherfucker, I wasn't on 24 hours a day. I might come on the show after my show was done, but dude, I wasn't on 24 hours a day. You can do a show anytime you want and I not be there. And as a matter of fact, Portia told me, you know what, Stanley? If John irritates you so much, you shouldn't even bother listening to his show. And I stopped listening to it for the longest time. And then John would start like coming on my show. Okay, the motherfucker would just, I'm in the middle of my show and he would just fucking come up and want to change the topic to something he wanted to talk about. And I'm just like, no. Do you want me to shut down the show so you can start? I used to do that all the time. Like, John, you're here. If you want to start your show, let me know. It's your channel. I don't know how many times I've done that. And really, it disappoints me that a lot of his little flunkies in his audience right now don't remember those times. They just fucking want to hear the poison that John Galt spews. And there's nothing I can do about it. You know, I don't want to whine, but John is, in a week or two, John Galt will be so sporadic that this is all just going to dissolve. It happened with Morning Roast. It happened with the 24-hour idea he had. John is an ideas man, but he does not have the mental strength to push an idea through and keep working at it. Since I've known John Galt, there'll be 2 weeks of intense work and putting together the business plan and all this stuff. A month later, the shit is just left to lie fallow. So I will be pleasantly surprised if he's able to follow through like this, but I'll have to see it to believe it. But, you know, I knew the risk. You know, I'm kind of a liberal guy in an anti-black conservative space. So, you know, it was a risk. And I'll figure it out, you know. For the number of people I have in the chat, I mean, on a good day, you know, I'll get 300 views. And I'll live with that until I get a little bit more organized, or not. You know, it's not like I rely on this for income. It is nice, you know, when the show gets supported. And by the way, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new, please subscribe. I'm actually over 200 subscribers now. We'll try and get 300 maybe before the end of the year. We'll see. Support your host. Lupin, thank you for your support. He has a specific topic that he wants to talk about, which promises to be a good one. And I'll have to email him and find out if he wants to co-host the show, which would be preferable. Okay, well, that's cool, Speak. Then I'll just keep going. Though pretty soon I'm you know, round about noon, I'm gonna go get some beer. If I have to deal with this John Galt bullshit, you know, I need to be drunk to do it. But anyway, like I was saying, Lupin has an excellent topic that's worth exploring. And probably Saturday, because I'd like him to help me, you know, with the topic, since, you know, he probably knows these people better than I do. He worked for one of the guys he wants to talk about. So if he doesn't want to co-host, I'll try for Friday at the latest Saturday. If Lupin does want to co-host, then it will definitely be Saturday. And then we'll get it structured. And I'm sorry, I'm not always as structured as, I probably should be. I still have the economic stuff that I wanted to talk about, but it can happen tomorrow. As a matter of fact, if it happens tomorrow, it'll be less work to figure out what tomorrow's topic will be. But anyway, we'll get back to John Galt, but it really, I wouldn't say it hurts my feelings, but John Galt is so bad for Black people. And I'm not like, John Galt doesn't mean a hill of beans to the broader Black community. But the bottom line is that it makes me sad to see Black people fail morally. Okay. And I don't like I generally don't do these moral type of, he's a baby daddy. And, to my little Catholic sensibilities, being a baby daddy is just a fucking moral failing. And how can you be 50? This motherfucker is 50 years old, drunk every day, smoking weed every day, and fucking he doesn't even live in the same city as his kids. What kind of human being is John Galt? And I don't have this moral dilemma. He's not creating some dichotomy in my life, because I prefer not to even have the N-word said on my panels. And I do occasionally, kind of, and I shouldn't, but most people who come up here kind of know we want to keep that sort of stuff at a minimum. I don't care whether you're Black or white or Hispanic or whatever. We just, try to set a better standard than a slumlord like John Galt would. And same thing when I was on his channel. I'd tell John not to say the N-word on my panel, if you'll recall. John is concerning. Thank God that, I don't have to even live in the same city with him. So, we're doing this for Speak Radio. Hopefully we'll get the fuck around to it. If not, we'll just watch the one that you gave me to show, Speak.
Her husband, I think that was her husband. Never had a problem with it. But she made a video, and I don't got a problem with that. But again, it shows you how Blacks have to come down.
And actually, Speak Radio, should I just go and show what you originally sent me? Because John isn't good at like making any consistent point for any length of time. He's just kind of all over the place. What do you think? Oh, Jesus Christ. Tough Guy. But I have to give Tough Guy a little bit of a break, because Tough Guy actually is talented. I don't know, probably none of you saw the new opening theme song, but Tough Guy, I've taken a couple of Tough Guy's pieces of music that he composed, and he said, "Hey, Stanley, you can use them for the show." This was a while ago now, and I didn't know they'd be used as an opening or closing theme. But you know what? They're original. I don't have to worry about copyright or anything. I do need to get a hold. If any of you see Tough Guy, because I've seen him in chats, but I haven't been able to get him. I think I might have his email address, but I need to make sure he is at least properly credited. I want to know how he wants to be credited, because I need to put it in the opening and closing credits. I can't be using his shit without. Now, he did give me the music, but I want to make sure his talent is at least highlighted. It would be remiss of me to just, do that sort of shit. That would be a John Galt move. But at least he paid JP. Shit, John Galt never paid me any goddamn money. Maybe he didn't think I was as talented as JP. Oh, and by the way, I never got a motherfucking cent from John Galt. Never gave him a cent either. And to the point that, oh, well, he was using my StreamYard for free. Well, motherfucker, I gave you my time for free. Okay, you got watch hours. When your ass was being a deadbeat, doing whatever the fuck you were doing, there were fucking weeks when John Galt wouldn't do a show, and I was very consistent. I kept the fucking show at least on everybody's mind. When John Galt was fucking, who knew where he was? People knew that the channel was still active. So I don't know what the fuck John Galt is talking about. John Galt's a fucking failure. And he's got the gift of gab, and he's got a good sense of humor, and people glom onto that. But nobody takes John Galt seriously. And I know they don't take him seriously as an intellect because nobody watches. They will come on and they will, like 48 or 50 people will pile in to John doing like a monologue and criticizing other black people. The street interviews, that motherfucker will be lucky if he gets 20 people in. You would think the street interviews would actually be like a huge success. John doesn't get a lot of people watching him interview people because he's always drunk and he asks the same questions over and over. John's not that bright, at least talented when it comes to interviewing. He's just good at getting high and drunk and chewing up black people. That seems to be his one talent. And hey, if you can monetize it, what the hell? He is an unfunny Charleston White. He's a Charleston White who takes himself too seriously.
On one side or the other, she couldn't stay in the middle. And it's a woman, she probably could have better served just staying out of it. But
listen to this motherfucker. So Universal Jones is saying JP is the lifeblood of black YouTube. Oh, Jesus. God help us all then. And this is a motherfucker who is like a professional psychologist uplifting depravity. Universal Jones is another fucking problem. Universal Jones, goddamn. I could say something a little bit more scathing, but I'll save that. I'll keep that powder dry. All I have to say is, dude, these people want to give wings to black depravity, and then they want to, it's like they will pay JP $200 for the numbers like John Galt did, but then they will criticize Roz for being offended by some white girl. Well, I guess she's Hispanic, but she's white presenting. Some white girl using the N-word. I just don't get it. And what it is this is what happens when all you do is chase dollars and it doesn't, sacrificing your soul for numbers or monetization. That's literally what people like John Galt want to do. And John Galt and HB less so, but John Galt, they never really understood me because I didn't give a fuck about the monetization I care about it, but it's not the end all and be all. They are the sort of people, why do something if you can't make a profit from it? And I'm just not that guy. I don't know why. It's just, maybe I never had to really worry about it that much. That could be I work for my money, but I worked to live. I didn't live to work. And people like John Galt live to work.
be on Bob's channel. Look. So she has to show some kind of allegiance to Bob. And that is, why she, felt like she had to criticize me. But back to Stanley. Hey, we had Get Crack up here. Giving out stock advice.
Yeah, back to Stanley. Back to Stanley, folks.
Give it out for free. Stanley agitated him. He considered Portia his daughter-in-law or daughter. Well, HB was her boyfriend. Why would you alienate your daughter's boyfriend? Why would you do something to, at least?
What the fuck is he? Wait, hold it. Why would I alienate my daughter? Portia's not my goddamn daughter, you fucking pervert. What a fucking freak John Galt is. And these motherfuckers are buying that bullshit up. God, they're a bunch of fucking idiots in John Galt's. What? What? No, why the fuck would I give a fuck about? Why the fuck would I care about HB? They're not married? The fuck is John Galt talking about? This motherfucker is just a drunken fool.
What your daughter's trying to do. And that was Stanley there.
My daughter, motherfucker. What the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah, he was here the other day. He was here for hours chilling. Yep, yeah, that is true. And I gotta Get Crack's number, man. I could call him. I mean, but Get Crack, he has other interests.
Hey, let me tell you, I don't give a fuck about Get Crack. I don't give a fuck about John Galt. I don't give a fuck about HB. The only one of them that was worth a shit. I like HB, so I'm not gonna say that about HB. Who the fuck cares about Get Crack or John Galt? See, I don't know. Maybe John Galt felt I should be respectful or something. Fuck y'all. What does he expect? Fuck Get Crack. I don't give a fuck about Get Crack's feelings beyond, hey, I actually think Get Crack's cool. But motherfucker, what the fuck is John Galt talking about? Fuck that bullshit.
True, right? And anyway, so let's Get Crack. That's I know speed radio, man.
Lawrence, Lawrence, what's up, man? What's up there, Link Little?
She got going on. She's not there anymore. So Stanley was the only consistent person on his channel.
If it's bad, it's not good.
Yeah, and you know what? See, this is the part John Galt will never now. Oh yeah, look, here's the deal. So people were leaving the channel because of me? Well, motherfucker, I was living in a lot of people's head. Oh, Jesus, it is total respect. Now that I'm gone, everybody's coming back to John Galt. Well, all I can say is you're welcome. It's like people wouldn't go there because I had that much influence and I was living in their heads. Well, hey, you're welcome, folks. Welcome back to the John Galt you were wanting all the time. These motherfuckers are just uneducated bumpkins. Yeah, well, I have no idea what happened to Tom Gully, but you know what, Lawrence? Speaking of Tom Gully, Tom Gully didn't understand that, dude. Dude, if you fucking cross me, I don't care who the fuck you are. You better put your big boy pants on. Okay, if you fuck with me, I'm gonna fuck with you back. Okay, and I'm not giving, get out of jail free passes. Tom Gully did something I told him not to do. And you know what? I didn't ignore it. So I guess he's on his channel. He has a channel last I checked. So maybe Tom Gully will go back to John's channel too. Who knows? Somebody go over to the Tom Gully show and tell him Stanley's no longer there, and maybe he'll come back and hang out with John Galt. So Lawrence, I'm not getting into all that. He basically violated what me as host told him not to do something, and you know what? He decided to proceed. And I had words for him, and that's that. I don't need to relive the gory past. I'm not John Galt. I don't need to fucking say the same thing 80 times. See, what John Galt is doing is he knows that I was a lightning rod over there. And the more he talks about me, the more he trashes me, the more people in his audience appreciate it. And, you know, it is what it is. It gets under my skin a little bit, but I'll get over it. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't even be watching this if it weren't for fucking Speak Radio, God damn it. But that's okay. We will be okay.
The way.
Now, see, John's gonna now. Speak Radio was telling Universal that I was the only consistent one over there, and John started to play it and stopped it. Now, what's going to happen is John's going to skip over that part. That's what John does. He cherry picks his horribleness.
The only consistent person on this channel.
Oh, he did.
Now, we know he probably wasn't getting the views because he wasn't on that, that buffoonery that people want to see, except for the numbers would pop up when he was arguing with people and shit.
See,
but
blacks like buffoonery.
Yeah, well, mother, see that. Oh, wait, hold it. See, that is the key right there. Blacks like buffoonery. Well, see, I'm not willing to make that broad a statement. Certain types of blacks like buffoonery, and most of those would be people that hang out at CT or Bob's or John Galt's or, there's several other channels I can think of, and I'm not about that buffoonery. If I can only get every now and again, I'll get 30 people in the audience on a weekend or something. But, I've literally, my channel was activated when John Galt got taken off air last January. And I figured, you know what? I've never set up my channel. Let me see, can I do it? So it was kind of like a fallback position, for everybody, who wanted that John Galt type of content. But I've only had this channel active since January. So it's been less than a year, and then I've been kind of, after the Great Rift, what is it, a month and a half? And I measure that because, it's been about a month and a half. And you know what? This audience is more attuned to what John Galt wants, that buffoonery, as he calls it. And I'm just, dude, I'll do it. If I have enough beer and, the right people come up to the panel, there can be some buffoonery or fuckery or whatever you want to call it. But I'm not about that. I'm really, I'll make the one liner every now and again. But dude, that quote nigga shit, I leave that to people like John Galt or CT, people who are good at it. I've had responsible jobs in my life, and I was raised by parents who didn't encourage that sort of behavior growing up. So I'm not raised to be a John Galt. I fucking actually have standards, and loose as they may be, even a loose set of standards. Sorry. There'll be buffoonery, but it won't be, the main focus of this channel. I just can't do that. What'd you say, JQ? I missed that part. I was kind of in my own head here. Yeah, John wants, well, see, what John wants, Humble, is John wants to be able to talk shit, but if I get into his chat, like over the weekend, he was like, well, Stanley, I thought I said I don't want you in my chat. Well, see, that's the kind of man John Galt is. He will come up there and he will talk shit, but as soon as you start talking shit back, then he gets all frustrated. It used to happen a lot. Like he would just pop in on my morning show and want to change the topic or just go whatever way he wanted to go. And I would talk shit to him. See, what John was thinking, well, this man is using my StreamYard. He needs to understand that this is my channel. And people used to say to me all the time, well, Stanley, this is John Galt's channel. And my response would be, I don't give a fuck. John doesn't pay me. I'm not his employee. He doesn't control my show. He has zero input. Now, I'm open to suggestion, but you know, I think part of the great rift is John finally got tired of someone who isn't contributing to his StreamYard talking shit and not backing down. And motherfucker, even if he was paying me, I wouldn't back down. That's not my nature. John doesn't like pushback. John wants to be the HNIC, and he wants everybody to bow to his deplorableness. And I'm not about that. There's no fucking way a person like John Galt would ever fucking like any facet of my life. I do not admire John Galt. Anything he can do, I could do better. Dude, if I wanted to be a landlord, I'd be a better landlord than John Galt. I don't do business or own a business because it's too much goddamn work and I don't have to. I'd probably be better off. I'd probably be better admired. But motherfucker, dude, I'd much rather read a goddamn book than have to harass somebody for $4 fucking. I'm not about that. Yeah, there is a 10th man. I've never talked to him, Black Knight. So let's see. Lawrence says, what do you say? Yeah, YouTube is like days of our life. Dude, you know what? God damn, dude. Lawrence, I'm gonna be honest with you, Lawrence. I was on Drip's show on the panel. I think it was maybe Thursday into Friday or Friday into Saturday, talking about something totally different. And you know, I did a show on it. I think it was Friday. So it was Thursday going into Friday. And Dave and I think Trey, a couple of people, you know, from that side of YouTube were kind of over there listening to, dude, it was horrifying. It was like, dude, these people can't even figure out how to argue a hypothetical. And, you know, I went up there and I know I'm right on the merit, but I'm like, well, you know, it's legal. And I had a dude tell me, well, I don't care about the law. I care about my morals. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Dude, everybody has to follow the law. And you making a moral judgment over, you know, someone who does something legal, well, you know, you can feel how you feel, but you're not going to come up and impose your moral opinions on me and get me to agree. It simply doesn't work that way. And fuck you if you don't like my opinion, but fuck you. Dude, see, I don't get intimidated. Most of the motherfuckers up here just haven't had the education I have. I don't get intimidated by somebody's moral outrage. It's like, go thump your Bible somewhere else. Thumping it at me, dude. I spent like 4 years of religion classes in high school. I used to know it a lot better than I do now, but dude, you don't intimidate me with that Bible thumping. Go do that somewhere else. So let's get back to the Galt.
They speak radio, and Speak Radio said he's one of them. He likes buffoonery. That's what he said.
Yeah, motherfucker. And I don't. John Galt used to actually try to roast me about using the New York Times or the Washington Post. That was your granddad's news sources. I'm like, well, you know what? There are a lot of things, a lot of the old ways that people like you want to preserve. So why not preserve, actual credible news sources? Dude, and the other thing I'll never understand, why the fuck do grown ass men follow what the rappers are doing? I was watching a show over the weekend, and it's like some rapper, I don't even know who the fuck this person is, but they're like all into, what he did, and he went to jail and his relationships. I'm like, what the fuck? There's actual news going on, and you care about some fucking rapper? What the fuck is up with that? So anyway, I know I'm kind of venting here, and I think I do it better when I'm drunk. If I'm not drunk, I fucking bore myself with this shit.
And he says Stanley numbers would only pop up when there's buffoonery, which would lead someone who wants views to engage in more buffoonery. So Speak Radio more.
And see, that's where John and I part ways. I don't give a fuck. If I have to be a buffoon to get motherfucking 50 people watching me, if it's organic buffoonery, if what we're talking about on a panel leads to buffoonery, great. But buffoonery for buffoonery's sake, I'm sorry, I'm not Breakfast Club material. I don't wake up in the morning going, what buffoonery can I get into today to bring in the numbers? I don't think that way. And I probably should. Look, there's nothing wrong with being business minded. I'm just more information. I have found over my years, and it's not just like a black community, it's Americans in general. You'll fucking, I was watching something over the weekend where they were asking who the first president was, something real simple. and the person didn't know. And, that's in my own weak ass way. I'm literally just trying to put some information out there that people can use. And, I'll figure out, there are news channels out there that get a ton of people, that have 500,000 subscribers. I'll figure it out, but I haven't been even doing this a year. And I'm simply not going to do the buffoonery. And, if I were to start off trying to get people in and then switch gears to who I am naturally, it would be a catastrophe. I'm a big believer in being who you are. And, it will be a slow trickle. But dude, who the fuck knew I could get 200 people to subscribe? Let me put it to you this way. I've probably had 50 subscribers since I left John Galt's channel. There were a lot of people who were telling me, you need to cut bait. The people have been telling me that for months. And, for better or for worse, maybe it's a military thing. I don't know. But, sometimes you kind of stay with the, what was it? The date that brung you, whatever that term is. I am loyal like that, but I was foolish for doing it that way. I could have done it months ago, but you know what? There was really no reason. I still get up and do, when I can scrape myself out of bed, and I have to be much better about it, but still around 6:45, 7. Used to be 3 in the morning, 2 in the morning. And I'm just not going to do that anymore if I don't have to. But it's still pretty much the same show, to be honest. And that's the wonderful thing about it. There's some things that have changed, but not much. And doing it on John Galt's channel or doing it on my own Steam, not much has changed. I'm still the same Stanley. So we go. Yeah, I'm a let's face it, they're JQ. I'm a naturally boring person. Motherfucker, I can be as boring as the best of them. Let's see. Dwally says, Lawrence, here in Germany, we have 2 YouTubers who were friends at the beginning, now enemies. Just last year, their fans had some fight downtown in the streets. Well, Dwally, we had one YouTuber in Las Vegas shot and killed another YouTuber and his wife. So it can, where else could something like that happen? Because we got the guns. That shit, it was stunning. I guess I better be careful. I live in a small town and a little bit of an out of the way neighborhood, but goddamn, I guess I really need to be careful. These YouTube battles could become like, kind of like rappers killing each other. I fully expect that to start happening with Black YouTube. So let's see here. I'm going to play this and I'll be right back. I gotta hit the head.
Well, this is saying he doesn't understand these things. He's not bright enough to understand what he's saying, and that's why
I'm not bright enough.
So he can just contradict himself.
To say that Stanley was trying to sabotage this channel, that's a complete bunch of bullshit. His channel fell off because of his doing. Like when y'all had that morning roast, I literally thought y'all was gonna come on every morning and just have some cool conversations about whatever. But it turned into nigga shit, nigga shit. That's what y'all went.
How can you avoid talking about, like, bro? The top of the biggest news story right now is that black man killing that white woman in Charlotte. I bet you it's all over the news, or it should be all over the news. Probably all type of social media content creators are talking about it. Like, the blacks keep making the news, bro. You can't run away from that. God damn.
Every goddamn morning. And I was like, what the fuck, man? I thought y'all was going to have.
Here, I'm going to replay that because I missed it walking out of the room. But I made that point earlier. Why would I sabotage the channel I'm on? If I'm on your channel, why the fuck would I try and sabotage the place I work? John Galt, that weed has made him mighty paranoid, and I don't know what to say about that. John Galt, it's just a pure lie. Why would I say? It would make sense if I was trying to sabotage his channel now, but dude, why would I sabotage? Why would I shit in the bed I'm lying in? It doesn't even make sense to a moron like John Galt. So let me play that again, because I think Speak makes an excellent point. That morning roast, and I mentioned it earlier, dude, John Galt, after 2 weeks, John Galt will be off to some other fucking bullshit idea. And you know what? I'm not going to say who said this, because, I had to, I was basically doing like a 3 in the morning till whenever. And then if anything, if anything, it was the opposite. I think John was trying to sabotage my show, because what was happening is when I started at like 3 a.m, round about 7 or 8, I didn't have 30 people in my audience. I'd be having like 50 people, because people would, just teleport their people from, their channel when they wrapped up over to my channel. One time I had like 150 people in the chat. So, and it's artificial, but it's still 150 people. And you know what? I used to get John subscribers. Those 150 people would get interested in my show and they would subscribe to the John Galt channel. Okay, that part can't be denied. If anything, John has viewers that wouldn't have ordinarily been there who were more of my political persuasion. I've had friends of mine who joined John Galt's channel, and then they would hear John Galt and they would tell me, hey, I'm unsubscribing. I can't stand John Galt. So John need not think that, that I was sabotaging him. As Speak Radio says, John did a lot of the sabotaging of himself, and that's what drug addicts and alcoholics do. They will have a burst of energy for a couple weeks, and then they just drink and smoke the fucking success down the tube. And that's what happened with Morning Roast. And I wasn't on one Morning Roast. I was never up on the Morning Roast panel. That it failed or petered out has nothing to do with me. Never once was I on the show. And I wasn't even in the chat that much because I didn't find it interesting. It was all about rap music and shit. Just niggatry, to use a word. So I want to hear if John Galt blames me for Morning Roast failing, because I literally had nothing to do with it other than ending my show.
It's just saying he doesn't understand these things. He's not.
No, I don't understand that.
And that's why Universal said, "I'm just going to let him talk, so he can just contradict himself."
I don't dude.
Trying to sabotage this.
Dude, the last thing I ever do is contradict myself. Either you don't understand me, but I don't contradict myself. One of my missions in life is a unified theory of being. I want to contradict myself as little as possible. And I know that's a weird goal, but it is literally a conscious goal to be consistent. And that's one of the things, one of the things I insisted on in my parenting style is to be predictable as possible and consistent. That's how kids know stuff. I know I can come to my father because every time I come to him, he's willing to listen. It's not a big up and down. We don't know who daddy is. One day he's receptive. The next day he's snapping. No, be consistent. That's one of the best things a parent can do. And if you're a consistent asshole, at least you're consistent.
Channel, that's a complete bunch of bullshit. His channel fell off because of his doing. Like,
yes,
y'all
we
had
are.
that morning roast. I literally thought y'all was gonna come on every morning and just have some cool conversations about whatever. But it turned into nigga shit.
I don't know, Duwally. I am good. I am a bit of a
How
bully.
can you avoid talking about, like, bro? The top of the biggest news story right now is that black men killing that white woman in Charlotte.
No,
I
it's
bet you it's
not.
all over the news, or it should be.
Nope. That's not the biggest story. The biggest story was what I reported this morning. See, the thing is Ock Nation and John and Be Brave, all those motherfuckers think the biggest news stories are black people killing people. They think that is top of the news. And I'm sorry, in a nation of guns, dude, where do you think I get my news from? I go to the Washington Times. I go to, the Washington Examiner. I go to the Washington Post. I go to the New York Times. I go to CBS News. I go to Ground News. I go to national news sources, and then I have news aggregators like Google or MSN. Dude, I look at the top stories there. Some local murder, I'm sorry, that's not national news. And that's the problem with people like John Galt and Ak Nation. They're so anti-black that they think black crime is always the number one news story. It's warped. And it's literally why John Galt I think John Galt is just fucked in the head. And by the way, if you look at John Galt's thing here, see where he's got Stanley Cross 6000
all type of social
in his search.
Media.
This motherfucker literally is stalking me. You see? Do y'all see that? I don't know if you can see it, but up there in his little search, his search bubble at the top of the YouTube Premium, there it says Stanley Cross 6000. That's my goddamn channel. Why is this motherfucker cyber stalking me? This motherfucker, dude, I just noticed that. You know, John Galt is sick in the head. Dude, if you're gonna fucking put this shit up on your channel, fucking at least clear out the search. How much more? You know, I need to fucking screenshot this shit. I'm gonna screenshot it. Oh, this is so fucking sad. John Galt's a mess. Hold on one second here. Let's see here. Oh, God damn it. Let's see what I need to do a print screen. Is it shift or control? Control. I hope that worked. Well, if not, I can always come back and find it. But yeah, this motherfucker literally has my channel in his search engine. Now, who doesn't give a fuck about whom? Oh man, this is hilarious. John is sad. And Speak Radio, you know what? I don't know if you were listening, but you get it exactly right. Dude, Morning Roast, I had nothing to do with it. I had to cut back my show because I would usually just go 3 a.m. to whenever I got tired. And they wanted me to end it by 8 or 9 or whenever. That shit went on for a week solid. Then the next week, they missed a day. And then the third week, I don't even know if they did it the third week. And this, what John is doing now has been a consistent pattern. The 24 hours a day idea, it went for a while, but John didn't have to do the work. It was everybody else on the team doing it. Bottom line is John is one of these guys. He will have a brilliant flash in the pan, and then he will drink and smoke that idea away and not be consistent. Is it Windows key Shift S? Okay, thank you, Kelvin. I usually just fucking use the printer, and I didn't want to do that with a StreamYard. Oh, is that what he was saying? Speak? Okay. Well, you know what? What the fuck? 12th man, do I really want to go through this? Oh my God. You know what? All right. Oh, I see. Well, let's do this then. Well, thanks for that, Kelvin. You young folks are all right. It actually worked. All right, so 12th man, let's see how long you last. Because I'm not in the mood for. Well, you know what? Maybe I should be in the mood for buffoonery.
I didn't come up here to argue with you, Stanley.
You there, 12th man?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh wait, hold it. Did I fuck something up? Let's see here. Yeah, this is why you don't want to do anything with StreamYard. All right, 12th man, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Maybe my mic.
12th man, can you hear me? Okay, hold on. Let me drop out.
Can you hear me now, Stanley? Hello? What's up, cat? I was just watching a black woman alone in the woods. She's pretty cool. Lives out there all on her lonesome off grid.
You know what? I don't know what on earth I did.
Can you hear me now, Stanley?
So I'll see what happened here.
Uh-oh. You still can't hear
Okay,
me.
I can hear you now. It was on my end. When I did that print screen, it switched the output, the sound output to my Yeti for some reason or another. So anyway, like I was saying, well, shoot, I don't even remember what I was saying now. But bottom line is, this morning roast idea, I had nothing to do with it.
Making the news,
If the idea is that I had something to do with sabotaging morning roast, I don't think he's saying that. But I was never on the show. I was rarely in the audience, maybe the first couple shows before I realized that, there's nothing here for me. So it's just a weird situation. And John is literally just a child. He wants to blame the monetization. It wasn't monetized because of me. That is a blatant lie. John was monetized when he got to 500 subscribers, and I wasn't even doing a show then. He was monetized, and then it went away because he fucking kept getting strikes, like copyright strikes. He would be playing music and shit. And the show wasn't monetized when I came on. And you know what? Had nothing to do with me. But of course, John, the liar that he is, and the people in the fucking audience just actually believe this motherfucker, which is shocking to me. But it's irrelevant to me now.
You can't run away from that. God damn.
Every goddamn morning. And I was like, what the fuck, man? I thought y'all was gonna have some eye-rising content, but it went into the we gotta bash Negroes every morning. Like, bro. he pigeonholed himself into a certain sector of YouTube. And I heard him say on Bob Show, he's like, I'm trying to figure out how to break through this YouTube algorithm. Bro, let me tell you. Just hating on niggas only goes so
far. Go a long way, my niggas. I think a lot of people are real tired. I mean, how many words have we come up been added to the lexicon? Black fatigue, hell, carnival, whole fucking cruise line
Okay,
trying to get rid
again,
of blacks.
see, this is
there's a lot.
the thing about it. This is the thing. All these fucking anti-black blacks. Okay, what John is talking about has nothing to do with what Speak Radio said. Nobody was talking about goddamn black fatigue. He was talking about the algorithm and you showing up on Bob trying to figure out the algorithm. Well, motherfucker, all you need is consistency. And the Speak Radio was talking about the goddamn consistency, my man. And you want to talk about black fatigue. John, he's got a deep voice and he's got the gift of gab, and people love hearing what he has to say, but they don't think about what he has to say, because what John is talking about with this black fatigue has nothing to do with what Speak Radio was talking about. John thinks everybody's stupid. In a way, John gets away with insulting people's intelligence. And I'm not sure that he's insulting, but I'm just going to give the people, the benefit of the doubt.
There, Speak. And it's really up to the blacks to change their behavior.
No, I'm afraid not. See, these anti-fucking self-hating blacks think that blacks act as a unit. It's up to the blacks to change their behavior. The fuck is he talking about? I don't have to change my behavior. I'm fine. John is a fucking virulent anti-black racist. And when he talks about blacks in the third person, somehow he seems to forget that he is a baby daddy that does not live in the same city as any of his different and many children, smoking weed, drinking beer, fucking around on the YouTube when he should be taking care of fathering his kids. Why do the blacks need to change their behavior when you don't? You are the biggest nightshade of them all. You're King Nightshade. How the fuck does John not figure out that the change begins with your drunken high ass? That's where the change should start. God damn, this is a disingenuous moron. It is frustrating to hear a 50-year-old Negro talking about the blacks need to change their behavior while drunk and high. You won't even fucking see your kids today, John. Who needs to change their behavior again? Motherfucker. See, I just don't fucking stand why 47 fucking morons are in John's chat not questioning his bullshit. Why is that?
Continue to talk about them. And I don't think you have anything to offer in terms of helping the blacks change their behavior.
Fuck no, it's not my goddamn job to change adults.
As I was reading the comments to this video here, I'm reading the comments. And
I'm not looking at any
JP,
other videos. I have the videos I need to
Radio
look
is
at
coming in against
already.
JP.
Man.
Getting paid for his content. But EAE said CT has already paid JP in the past. I said, well, that proved the concept out.
Yeah, sorry, Stanley. I know it was switching gears to watch
Black get up, go to the grocery store and have 6 people in all this watching this shit. That is content. What's up, Hood?
Yeah, I would be switching gears, but I'll save them and look at them tomorrow.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
What's up?
Oh, that's Hood Conservative.
No, I'm about to drive through a little dead zone. Give me a second.
See, and this is the other thing.
Mainstream media.
I'm hearing motherfuckers call in from the goddamn job. Motherfucker, why do you even have time to do this? If you're working hard and in traffic, why do you have time to fucking get up here and be anti-black black. Do your goddamn job. Why do these motherfuckers want to criticize quote black culture while being the problem themselves? A drunken high 50-year-old telling black people they should change? If I didn't know this was really happening, it could easily be like a Netflix comedy series. a fucking drunk black fucking slumlord giving advice to young black people as to how to conduct their lives in a moral fashion. I might just be able to make some money off of that.
Yeah. It's not covering that the lady's killing in Charlotte. Hey, yeah, she's in the audience. I mean, question to Pundit, she's in the audience. She come up.
Dude, so the biggest news story in America is a black guy killing a woman in Charlotte? Tragedy that it is. I looked in the New York Times and it wasn't above the fold. Only to a self-hating Negro black would that be number one news, motherfucker. You be Ock Nation if you want. I choose not to be.
Stanley, did you hear about the Ukrainian woman that was stabbed in the neck?
Talk later today.
I heard about it yesterday.
Doesn't mean all black people. Listen, I'm gonna tell you.
But I didn't cover it in the news today. I
wish that were not a case.
I looked at the newspapers.
They black.
I looked at the newspapers and it was not above the fold. And I'm not going to, like I said, it was on, I think CT did a story about it yesterday. No need for me to deal with it.
Okay.
But you're not going to convince me that a white person looking at what happened on that bus in Charlotte is not saying, man, I better be wary of a black person sitting behind me.
Who gives a fuck? That's what I don't understand. Why does John give a fuck? Does he live in Charlotte? Can someone in the chat or the panel tell me why John is so concerned about what happened in Charlotte? Other than the sheer human tragedy, why is John concerned about it? Other than to just bash black people? Can anyone help me there?
No one can help you, Stanley. You're all gone.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I'm smarter than about 20 of you. Okay, so you would definitely not be able to help me. Okay, having been in the Navy, having lived 60 years, have an idea of what needs immediate concern and what doesn't. In other words, I have a sense of perspective that's not warped by smoking and drinking at 50 years old. Because I want to tell you right now, I haven't smoked weed in probably 35 years, but I can tell you right now, at 50, it hits you harder than it does at 20. Okay. And a motherfucker who's 50 years old with responsibilities, every now and again, recreationally, but this dude is not a paragon of virtue. And that I ask the question, why does John Galt, who lives hundreds of miles away from Charlotte, why is this a big deal to him other than to just bash black people? That's really what the purpose is. He wants to be Ock Nation. And I think Ock Nation is a virulent racist.
If you think that that's not the case, then you're very optimistic. You have a very optimistic view of the world. No one wants to get stabbed.
What fucking world? No reason. Dude, the other thing, excuse me, the world does not revolve around black people. The world does not revolve around the United States, believe it or not. It may, a lot of it might, but dude, there are people in the world who will never be in the United States and be perfectly fine. John's a fucking retard, to be honest. He does not know how to think, and I don't know why. He's got a good education. I think he had some trauma in his life, and it's just affected him forever.
Unprovoked. And I guarantee you that there was probably some racial animus behind it. That's my thought.
I guarantee you, because I think so, but I don't know the facts, and I don't need facts, folks. God damn, dude. This dude, he's got a bunch of dumb motherfuckers thinking he's a genius.
And I don't know if you're black or white, but I've even had black people call me and say, man, like, I wouldn't have let that nigga sit behind me. If you listen to the street interview from yesterday, the black man, how he talked about how he was just violent in nature. He was raised in a way that, really instilled aggression and violence in him. And he was mistreated. He talked about the trauma in his life. And he's a very violent man. And he looked very similar to that man that stabbed that man.
Okay, so all black people look alike is what he's saying. And so why does one person being raised this way stand in for the whole black community? This is why I think John's a goddamn racist. Who cares? Why here in Georgia should I give a fuck about how a murderer in Charlotte was raised? Can you help me why I should care, 12th man?
No, sir. I don't care myself about that.
Okay, well, why? I guess I would have to ask John Galt this question, but why the fuck does he think anybody cares? Other than everybody's just shaking their heads and go, oh, that's black people. Them black people are so violent. Here's the proof.
Well, that hasn't been my
experience. It's goddamn disgusting, is what it is. And anecdotes mean nothing generally.
I am afraid of younger black folks.
Who gives a fuck? That's a you problem.
Young kids, they don't
that
give
is
a fuck.
Dude, don't bore me with that bullshit. That's a you problem.
Yeah. Well, I live in a community where
I don't give a fuck. That is a you problem.
He be having a bad day. And he
not a problem.
And the government's going to make all
I
kinds of
think it
excuses for
is.
him. He's mentally
It was
ill,
problem
things
enough
like that.
for you to
He's been
share it
mentally
with
diagnosed. I think he'd already been diagnosed with schizophrenia.
Yeah,
or something
I
like
don't
that. So you have to say, look, if you're not going to get them off of the street, and they can be
That's
like
another reason why it's curious
putting
that you
someone
bring
like
it
that in
up.
prison is probably not that big of a deal. He didn't leave. He didn't run from the scene.
You don't need
A lot of these people don't have any, any problem going to prison. So
I don't either. What? I don't either. What? 12th man.
You don't live around them either, so
dude. See. You're a let me just tell you right now. You're a dumb motherfucker. Okay. You believe that bullshit. How many times do I have to say? As it turns out, the town I live in is slightly mostly black. Okay, you believe all that bullshit. I literally sent John Galt the demographics of my city from the last census, and you still believe that bullshit, dude. My neighborhood and my immediate surroundings are about 50 goddamn 50. So don't fucking tell me who I live around. I live around them. You don't. And the next time you fucking come, the motherfucker I'm talking, the next time you come up here and you describe my neighborhood without ever having been here, you're just gone for good. Okay. I'm tired of this John Galt level fucking stupidity. Telling me where I live, motherfucker. How many times do I have to say you have no clue? Motherfucker, don't talk when I'm goddamn talking. The fuck is wrong with you?
Like Homestead.
Don't fucking come up here, white boy, and tell me what I do, how I live, and who my neighbors are. Is it your white privilege that's fucking allowing you to do this? Or are you just stupid? You know me well enough. Dude, if I raise my voice, I'm a bit perturbed. Okay, don't fucking ever come up here. Don't ever fucking come up here and tell me about my neighborhood unless you just want to be gone forever. Okay, I'm tired of the bullshit. I put up with it long enough. You know what? Let me tell you something. Okay, and maybe John Galt has told you this. Motherfucker, you say another goddamn syllable and I'll put you in the back. Because I'm going to say what the fuck I want to say undisturbed. The only reason you and Solid Snake ever had a chance to come back up on my panels is because of John Galt. Okay, motherfucker, the first few times y'all fucking would come up in the middle of the night and fucking just natter on endlessly drunk. And Ryan thought it was hilarious, but I did not. Dude, I literally went to John and Portia and said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm banning them from my show. And they talked me out of it. Okay, so you better shut the fuck up. There's nothing keeping me from banning your dumb ass now. So you best be on your behavior or run along. Okay, I've done it to Mike. And the only reason I haven't done it to you is you have contributed to the show and you have been a friend of the show and a long timer, but don't push my goddamn patience. If it had been left up to me, we would have parted ways 8 months ago. So you can thank your daddy, John Galt, for you even like existing in my conscience. So I'm done now, but don't you ever fucking come up here and presume to know me better than you know me as a YouTube panelist or host. Okay, you've overstepped your bounds. Stop doing that.
Have to kind of take your own life in your own hand and be careful where are these people. And you can't deny that this kind of extreme behavior from blacks, where it cost someone their life by having her back to him, is not going to have consequences for blacks all throughout the country here.
I think it's a
John is a goddamn moron. Okay, my top news story this morning was Putin bombing a government building in Kiev. Okay, white people are fighting a goddamn war over in Europe where like 60,000 people have died. And this motherfucker only wants to talk about black people. When white people murder shit, they do it on a fucking like international scale. Okay, have you heard what is motherfucker? Have you heard about the Israel-Gaza war? If it, again, it's a tragedy what happened in Charlotte. But John Galt, and I'm gonna be goddamn blunt. Niggers like John Galt think small ball. Okay, white people are fucking slaughtering their own people. What is Russia and Ukraine but white on white violence? But it escapes John Galt's notice. The fuck is wrong with that boy? This motherfucker wants to talk about the extreme behavior of one incident in Charlotte when there's a whole goddamn world out there full of white people killing white people. Or in Israel's case, white people killing Arabs. What? No. What the fuck is wrong with John Galt? Why doesn't he's got that nigger inner city perspective where he thinks anything worth knowing is happening in the hood. That's small ball, motherfucker. Dude, you need to think on a national or international scale, and John Galt ain't got it. He will sit there in his little hovel, drinking and smoking, acting like Charlotte is the center of the universe, and one violent act is like gonna end the United States when there is a world. There are centuries of white on white violence that seems to have escaped his doped up, alcoholic, fogged brain. What the fuck is wrong with him?
Yeah, the little bit of crime in America, Stanley, is kind of minuscule when you think about those little kids in Gaza being starved to death because
right. And I don't mean to minimize. I don't mean to minimize crime because, you know, if it happens to you, it is your world. I understand that. But what I'm trying to say is, why does John Galt, he literally said, the biggest news, the biggest national news is what happened in Charlotte. And I think almost nobody would agree with him except, you know, people of his own like twisted bent. It's a tragedy, but dude, this is a world full of tragedies, you know, with 2,000 years at a minimum, definitely millennia more. But I'm trying to figure out, and you know, it is a waste of time trying to figure out, you know, what this clown is thinking. So I am kind of wasting my time.
Combination of
like when I
go ahead. What you say?
It's a combination of several things, but two things in particular. One, giant grievance industry where like black folk literally go to college and refine their racial hatred. They come up with all these theories and discover all these new reasons why white folk are evil, and then they write papers and have documentaries and all that hidden color bullshit. Like, and these are the upper middle.
This is moron on moron stupidity here. This is almost a crime in and of itself. Is that what we do in college? What the fuck is Hood Conservative talking about? So we go to college, black people go to, say, a PWI to learn how to hate white people. We go to a white school to learn how to hate white people. Whew, there's some genius there, buddy.
Class black folk, right? So they create this ideological universe where the white man is always evil, and then you have the less sophisticated, the less educated, the less wealthy black folk who need somebody to blame for why their life is miserable, and they eat that shit up. And so you add on top of that a layer of mental illness where you don't want to lock up the crazy people. We might, in fact, be making more mentally unstable people at this point in the country, and we're giving them this false narrative of who to blame. It's not a surprise that a lot of young, angry black men, or even a lot of the young women, they lash out at a bunch of random white folks for reasons that they really can't explain.
You see the headline here, it says horrific. Massive outrage over fundraiser for ex-con. GoFundMe takes down the pages. Someone put up a GoFundMe for the murderer of that woman.
Maybe you know what?
Maybe it was a white
Let's
person.
fast forward through this stupidity. So Hood Conservative is literally saying that it's educated black people teaching younger or less well-off black people how to be racist. So the biggest problem in America is blacks being racist towards whites. Oh, that boy needs help.
Just because
we
think slavery is over.
So this is John's show currently.
It's still present even to this day, just a new format.
Oh, I see John is
we're not
gone.
getting beat or picking cotton, but you going to work every day slaving for people.
Yeah, well, I'm done. I'm not watching this shit.
Thank you
And
very much.
I see the way this is the centerpiece. Apparently, JP is now an integral part of the John Galt universe. So, well, so we go. So let's see what we got here. Let me look. Let me
look at my brown bears are still fishing, Stanley.
Yeah.
Even spotted a few black bears out there.
All right. Well. All right. So this is from yesterday. Yeah, from yesterday. And let's close this down. So this is originally what Speak Radio wanted me to have a look at.
Accepted back in the day. To it. I just got back to DC, so I figured, you know what? I'll slap a black down, and I always have fun slapping the blacks down. So this is for you, Speak Radio. You can catch this in the morning. You sound like you're probably fat, so you.
Oh, he called you fat, Speak Radio. All these white folks that agree with John's bullshit, yet I'm the only person who has sent John super chats. Okay, well, humble presidents, I'm not exactly sure what your point is here. So you're saying that all the white people should be sending super chats to John for bullshit like you're doing? I don't see how that's not very. So you pay for John's bullshit. Is that what you're saying? And other white folks should? I'm not exactly sure what your point. Can you help me out? Can you help me sort through this? So you pay for bullshit and you want help paying for John's bullshit? Is that the point? So I'll stand by. Surely there's some super chat regret. Oh, I see. Okay. No. I got you, humble. Okay, my apologies. Yeah, well, you know what? The problem with that is John is just probably shaking his head. Hey, keep talking, keep calling me full of bullshit. Keep sending me super chats. So John doesn't give a fuck. He's usually too drunk or high to care. I just happened to catch him on the wrong. You know, he was maybe coming down from a high or a drunk or something like that. I caught him with a little bit of a hangover.
Fat when you wake up in the morning from your slumber sleep. You watch this. Hopefully this will wake you up. Give me 1 second, man. I'm gonna get my camera right. Just got back from New York and my setup is not like I wanted. Changing cameras around and stuff like that. What did I want the camera here?
Humble president. I'm sorry. Speak Radio. Hopefully you're still monitoring this. This is about an hour. Well, you know what? What you ought to do? Can you send a 99-cent super chat?
Yeah, Speak Radio. Welcome, guys. welcome. Anyone is here. We have 2 people in the audience right now. Damn, fucking glasses off.
You'll get monetized eventually.
Give me 1 minute.
Yeah, I figure in about 5 years. In about 5 years.
Oh, the camera. Yeah, right. Camera. Give me 1 second.
But bottom line is, as long as I don't have to do too much fuckery.
All right. What did I do here? I got that. All right. Oh, here it is. All right. Oh yeah.
And again, just to put this in context, this is per Speak Radio's request. I owe him. What I should have done is said, motherfucker, if you want me to watch this shit, send me a goddamn Cash App. But I didn't have the presence of mind, so oh well.
I sit back a little bit. What's up, Snake? Man, so Universal, the other day we had JP up here. And, I was telling people I was interested in having a conversation with JP. It's an interest of mine. It's been something that I started talking about 4 months ago when I noticed that.
You know what? Speak Radio, are you there? If not, I'm gonna shut this down and we can watch this shit later. I've got John Galt fatigue, which is my own special version of black fatigue. I got anti-black fatigue. My God, you okay?
Excuse me. I think so. It's my med. My meds make me cough like that.
You know what? I just don't think Speak Radio. I think Speak Radio is lost interest. And the flow has been disrupted. Well, you know what?
Well, if I wanted to watch John Gall all night, I would have went to John Gall.
Well, that is true. Well, I didn't mean to, but this was a show specifically about an interview that Speak Radio did with Universal. So it was a special request, and he's been good to this show. So you got to be a little bit of attentive, and I guess I could skip through it. Let's do that. I'm glad you kind of reminded me, because I'll be lazy and just let this shit play through. Listening to this drunk motherfucker's nattering. So we'll skip ahead a bit.
I mean, I'm really amazed that blacks are this damn dumb. And Speak is dumb. I've talked to him before. He is fucking dumb. But it really is amazing how dumb blacks are. And the hatred for what I say.
Yeah, John is the only smart black on the planet. Everybody who disagrees with John is a dumb black. John, you know what? What the fuck has John done that's so great? Dude, it's not like you're the only fucking black landlord on earth. Honestly, you don't live with your kids. You got multiple baby mamas. You're a fucking horrible person, calling everybody for, every 2 minutes for $4 and then making content. Dude, taking people's lowest points, taking their hardships and essentially monetizing them on YouTube is the lowest of the low. Okay, that is rock bottom as far on the moral, in the moral well. That shit is rock bottom. Okay, I would rather be dumb than going to hell. God protects the blind, the fool, the cripple, and the crazy, but the morally bankrupt, no, your ass is going to hell, son.
They bury their head in the sand and they act like these things don't happen. And I just want you to listen to how dumb Speak Radio is.
Let's
start about right here. I think
John Galt is so fucking disingenuous. Nobody says this shit doesn't happen. What people are saying is it's not the only thing that happens. Okay, if you listen to John Galt or Ock Nation or fucking CT or fucking Be Brave, you would think blacks can't even get up and brush their teeth in the morning without murdering somebody between the bed and the bathroom. They're hyperbolic racists.
Because he's black and we're black and we're talking about black folks on YouTube.
So this initial start, they're starting off with JP here. You know, I'm gonna let you hear the whole part about JP. I think it's pretty interesting.
And see, the problem is John Galt actually thinks he's important because there are people who listen to him. Dude, you go to a Freezy or a Drip or a Nightish, John Galt doesn't get those kind of numbers. He doesn't get CT numbers. And the motherfucker fucked himself about a year ago. He was monetized at 500 subscribers and fucked it up. The motherfucker frittered away a whole goddamn year because he couldn't get his act together. And blaming it on me, motherfucker, what did I have to do? Number one, I didn't have a show when you lost the monetization the first time. And number two, I had nothing to do with the monetization process at all. I had nothing to do with the business end of it. That was all John Galt and Portia John Galt and Portia, I guess. Nothing to do with me. I just did a show. It really didn't want anything to do with it. So this will indeed be, at least for the foreseeable future, the last time I even look at John Galt. I've unsubscribed from the channel. I won't get any more pop-up alerts. He can just be the filthy, vile, immoral animal that he wants to be. And, you know, for a while, I'm like, I kind of care what he's saying about me. But after yesterday, I unsubscribed to CT as well. Questions to Ponder is literally bad news. And, you know, they banned her from Bob's channel for whatever reason. So she's found refuge over here on John's channel and CT's channel. And we'll see how long that lasts. But in the meantime, I've unsubscribed from both of them because I can't be bothered with this kind of filth and immoral behavior on John's part. And Questions to Ponder is just a racist spinster. She'll never find a man.
Raw passion. He is the lifeblood of YouTube. This is what John could not explain well. But if you pay attention, he's been on all these panels that we circle, and he dominates the panels because he has the best commentary and the gravitational pull.
You know what? This is so much bullshit. JP dominates panels because people egg him on. If that motherfucker came up to my panel, I would fucking have him running. Dude would never survive on my panel because I know how to question trash. Why do you think Be Brave always complained? Motherfucker, I will handle your ass, whether it's putting you in the back, over talking you. I will dominate you on my panel. Y'all, JP dominates panels because in the parlance, in that red pill Black Manosphere parlance, y'all are fucking beta males. Okay, that's actually what it is. JP thinks he's an alpha male. And by the way, I don't really believe in any of that shit either. But you know what? I have to speak in the language of the morons who think this shit is real. JP's just smarter than John Galt and Universal and CT. He's just smarter, and he definitely has more personality. But the one time I did talk to JP had no idea what hit him because I was ready for him. I just fucking called him. I just basically called him a horrible human being. Why are you even talking to me? You should have seen his face. It was like one of those old Little Rascals cartoons. Have you ever seen Buckwheat get those wide eyes? That's what it was like. When I don't remember exactly what I said to JP, but I caught his dumb ass off guard, and his eyes just poof. They were as bright as headlights. Motherfucker, JP dominates because people like Universal Jones and John Galt are soft. Dude, I would get on John's show and dominate his dumb ass. Literally, see, John doesn't ever talk about that. I would come up on John's show and fucking take over his show. I did it plenty of times. And the usual response would be John would get frustrated and just leave the panel, and I would have to shut down the show. John doesn't tell you those parts. John has hurt feelings because I dominated his dumb ass. I'd come on his show, on his channel. There were a lot of people who would go, well, Stanley, it's John's channel. Why do you do that? My response is because I can. If he doesn't want me on his channel and finally he said, hey, you know what? I'm done with it. He should have done that he should have done that like the first time I fucking bowed up and dominated his dumb ass. John Galt is weak as fuck. He lets a motherfucking 60-year-old fucking book reading nerd live in his head. He's done all kinds of shows and commentary on me. Dude, I ruled John Galt. And I think the reason he has all those people on his channel is they kind of feel sorry for him. Ooh, you had to put up with Stanley all this time? He didn't have to, but he did. And you know what? Fuck him. Let him stay over there and lick John Galt's wounds. I want the adults over here, the people who can think and can stand up for themselves. All those weaklings over there, stay your ass over in John Galt's fucking nigger romper room. When you graduate, come over to the adult table.
For folks to listen to him, because he, believe it or not, he's speaking an unsobered truth. He's speaking a truth of Black life at its rawest form, and he lives it. And I think we need to really just watch him over the next couple of weeks, months, etc., because he's really highlighting just the purest form of niggerdom. He is Black people.
The purest form.
There's a little JP in all American Negroes, and that's why he is who he is. He's literally the lifeblood of Black YouTube. I made the comparison of him a couple of nights ago on John's channel, that JP could be like a Charleston White. And what he's doing right now on John's channel is proving my point. Because he's going on a long-ass monologue, and some of it's a little off, but for the most part, he's speaking some truth if you're listening to him and not seeing him as just some crazy welfare food. Just my opinion.
All right.
What the fuck is Universal talking about? So crystallized niggerdom is the truth of the Black people in America? You know, all that education that Universal has, and I'm sure he's got like all kinds of seminars and he teaches shit. Universal Jones is weak. He is not an intellectual. This motherfucker is literally not that bright. And you know what? If he were on this panel, I'd say the same thing. There is nothing, very little, that has impressed me about. He knew months ago we started talking about Afro-pessimism. And that was a very interesting conversation, and we never really followed up on it, which I kind of regret. But dude, I don't have a psychology degree, but I've read some of the books. I can keep up with Universal Jones easily. He's not like an intellect. So him saying that JP speaks truth could be the next Charleston White. Well, all I have to say is I guess you have to be a fan of Charleston White. I'm not a fan of illiterate chitlin eating clowns. Maybe that's, well, I know Universal and John Galt think that like people like JP and Charleston White are like authentic in some weird way, shape, or form. And I just don't get. I didn't grow up like that. And, you know, I guess you could say that's anecdotal, but I'm like, I literally lived in a fairly large city and I knew plenty of blacks. Shit, motherfucker went out. Now, granted, this is back in the 80s and things have changed now. But dude, I went to school with people from the hood. Fred Wessels was like one of the hoods on the east side of town. Those people were clean and neat. I just, you know, things have deteriorated, I'm sure. But dude, the ghetto is not the fucking truth in Black American life. Most people don't live in the ghetto. Most Black people, a good portion of them do. But if you look at the statistics, no, most don't. And most Black people, at least if poverty lines are supposed to be believed, most people are working class. Most Black people are working class and above, and there is a class below working that's working poor. But even the working poor aren't like that. There's a poverty line below them, and most Black people are not poor or below the poverty line. Most Black people are working class and above. Now that doesn't necessarily mean anything. You know, they're working class that live in the hood, but most Black people don't live in the inner city. Now, there's some neighborhoods. I know if you've ever been to Norfolk, I know CKJ3, you've been to Norfolk, right? There's some parts of Norfolk, like if you're going from downtown Norfolk out to Little Creek, there's some decent houses that are single family units that are kind of hoodish, you know, and I never really got, you know, I usually was passing those places. I never knew anyone who lived back in those neighborhoods. And again, this is back in the 90s now, but you know, yeah, those neighborhoods were probably a little dodgy, but they were nice houses. You know, I think as long as you stayed in and you weren't wandering around after dark, you'd probably be fine. They were decent houses. They were single family, you know, decent looking houses. So, you know, I spent time in New York City, but not really in the hoods. Providence, etc. Yeah, okay, I know right where Portsmouth is. As a matter of fact, I think I told you, CK. Now you'll laugh, but shit, I lived in Ghent. I was like, dude, you know what? I found this condo that was for rent like the first week I moved to Norfolk. It was like 900 square feet. And I fucking said, fuck it. I'm just gonna, you know, spend above my budget. It was ground floor on a corner. And I was like a 5-minute, like, well, probably about a 10 or 15-minute walk from the Colley Street Cantina. You know, and there's, I forget the name of the art theater that's down there, but the bottom line is most Black people don't live in the hood, and I don't know what truth they speak of. Well, the thing is, Lupin, I'm not monetized. I could probably do it if I went to Patreon or something. I've thought about doing that. I'm not sure how I would migrate. I think there's a way to migrate these videos over to Patreon. That is an idea. Yeah, you know what? Now again, this is back in the early '90s, so shit, dude. I was like a 15-20 minute walk from the Chrysler Theater. I told you that Cab Calloway came. I won tickets to see Cab Calloway at the Chrysler Theater from a radio station. And he was one of my grandmother's favorites. So, I won tickets. So I went to the show. Unfortunately, I didn't know anybody, so I didn't have a date. So I got there. They were front row seats. That's the other thing. So, like, the ladies to the left of me, the ladies to the right of me, it was like if the Beatles had 70-year-old fans. That's what Cab Calloway had. And I was like the youngest person there. I was afraid those old grannies were gonna get a hold of me and love me up. So anyway, those are good memories. Dude, I wander, don't I? So nothing new there. If he uses any of your contents, give him a strike. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to work on that. Yeah, there's good real estate. I don't know that I would want to live there if I ever moved back. I'm more of a country guy now. I'd have to move out to Suffolk County or something, or Suffolk, out there where they grow peanuts.
Right, so that's my first audio clip. I'm gonna play one more, and then we'll get speaking here.
Sector is needed right now for these sectors to continue. When he leaves the North, the dream moving forward, fuck dumb Negro who only cares about the day he still gets the glorification and support.
One of the things that's interesting here, if you're looking at the chat, there's some lady, her name is Janice Jarice, and she said JP is the blood of retardation. Well, JP's channel is stronger than a lot of other black channels. So are the blacks that are listening to him retarded? Okay.
The answer would be yes.
Here is content and character, and if you get stuck on just it's about race element, you're missing the whole point here. It's about race because he's black and we're black and we're talking about black folks on YouTube. But the bigger element is, as a black person, JP is defying the odds in many of the things that is often talked about. We can talk about red pill. He's still don't know how she make pull outside of JP is just a black man, and we're pointing out.
Imperious or not?
Good.
Why not?
Let's go ahead and fucking do it.
Why not?
Title. Because you said you were trying to say that I was calling you a coon, and I didn't ever particularly. What is the context of this whole thing? Like, you're saying JP is the content right now?
Yeah, my main point is there's a bigger point, but
These motherfuckers want to act like that they are all pro JP. All John Galt is trying to do is make content, and they think building JP up is just going to get more viewers. Look, JP is smarter than John Galt and Universal put together. He knows what's going on. He's going to bilk them for whatever money he can get. Like, John Galt paid like $200 for him to appear on a panel. And John, I heard John, John talking about, well, he does hire black people. He tried to get Solid Snake to move, and he's paying JP. See, John wants all these motherfuckers to be an employee. And I guess he was trying to do that shit with me, but you know what? I wasn't taking a salary, and I was going to do what I wanted to do. I think that's one of the... See, John wants to always be the HNIC. Okay, and I wasn't playing that game. And, he made the comment that, in the meeting, in the offline phone conversations, team meetings and stuff, that I never cursed him out. Well, what he neglected to tell everybody is that he never gave me a reason to curse him out. Okay. He was all meek and mild and polite. Okay. There was none of that online smoking and joking and all the bullshit talking. Okay. Because if he had, I'd have cursed him out behind the scenes too. And people don't, for some reason or another, don't think their way through that. No, I never cursed him out, but the reason I didn't is not because I was intimidated. It's because he acted like a grown person should act. If he tried to act the way he does online, it would have been the same result. John Galt gives me nothing to fear. As a matter of fact, little meek fucking half drunk motherfuckers like him, I dominate because I don't have respect for him. Never did. He does some good things. He's not all bad, but he's not me. There are levels to these things, and he's not on my level.
I'm talking about specifically, we'll get to the bigger point towards the end. Is
what's up, Dirty?
My bigger point is this. He is, or folks like him.
JP was on Anton Daniels? CK? I didn't know that.
So we can say John's. We can even say Gospel Bob. When he shows up, everything floats towards him. And he's important. He might not be the most.
See, that's the most depraved thing. JP is important. That's because y'all make him important. There is no way I'd fucking have JP intentionally up on my channel. And I'm not even sure if he just dropped by randomly. And I don't think he would, because I'm not his cup of tea. Y'all are just basically making him important. And that reflects poorly on you all. Like, Universal Jones is like supposedly a successful businessman and psychologist, and this motherfucker thinks JP is important. What in the fuck is going on in this black YouTube community where y'all take the worst of the worst and call him important? Holy cow. Really? Well, right now, CK, JP is up on John's platform now, I believe. John's not there for some reason. Yeah, you're right. There is nothing new under the sun. And you know what? Anton is okay, but, he's not my cup of tea. And John, I will say this: John is nowhere near talented as Anton Daniels is. Nowhere near. If you've noticed, John's street interviews get no traffic. They get no traction. I noticed a street interview he was doing, maybe it was yesterday, from Times Square. And when I looked at it, there were like 11 people in the chat. John's like little lives that are him talking shit about black people, get a bunch of people in there, because same thing with Be Brave. People just seem to get off on content creators shit talking black people. It happens way more than it should. No, JQ, I don't know if you looked in yesterday. I've kind of looked at, over the past 2 or 3 months when John does these lives. I don't know whether he's doing them at the wrong time or just what. You would think being in Times Square that kind of location, you would get a lot of traffic, a lot of people looking in. Maybe it was Sunday or something, but John's street interviews, that's why he has to show them like 80 times, because nobody tunes in. He'll ask people, did you see my street interview? And the answer is no. Rage bait? Yeah, I've heard the term before. Is he really? You know what? I've never seen what's up, Juan? I've never seen JP on Drip's panel. I mean, I don't tune in to Drip every day. No, you know what? JP, if JP ever sat down and did an autodidact sort of self-learning stuff, he could probably be better, because I think JP is smarter than John Galt and probably better than CT as well. He is actually really good. He just doesn't know shit. He'll get like the bare bones of it, but then as he gets more detailed, he just tends to go kind of off track and in weird directions. At his age, you probably won't get it back. You're not gonna, you'd have to literally become a hermit or go to a monastery or something and study for like 5 years. But yeah, I've never seen him on I would love to see him in Shanika go after each other.
Articulate. He might not be moving anything forward, but what he's putting out, he's showing us what black folks want. They don't want the highly educated.
What can I say, Dirty? I actually think JP has the bare bones.
What they want is the
not
JPs
saying
of the
that
world, but
he's
but
good. I'm
JP
saying he could be.
is also just being himself. He's showing peak functional. It is more of a stream than a. And I don't know. This is what I hear you. I read you all. We're talking about content right now. Everybody.
I want you to look at one of the comments here. This really highlights where Black America is here. Here's Distant Lights. I've seen Distant Lights. Let me pop out these comments.
There is no Black America. These fucking racists like John Galt insist that we're a monolith, and we simply aren't. See, it makes it easier for these small racist walnut brain motherfuckers like John Galt to just kind of lump everybody in. I don't know how many times I've heard him say when I get after him on a panel, well, yeah, Stanley's just being a typical black. No, motherfucker, I'm standing you up and telling you you're a moron. How many blacks have told you, John Galt, that you're a fucking simpleton? You do better if you back off the drugs and the if you back off the drugs and the alcohol and take care of them kids. Yeah, CT's pretty good at what he does, but as I've said before, yeah, he's okay. He has his days, but he also has his days when he's kind of off, and his panels are just horrible. I can't. Somebody said they can't watch. I guess it was John Galt for too long. I can't watch CT for too long. So, and I won't be watching anymore. Fucking questions to ponder ruin that.
Pop out the comments here. Let's see if I can pop it out. Pop out. How do I pop these comments out?
Oh, Jesus!
I mean, Christ. Do that. I mean, that baby pop them out. I'm going to highlight some of the comments.
This.
But here's the comment saying,
John Galt is slow as fuck. He can't just get to a goddamn point. He just fucking has to stop everything 80 times and fucking who gives a fuck about whether you can pop shit out? Just get to the point.
And it's by Distant Lights. And Distant Lights is saying, I've been saying for months and months that JP deserves to be a millionaire off this YouTube thing. A lot of people are recognizing this about JP and Speak Radio.
You know what? I'm
He's
beginning
dumb. He
to
can't see
believe
it.
Galt.
Somebody should be paying him. He should be getting broke off super chats. If he's gonna be there and he's bringing all the numbers, he needs to get a cut. That's business.
I can't even want to be against that.
That's business.
Besides JP, you can ask Low. I've been telling her this for months. I said, don't go on CTs no more unless you're gonna get paid. Because he's gonna put you right next to him. He's gonna ask you to cam up, and when you cam up, the super chats come. But don't if you ain't get no cut, don't do it. But same thing with JP. He should be getting paid to be on all these people when he's on it.
Okay, well, here's the thing. Like you said, you just saw JP recently, right? So
Yep.
I've been seeing JP in these sectors since the Fight Club days. And you saying that he should get paid. Why should he get paid? He's the one seeking out these panels.
You said he doesn't want JP to get paid. He wants JP to stay on welfare.
Oh, Jesus
comes over,
fucking
brings
Christ,
energy
dude.
to a lot of-
See, that is so disingenuous. Who gives a fuck whether a grown man is on welfare or not? Why does it have to be about welfare? Why does anyone have to care about JP's? Why should we care about his finances at all? See, these fucking racists like John Galt want to pretend that they care for their negras. I care for my negras. I'm good to my negras. John Galt wants so bad to be white. That's really what it is. He wants to be white. Dude, John's perfect life would have been as an overseer on some white man's plantation. Why, welfare? Why are you even bringing up any of this shit? What does that actually have to do with getting paid on a panel or not? Those goddamn dude, John Galt is just fucking a moron.
People panel. I think he deserves to get paid. If he's bringing something you don't have, you can't create.
Oh, motherfucker. JP is, dude. See, you know what? I don't even know what to say about John. John is just fucked up. This motherfucker's moral core had a meltdown years ago. That motherfucker has a China syndrome of the soul. That fucking core melted through the floor and just burned its way all the way down to China.
Isn't he deserving that? Hell, he could be on his own panel getting super chats. But he comes over to your panel, give these people a little bit of his welfare.
Oh, is that what it is?
They should pay him.
What it is?
They want JP's dope for free.
Because he has such
JP's dope.
He's doing that to bring.
Yeah, John just fucking cares that much about JP.
To build his channel up.
What's wrong with that?
Nobody on
JP, when he came, I watched JP on two other panels, Bob's and.
Dude, JP has a channel. Why can't he just build his channel up and people come over to him?
CTs and his own panel. And he came here. I don't think JP even mentioned his channel here. I've never heard him mention it on Bob's or CTs. Like JP just a roving band. He got the dope. People gonna seek out the dope. He ain't got to tell you where it is. You'll find it.
YouTube pays people to show up on their panels. I mean, unless they're like, okay, like Charleston White is big now. We can use him for example. He's big now, right? So of course, people like what's that? Say Cheese supposedly pay him like 10
paid him.
Yeah, they pay him like I guess that's his asking fee to be on there.
Yeah,
because so many people want him.
Yeah,
but JP's not on that level yet.
But Charleston White wasn't always on that level. He was getting paid a little bit. Now he gets paid a lot more. I don't understand the hatred for this man getting paid for what he's doing.
See, this is again, where is John getting this impression that Speak Radio hates JP? John Galt is fucking mentally off kilter. You know what? I don't even know that I'm going to be able to make it through all this shit. It's time to go get some beer, and I'll take a goddamn break. What I'm going to do is shut this down, and then I may come back in an hour or so because I do want to finish this. But I'm just like, where does this hate come from that of which John speaks? Nobody fucking gives a damn about JP. Dude, it's YouTube. Just because you don't think something happened. Look, half these motherfuckers on YouTube are literally mental children. Okay. Oh, you said something mean to me. You hate me. That's what John sounds like. This poor guy, and he's raising children. God damn. You know, not only does I wonder if John is teaching his kids to fucking drink and smoke too. He's taught them how to clean bathrooms. I wonder if he's teaching them the other tricks of the landlord trade. Oh man, you know, and the other day, was it Speak Radio? No, it was John Strives. Like, I made a comment about John's daughter cleaning bathrooms. Look, and John, for some reason or another, well, I know the reason. John's not that bright. My point in saying John is raising his kids to be manual laborers, I should have said only manual laborers. Okay, John doesn't give a shit about books. He shit talks college and higher education all the time. My point is that John is just training his kids to do one thing, that's labor. Okay, and I'm sorry, you know, if you have some little genius, confining them to cleaning bathrooms, it's kind of a waste of talent. I don't think John understands how to raise children, to be honest, because if he did, you know, he'd be too busy, especially if you got 3 of them. You'd be too goddamn busy to be on YouTube this much. And but you know, I can't I'm just speaking for myself. I mean, he knows how to parent his kids, and you know what? I feel sorry for his kids. And there, I said it. And anytime John Galt wants to come over, because see, he will get up on his panel where he's safe and warm and fuzzy. The other day, last Saturday, I think it was, I tried to go up on his panel because that daughter thing needed clarification. I don't give a shit what he does with his daughter. It was just a one-liner. But he wanted to know about what I thought of labor. I tried to go up and talk to the motherfucker, but he ignored me. See, John doesn't like confrontation. That's why he is how he is. If you challenge John, have you ever noticed how upset he gets when people challenge him? He's threatening to put him down and just going all off kilter. John doesn't like conflict at all. That's why I think he's pretty much just a failure as a man, to be honest. He's good at what he does. He's funny. You know, he has some good insights every now and again, but dude, you know, a real man doesn't shy away. Like, if I'm up on your own show, the right thing to do is not leave your own show in frustration for me to shut it down. I don't know how many fucking times I would go up and talk shit on John's own show. Well, Stanley, you know, if you're gonna be up here talking shit on my show, I'll just leave. I'm like, I don't give a fuck what you do. It's like, what, I have something to say. You expect me to leave? You know, if you want me to leave, fucking kick me out. And this motherfucker would leave. You know what? Everything's behind his paywall now. But if y'all have watched especially some of the weekend shows, Dude, John would get frustrated and leave his own show. And now he wants to whine about how I was trying to sabotage his channel. Well, motherfucker, you weren't man enough to stop me, apparently. if that's the case, I was trying to sabotage the channel. Somebody needs to ask you, well, John, what the fuck did you do for a whole year while Stanley was trying to sabotage your channel? Did you stop him like a man? Or did you just fucking run every time? Dude, I'm a goddamn 60-year-old book reading nerd, and you couldn't stop me from sabotaging your show? Dude, why don't people just tell John, you sound like weak sauce, motherfucker, blaming Stanley for why you aren't monetized? That is patently false. Okay, if you ever run into HB or you run into Portia, ask him that question. None of us had anything to do with John's failure to monetize. It was all on John. John kept fucking up his own monetization, and his words were he didn't really care that much about it. So why does he care so much now? He is weak. He is weak-minded. And now that he has a narrative that he can bring people on and set up memberships and stuff, he's going to take full advantage of it like any other circus master would. But I guarantee you, it's going to be deader than fuck over there in about 3 weeks. And then John will be erratic. He won't be doing shows even weekly. It happened like say between March and say June. John was nowhere to fucking be found. He wasn't doing lives. He wasn't doing street interviews. He wasn't doing shit. Now he does have, responsibility. So, that's fine, but don't act like I was the cause of the show not being, or the channel not being monetized. I didn't even have managing moderator rights. There's only so much I could fuck up. So, and I had my own channel. So bottom line is, John is a fucking, a fucking immoral liar, and a bad father. So y'all take that back to his channel. I will fucking say it to his face anytime, since I can't go to his channel because I'm in the back waiting to be brought up and he was too scared to do it. He can come over to my channel, and whatever questions he might have. But motherfucker, I'm not going to curb my tongue. Obviously, I don't give a fuck about the numbers. I get enough views compared to the numbers at any one time in the chat. I get a lot of views, a lot of people passing through apparently. So it'll come along, and I'm in no huge rush. And I would rather be right and not monetized than be a fucking failure, a moral failure like John Galt and be monetized. I find John Galt disgusting, and his racist views, some of the views he has on blacks are just fucking slimy. It couldn't be me. So anyway, where are we? We're at 6 hours. Actually, I didn't know it was that long. I may be back on in an hour. I'm going to run up to the beer store, and I got a couple other things to do. I don't know. Tough guy. It should be. I need to talk to you before I go. The link is pinned at the top. At least I thought it was. Yeah, hit the link at the top, tough guy. Okay. The first black Grand Dragon. That's pretty funny. And in Alabama, no doubt. Hurry up. Yeah, got to get this beer flowing. What's up, tough guy? I've been trying to get you on the show for a while now. You there?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
Hello?
hear you now. I can
Okay,
hear
great.
you now.
I was trying to connect my
I
shit.
took your
All right, cool. John, why John over there won't let me on the fucking channel to talk? That nigga scared of me, man.
You know
He always
what?
keep me in the back. He won't let me talk. He's a bitch.
Is John over there now?
John is at his channel talking about Bob's channel and talking about art, and he doing that because he ain't got nobody. He trying to make his channel pop right now by talking about other people, right?
Well,
So
he's been talking a bunch about me for sure.
well, he won't even let me fucking get on the back. He keeps me in the back. He's scared. He just won't let me talk.
Nah,
Bitch
you know
ass
what?
nigga.
You know what?
Bitch ass nigga, man. He's a bitch ass nigga.
I have unsubscribed from him and CT. I've just had enough of all of them.
Well, I like CT still. He still got a little bit
Well,
of black.
AAE is a moderator over there, and for
Oh
some
yeah, I don't like
reason,
AAE be on some stupid shit. Yeah, I know.
well, yeah, but you know what? She was like talking shit to me in the chat, and I literally in the chat told her "fuck you," and you know what? She timed me out or something, and I literally sent a couple super chats to CT going, "What the fuck? What's up with your moderator?" And I don't know who or what or why, but they couldn't unfuck the blocking me in the chat. I've been a member of, or subscribed to CT for like 3 years or something like that. Never been blocked in the chat. And
That's crazy.
I've said some things that would piss some folks off.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? If you're gonna let somebody,
It's CT's channel though. I mean, everybody says something that pisses somebody off. Like
right, but bottom line is, if you're gonna let it, you know what? If it had been anyone else, I'll admit, but it was Questions to Ponder specifically, and she just has that fucking spinster way of pissing me off, and I'm like, you know what? This is one time, and it's one time too many. If you're gonna let Ponder fucking be an asshole over here, then fuck it. I don't watch CT's channel that much anyway. It pissed me off enough, dude. Fuck this. But let me your songs, I turned them into intros and outros.
Nice.
And I want to credit you somewhere on them. How do you want to be referred to? Tough guy or Sky or what?
If it's my music, just put that drummer Sky. That drummer Sky.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
or
do that.
just $$ KYY if you want. But I mean, don't nobody know. Everybody knows Tough Guy.
Yeah, but you can't. Okay, that drummer Sky. Because I want to credit you. Let me show you the intro, and I've got some other modifications I'm going to make to it. But I want to show you.
You know, I meant to come over here. I've been busy, and then you can even ask Art and them. Like, I barely be coming on there. Like, I just been busy. It's been a busy summer. I've been outside, bro.
I know you'd be over here eventually, but take a look at this, because I don't know. I'm not really that creative, but I kind of like this one. put some.
Yeah, that wasn't bad.
I'm gonna put
that
some
wasn't bad.
skills. Well, yeah, it's actually I sat down one day and started playing with graphics and stuff. I think it's a little bit too long, but I have a version of it that I'm working on now where I'm going to fill it with like news type shots. There'll be some Trump in there. I'm going to, it's not going to just be the graphics. It's going to be some like real world
Other
disaster
stuff.
type
Yeah.
stuff in there. Yeah. And
Yeah.
then
No,
this is,
that was good. I mean, I know you only had that one picture, but yeah, if you had like different types of pictures where you can kind of like
yeah, I'm
fuck with
gonna,
it.
right.
But that looked cool though. That looked cool though. You know what I mean? Especially like for an intro.
Yeah, but take a look
Yeah.
at this. I used this for an intro for a little bit.
Welcome to the Whoop-De-Wop. The Whoop-De-Wop is a name. The Whoop-De-Wop is a place. The Whoop-De-Wop is a thing. The Whoop-De-Wop. Yo, hand me the Whoop-De-Wop. Yo, you got some money? We going to the Whoop-De-Wop.
Yeah, that I haven't used. It's I may go back and rework that for a closing. But
Yeah, that was a little bit more low key, but I do like the intro. The intro kind of that looked a little bit more like an intro.
yeah, that
The
like I
first one
said,
you showed.
this is literally the first time I've ever sat down with an editor. And
I think that Whoop-De-Wop song is good for like background, like when everybody's talking.
Yeah,
It's just got that like.
I'm using it. I think I'm using it now.
Yeah, it just got that like background kind of like, you know what I'm saying? But you could probably use it in certain parts. It just depends on how you use it, you know?
Oh, okay. I got you, Speak Radio. Speak, I'm gonna take a break once Tough Guy and I are done talking. It'll just be for an hour because I'm gonna run up to the store and get some beer, and then I can get a little inebriated and trash John.
Yeah.
I'm gonna break out my bell bottoms and my feathered hat. Yeah, you do that. You do that, Black Knight. Make sure you take pictures. I'll add those to the intro also. So what else you been doing?
Just drumming, man. I had a show the other day. I'm doing so in my area they don't really have a lot of music shit because I'm like right in the middle of San Diego and LA. And there's a lot of shit that goes down in San Diego, there's a lot of shit that goes down in LA, and like in the middle is not like popping like that. So I'm just trying to, give us a little something for the musicians to go and hang out, because as far as musicians, we always play in gigs and stuff like that, but it's just good to just play and have fun and be around other musicians and create. So that's kind of what I'm putting together. It's like a jam.
How's your daughter doing?
Great, man. I took her to the nail shop yesterday, and we got our feet done together. I got my feet done, shit with her and shit.
No, I saw you got your braids out.
Yeah, I do got my braids out right now. Yep. I'll show you real quick. So I don't know if
You almost look like Yannick Noah.
Like who? Like who? Yannick Noah.
Yeah, I like him. I don't know. I might have to get mine done like
I
that.
do. I do it every now and then, but I usually have straight to the back, like just regular braids to the back. But I had to let these niggas know I got some hang time too. The bitches like it. So
well,
when I do my hair like this, I get more pussy for some reason. I don't know what it is.
Well, it's definitely very musician-y.
Yeah. Like I can shake my shit. You know what I'm saying?
Kelvin. Let me tell you something. This is back in like 1992. I was talking to some people over the weekend on the show, and there's this this like woman, young black woman. She's got to be at least 6 feet tall, and she has like a health channel. And this girl is built like a woman I used to date way back in the early 90s when I was in the Navy. And she one day she went to get like a manicure and a pedicure and all this stuff, and I dropped her off. I was in Charlottesville, and she's like, "Well, aren't you coming in?" I'm like, "What for?" "Well, to get a manicure and a pedicure." I'm like, "No, I'm not quite there yet." But you know what? There's nothing wrong with you going with your girlfriend, just hang out and talk and get your feet done. So, Kelvin, you need to move into the 21st century, sir.
Yeah, man. When you're a dad, man, you end up,
Oh, dude, you know what?
you end up doing girl shit with your daughter, man. When you're a girl dad,
Dude.
nigga, shit. I mean,
One of these days,
I'm a girl dad, nigga, shit.
I don't know what I would have done had I had a girl, because there's some particular like hygiene things that you got to deal with.
Yeah.
How did you do that? Did you have now you got a sister, right?
Yes. So that
I
was
mean,
the real. When I first got her, she was 9, and my sister was around, so I got lucky with that because I was really scared. Like I never went in the bathroom with her. I never seen my child naked or nothing like that. So you know what I mean? Like it was weird. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, Taja, can you, my sister, I was just like, can you, because I'm not. Yeah, it was. I don't, I'm just not with that weirdo. I think when she first moved with me, that she did like sleep in the bed with me a couple of times because she was just like scared or whatever, like you know what I mean. But like, it's just weird. Like I never like. I don't know, man. It's just like I be hearing weird ass shit. So I just be like, that's weird to me. Like,
Well, I think
don't know.
about
I'm real protective over shit like that. Like
Right.
like.
Well, 9 or 10, you're probably right. That's about the age, when kids start wanting their own privacy and stuff like that.
Yeah, so like when she turned like she was in 4th grade when I got her. Well, she was getting homeschooled, so she was still kind of like young. I don't know how to explain it. She was still kind of like in a kid's elementary stage.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like she was still scared of the dark. She was still like, you know what I'm saying, learning. Like when she turned 13 and she went with her mom because we got into it, that's when she started growing into herself more and wanting privacy and all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's probably a good thing, spending like more teenage type time with your mother.
Yeah.
It's probably a better deal. I don't know what I would have done had I had a daughter. I'm sure I would have made it through, but that's got to be scary.
Yeah, it's hard. But I mean, I did it. Only time I really had a problem is when she got 13 and she thought she could put her hands on me and I wasn't having that. So she got checked. And then she ended up going with her mom. That's why she lives with her mom now. So, it was unfortunate. I liked having custody of my daughter. I like being around and all that. But I'm not gonna be disrespected. So, but we're at a better place now. We're at a better place now. She's older. She's going on 17. She'll be 17 in December. So, I got like one more good year. So I'm just trying to enjoy it, see her grow. I'm trying to just be there for her as much as possible. And I don't really I'm not in her business like that. I don't judge her like that because her mom is there all up in her shit. So I don't gotta be no more. So I'm kind of like in a good spot. You know what I mean? I'm kind of in the cool spot.
Right.
So yeah. So I mean, we've been through that. You know what I'm saying? As of right now, she got the most respect for. I could literally. Well, she's at school right now, but I could just call my daughter and she would answer it right away. But yeah,
Right.
she's at school right now. Other than that, I could
They
literally do it right now.
haven't banned phones out there like they did in Texas.
No, this California. Them parents it's different out here, you know. If you think about California, it always sets the tone for the rest of the country. That's why a lot of stuff they adapt from here. But Texas is like its own country, nigga. Texas is different. You know what I mean?
Yeah, different is the word.
Yeah.
Well, how long are you going to be around? Because I'm going to run to the beer store, and I've been up here for about 6.5 hours. I need to take a break.
I gotta make a call anyway. But yeah, I'll be around. You coming back?
Yeah, I'm going to be back in about an hour.
Okay.
Or so. So everybody, I'm going to wrap this up, but I still have energy, and
I want to see what you got for the outro.
It's pretty.
I gotta send you some more music, man, so you can have a little bit more to choose from.
Well, this is what I'm using.
That's it right there, man. That sounds good for the in and out.
Dude, you know what? Because the original songs I picked were copyrighted. I wasn't getting strikes or anything, but
You know what song that's called, right? It's called Psychedelic.
Yeah, I've got it. I got it for background music too. But dude, it literally saved my life because I'm like, well, Tough Guy's giving me music. I can do something with it, and it's dude. The guitar, the way it starts slow, then it kind of drives. That guitar it drives.
Yeah,
And,
the thing about that song is if you just listen to it from the beginning to end, like you just close your eyes and just it's like a journey. It literally is like a journey, dog. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it sounds good as far as like intro and outro. It was cool.
Well, I'm gonna play with the outro. I just haven't been able. I'm sorry, the intro. I just haven't found the right because it's gonna be like news footage type stuff. It'll be news footage, then Stanley versus the world. News footage, Stanley versus the world. Just like disaster shit happening, Stanley versus the world. And then I'm gonna see how that works. And then, if it's still too long, I'm gonna just trim it. Because I think that middle part where it's called like cartooning, where it's almost like a negative of the photo. Those two I'm not a huge fan of. I could probably get rid of those. I like the beginning and I love the end with that kaleidoscope thing. So there's room to trim. But you're right. I don't just want it to be, Stanley versus the world. There's got to be, because it's kind of a news show. So I want some newsreel footage in there.
Yeah, modern stuff that's going on, or like
right. There'll have to be some war
headlines. Yeah, whatever. It's just about being creative. That's the whole thing about music too, is seeing what matches with how the music is going at the time. Like I seen that a little bit in the intro, what you were trying to do with the different lighting, different colors.
Right. Yeah.
How it opens up, like, like if it's on beat, like when it's going
yes,
you know what I mean? Where it's just like it's all like visuals that go with the actual sounds, you know what I'm saying? So that's exactly what this is. Yeah.
By the way, Speak Radio and Lupin Rigging sponsored the show today. Thank
Oh,
you,
dope.
gentlemen, very much.
Speak Radio. That's my nigga.
Yeah, he's as a matter of fact, one of the reasons I'm coming back, this is Universal Jones and Speak Radio talking about stuff, JP specifically, at least at the start. And then John Galt is critiquing him. He's going reacting to Universal Jones' interview with Low IQ Speak Radio. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, John? Speak Radio is one of the most well.
John just be
John is,
trying to. He's trying to make content. This is what this is all about. Even today, I already know what he's doing, bro. Why you think he's talking about Bob and him being a box pilot or some shit like that? And why is he hating on Art? Art's doing a all right job. I'm not saying he's great, like he's just
no,
perfect.
I'm
Like,
trying
you
to
know what I'm saying? But
yeah, well, you know what? Honestly, why is a 50-year-old man doing this? That's what
like,
I,
why is he
you know,
worried? Why is he worried about? Like, that's crazy to me, man. Why are you worried about it?
if he was like Drip's age, 30 or in his 20s, this is a 50-year-old motherfucker acting like a high school girl.
Because he is a girl.
I'm beginning to think that myself.
Yeah, he be acting like a bitch, man. I'm sorry, John. He just don't got it. And the whole thing about John is when he got some real competition like me, he don't want to talk to me. He just keep me in the back. You know why? Because I can actually challenge him. And he try to pass it off as I'm retarded. Like, no, nigga,
Why
I'm
am
the
I
one.
so?
I'm the nigga that can get with you, homie. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm actually pretty witty. I think you know that, Stanley.
Oh yeah.
So I
Well,
mean,
Mella,
they be trying to play me like I'm JP or something. But JP smart too. He's just
yeah,
ghetto as hell.
I think JP might be smarter than John anyway.
Mm-hmm. I agree because the shit that John says makes him sound unsmart. You know what I'm saying? It's
Well,
just like a
John
beautiful ass girl, right? She could be beautiful as hell, but then she open her mouth and she just like, it's just like all that shit go out the door. Like you fucked yourself up. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's John. He's got a platform. You know what I'm saying? He did his thing off of CT. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't really going nowhere. It ain't really like he ain't. And the thing about
No,
Bob's
I mean
channel, it's got more traction. Bob's channel.
Well, Bob's channel
Oh,
was
that's my little
monetized.
chick. Hold on, real quick.
Bob's
Hello.
channel was monetized in about what?
Hey.
I take one massage, six.
Hey, I got my bitch on the phone. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, I'm about to shut this down, but I wanted to ask
Okay.
Mella.
Oh yeah, just give me like 2 minutes. Hold on. Yeah.
Mella, what you said? Why are you worried about it? What is the it you're talking about, Mella? What's the it? You mean John? Are you still there, Mella? Mella. Oops. Hello, Mella? You there? Well, anyway, like I was saying, Lupin and Speak Radio, sponsors of the show today, and I will, if I can get a hold of Lupin, I'll email him. We'll find out whether he wants to co-host that technology show. Because I'd actually prefer him to co-host it with me because I don't, he has some insight that I won't. And then Speak Radio, I am going to come back and we will finish this because I'm kind of interested. I'm kind of interested and it's not too long, but this sort of thing is probably better, with a cold beer in hand because, I've heard enough of John's shit over the past couple weeks, and I'm starting to get weary of hearing all that weak ass shit where John is the smartest Negro in America. Well, I guess until Tough Guy comes back, we'll listen to a little bit more of John droning on.
He's not on Charleston White level right now, but he's worth what he does. He brings energy to people pounds.
What the fuck? What the fuck do you mean he's not on Charleston White's level, man? Charleston White is trash. So he's not at the trash level?
We're dependent on him. So why doesn't he want JP to get paid? If JP was going on white people pounds.
Oh, see, John is just making shit up. Nobody gives a shit if JP gets paid or not. John is a motherfucking drama queen. That's the word the phrase I've been looking for. Okay. Why is John acting like anybody gives a shit about JP getting paid or JP on a panel or JP on John's panel? It's just idle chit chat, just like your bullshit is idle chit chat. It's content, John. Nobody really cares. I swear, John is just a fucking drama queen. He's a ghetto drama queen.
He tell them white people to pay JP. He doesn't want
tell them white people. Tell them white people.
He should be. That's my whole point.
He
might not get 10 G's, but they should break him off $100, something. Why
Man,
not?
I miss
if
all the
if
highlights.
That's what he sits down and sets up. But he's voluntarily coming to these panels. And look, I don't really think he's taking over panels and
what? Okay, well, you got your right in your own opinion.
Goddamn right, John.
What it is people want this fuckery content, and so they let him run off at the mouth and say all this outlandish.
They let him because no one else can do it. He comes up and he provides the fuckery content that the people want. See, Speak Radio is very dumb.
I've never had
He doesn't
an
know what he's
Apple,
saying
so I don't know that
about the
much
blacks.
about
You don't hear what he says
theory.
to contradict himself within a minute or so. He just listen. I mean, damn these blacks.
John, nobody's
Because they
contradicting
want it for the
themselves.
views. They
Dude,
might not sit
this is all. Is it something in the weed? Did somebody lace his weed with something? Nobody's contradicting themselves. God damn it, John. Dude, you are literally limited in your critical thinking. And nobody but me has been able to say it without you getting just so up in your feelings. But dude, John, you are seriously not a thinker. You think you are. You like to act like with all the head bobbing and the weird bullshit deflections. Dude, I've met thinkers and you are not a thinker, sir.
there and say that, but they want that fuck shit for these views.
Yeah,
well, let's just be honest.
He's admitting that JP brings the fuck shit, which brings the views.
Keep trying to tell him,
because that's what the
son.
blacks want.
Why isn't he listening?
He's admitting it now. Blacks want fuck shit. JP brings the best fuck shit. You want to appeal to blacks.
And see, that's the problem. Okay, appeal to blacks. The fuck does he mean? Dude, there are blacks who aren't.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
There are blacks, fake John Galt, that aren't into fuck shit. I don't know if he knew that or not. Well, I think he's enamored without encumbrances. There's nobody to tell him, hey, John, that's fucking absolutely stupid. Why are you doing it? all the guardrails have been removed, folks. There is no holding back.
Hey, what is up with that? I'd like to know that from you. So somebody said that they said it's really weird how a lot of blacks are using the hard ER more than white people nowadays. What's up with that?
Blacks always have.
Really?
Well, when I was a kid, there was no, I mean, you know, everybody used the hard ER. Have you, dude? You know what? I was watching. If you go to YouTube, they have an All in the Family channel. All those old episodes of Archie Bunker and Edith and all that. And I was watching an episode a few days ago. I guess it was last week by now, where the Jeffersons are on All in the Family, and Archie is at I don't know what it was, some party or something, and Lionel had met the woman, his fiance or whatever, but he'd not met her parents, and her father's white, her mother's black. And this All in the Family is like an early 70s show. So, that was kind of racy, a white person, black person, the mixed marriages were actually a kind of a big deal back then. And, Jefferson is essentially the black Archie Bunker. And Archie Bunker's like, oh, Jefferson, you haven't met his parents yet? So Archie's getting all excited, waiting for George Jefferson to blow up. So anyway, so that's kind of, they use the N-word. I've forgotten that on the Jeffersons, and probably they stopped it around the time Good Times. I don't ever remember Good Times using the hard ER, but the Jeffersons sure as shit did. And so they used the N-word, and it was the hard ER. That NIGGA thing, it's pretty recent. And look at Black Knight. Y'all kept the N-word alive. Of course, the hard version is making its rounds again. That's a good point there, Black Knight. Those were
That's
the
kind of
days.
true. That's kind of true, huh?
Yeah, I think so.
That's fucked up, though. But damn, truth hurts.
Wait,
Yeah,
hold
man.
it.
Okay, so I'm back. So what was you
Okay.
trying to ask me? You said you had some questions to ask
I
me.
don't. Well, I know how to credit you now. That was my main question.
Yeah, that's my music shit. Is that drummer Scott? I've been a drummer for a very long time, bro. That's what I'm known for.
Right.
Like everybody knows I play drums. That's my tag. That's my in the streets even like niggas even in the streets like you'd be like, oh nigga, you that drummer nigga, huh? You know what I'm saying? Like the thing about me is I've always had respect because I do music. Even like in the streets with hood niggas and gangbangers and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
And they always want me to like write some shit for them, make them a beat. You know what I'm saying? Just always, they want me to do something for them. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'll be like, nigga, you gotta pay me. So, we be cool. So,
Let me talk to Sin right quick. Sin, two things though. I don't know why people are wasting their time. JP's got to be almost 40. I mean, can you really guide someone who's like that set in his ways? I would never waste my time doing something like that. And then the other thing, it's hard for some people to accept that some people have no redeeming value. I don't know that that's true. It's hard for certain types of people. Like John Galt, for some reason or another, seems to think that he has a magic touch with people like JP. John has a character who he says he was like he mentored when the guy was like a boy, and so he loaned Johnny Boy is his name. He loaned John the bike, his brand new bike. We watched John buy that bike. It was an e-bike. So Johnny Boy takes it to the store or something like that, and it gets stolen. At least that's the story. And the first thing I thought was like, God, that shit wasn't stolen. Johnny Boy sold it. And everybody's like, no, no, no. Yeah, he wouldn't have he wouldn't have done that. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay, well, John had it in his mind that he could turn Johnny Boy around or make him more responsible, picking up trash in the neighborhood or some bullshit like that. And you would think someone as cynical as John wouldn't even bother trying to redeem somebody in their 40s, thinking he could change their ways. John in a lot of ways is like a new wife. He thinks he's going to change grown men's character, and it's kind of sad, to be honest. He's so cynical, but yet he's also so gullible. That's the amazing thing. He wants to tell me that I can't accept the truth. Well, John cannot, just like you say here, Sin, he doesn't seem to be able to accept the truth that some people have no redeeming qualities. You're not going to change a 40-year-old man unless it's got to be some drastic, like throw his ass in prison or something, or drop him in the middle of the desert. It's got to be cataclysmic. So I don't know how someone so cynical could be so fucking gullible. All JP's gonna do, JP knows what's going on here. He's gonna fucking make a fool out of John Galt. That's what's gonna happen. Just like Johnny Boy did.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
so what you about to go do? What you about to go do?
I'm gonna go get some beer here pretty soon. Let's see.
What you be drinking? What kind of beer you be drinking, Stanley?
You know what? Lately on the weekends I'll do Guinness Stout, but during the week my service beer it's either Coors Light or Bud Light.
Oh, okay.
Johnny Boy.
You know what you should try? You know what you should try?
What's that?
Modelo.
I tried it before. I don't like Mexican beer. I like Dos Equis, okay?
No, there's called Negro. Negro. It's darker.
Well, I'd have to probably go to the liquor store for that.
Yeah, go and just try it and let me know what you think. And if you like it, I'm gonna be like I told you. But it's called Modelo Negro.
The liquor store is like 20 miles away. I'm not going 20 miles.
They got Modelo Negro there.
Well, they don't have it at the gas station I'm going to.
Yeah, they do.
No, I'm afraid they don't. This is like a small town gas station.
Y'all don't have Modelos?
I'm sure they have it. I don't know that they have it at the gas station. Dude, this is Georgia. This is small town Georgia.
Yeah, I guess. But I just figured there's Mexicans out there now. So Georgia don't have Mexicans?
Oh, I'm sure we got plenty. They just don't have there's not a big Mexican population in my town, believe it or not.
Oh yeah, it's more black people out there, huh?
It's about 50-50. Slightly more
white and black.
Yeah. Slightly.
Yeah, that's how like where I'm from. It's white people and black. It's more white people and black people, even like together. Like I got a cousin, her husband white. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's just how we mix out there in the Midwest. White and black mostly. But yeah, Spanish people been coming out there though, migrating. But I just figured they would have Mexican beer because people like
no, they've got
people
Mexican
like Pacifico.
beer.
Pacifico is more of a West Coast beer. You probably ain't gonna find no Pacifico out there.
At the liquor stores you find a lot of things like Anchor Steam, which is my favorite West Coast beer. It's not like I've had a lot of West Coast beer, but Anchor Steam It's been years since I've had it, decades probably. But yeah, I don't expect the little marathon station to have, you know, a huge variety.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Allergies been fucking up.
Sam. Oh, really? I didn't realize. I've never had an e-bike, but so yeah, hard to steal, huh? Interesting. Well, mine did
But
too,
yeah.
kind of. Oh yeah, Bass Pale Ale. Yeah, that's my jam too. As a matter of fact, maybe this weekend instead of Guinness Stout, I'll get Bass. Let's see. So I'm gonna end this stream and then I'm gonna try and restart it. Believe it or not, if you shut down a stream, there is a way to go back in and revive it. And it's I shut down a stream by accident once, and I had to sit there. It took me like half an hour to figure out how to revive it. And I hope I can remember how to do it. I could start a new stream, but I would rather just keep this one. Yeah, okay, I'll do that, JQ. I'm gonna go ahead and shut this down. I should just leave it running, but I don't have anything queued up.
All right, well, I'm about to get myself together and get outside.
All right. Well, I'll be back in about an hour, folks. So I'll see you then.
All right, fam.
All right. Take it easy.